Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2023 Super Kart USA racing season here at AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex, presented by MG Tires. I'm Rob Howden, joined here on Kart Chaser throughout the weekend by the man himself, Xander Clements. And Xander, a little chillier than it was yesterday. That's obviously going to change things. You get here on a Friday, you try to set things up for the Winter Series opener, and the temperature's 80 degrees, and all of a sudden when you roll in, it's 50 degrees on Saturday morning.
Yeah, it changes things completely. You know, yesterday the drivers were throwing quite a few curveballs throughout the day. Obviously, we had rain come through about midway to the end of practice 4 at the beginning of happy hour. Not a lot of rain. It was just that little bit afternoon, South Florida siesta type weather, and it slicked the track back off. Surprisingly enough, by the time, let's say, these guys, the X30 Seniors, got back onto the racetrack, it was quick again, but it put the drivers through quite a bit of different conditions. And then again, like you said, this is completely different than what they've been all week long. It's been temperatures highs of 75, 80 degrees, you know, probably 40 to 50 for the track. Yeah. You know, it's a major, major change.
Take the time to welcome all those of you tuning in here on Kart Chaser. And again, welcome to the 2023 season. The sixth running of the Super Kart USA Winter Series. 2 rounds here, of course, this weekend, and then again back for another layout here at Homestead in February. 4 rounds on total over 2 weekends of competition. Just a couple of months on from a very successful Super Nationals in Las Vegas. Great to have a packed paddock here, Xander. That's one of the things, the first real national event well for the rest of the season. They had 233 pre-entries coming. I'm not sure where they ended up total with some walk-ups, but a really good start to the season for Super Kart USA.
Very good. 2 sold-out classes, Mini Swift and KA100 Jr. off of pre-entries alone. I think they took 1 or 2 more walk-ups as they came. I talked with Tom Kutcher last night, actually. He was walking his dog around. He was in good spirits. He said, I think this might be the biggest Winter Series we've ever had, pushing at 250. So that's phenomenal on its own. And again, the other thing part of it is that a lot of the names on here, I think we're going to see a lot of different names in the regular season of the National Tour. You look at the entry list, it's very European. It's also very Floridian. The Florida states kind of got a good resurgence the last couple of years, especially on the Miami product. That always helps on the SKUSA Winter Series, U.S. Pro Kart Series side for sure. But, you know, it's not exactly the same field we saw, let's say, at Newcastle, Indiana.
Yeah, very true. A lot of new names. And for me, great to see some of the drivers that we saw at the Super Nationals, like, you know, world champion and, of course, defending SKUSA champion here as well, Mateus Morgado, Thomas Stolzer-Manis here as well. So a number of drivers who ran at the Super Nationals have decided to kick off their season here in the U.S., in Florida as well. On track right now, our final practice session of the day. We'll go qualifying at 9:05, pre-final set to go at 11:05. A lunch break right in the middle of our pre-finals, then back at it, scheduled at 1:35 for our first final event of the day. It'll be Micro Swift kicking things off. That is the order as well. Micro Swift off the top as batting lead off. Then you've got KA100 Junior and KA100 Senior. Mini Swift right in the middle of the order. Then we'll have our combined Pro and Master Shifter category and wrap things up with X30 Jr. The new KA100 Master, which will be on the national scene here, both in the Winter Series and the Pro Tour this year. And, of course, the Pro drivers in the X30 Senior category capping off the run through the order. Xander, we talked about this off air before we started today. In qualifying, all the classes, based on the numbers you had said, great numbers, will split the qualifying into 2 groups, except for that Pro and Master Shifter combined class and the smaller KA100 Master category.
Yeah, which means that meant happy hour, even with it being wet, was crucial. And everyone still had to go out on the racetrack, set a good time. There were a few drivers maybe struggled a little bit with setup, with track conditions, weren't able to, you know, say, put themselves in the fast group. Those guys obviously starting on the back foot just a little bit here this week. And we've seen it done plenty of times. Guys go pull in that first slower group of cars. It's absolutely possible by the rules. But when it's as cold as it is today, every degree matters. If that track gets a little bit warmer, a little bit grippier, and that's going to be huge. Now, we got the first few times coming in here, and as expected, they'll get quicker throughout the session with how cold it is. Noel Leon was inside the top 5 in all 3 timed practices yesterday, and for the first 2 where transponders were optional, he was on top of the boards. The CRG driver, that's a newly switched up operation, the Alessandro's racing team. Based out of Miami, Florida. They go to Mexico for the SKUSA Mexico Series as well. And then Noel, he's been on the CRG driver over. Lorenzo Travis Anudo came over here for 2 seasons consecutively. Then, of course, Arias Duke Medjin, the Kart Sport North America squad, kind of picked up where he left off. And now, as everything's kind of parted ways and only Thomas Nevo's been left on the brand, at least up until about a day ago.
That's right.
Joe Turney quickest here in morning warm-up by 3,000ths over Noel Leon. And the newly signed KR factory driver was also quickest in practice 4. First time to the racetrack, first time for him racing in the United States. Says he likes it here. Got to go down to Key West over the early part of the week. Had himself a good time. He's in good spirits here this weekend.
Florida's always been a draw. We've seen a number of drivers come from Europe to kind of get the season started a little bit early. Kimi Antonelli as well. Kimi Andres Antonelli came over and dominated the junior categories. He's moved his way up into cars now as well. But, you mentioned another driver jumping on KR. We put it on ekartingnews.com in our paddock today. A late week test has put Paulie Massimino on a Kart Republic here for this weekend. We'll see how that plays out underneath the Speed Concepts racing tent. A number of different brands there, as we know. And I know, talking to Paulie last night, pretty happy with the karts, and it had a lot of front-end grip on it, and was happy with the lateral grip as well. So we'll see where Paulie ends up here. Not in the top 10 in this particular session to cap off practice, but he was good yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, very quick throughout the day yesterday. Unfortunately, they're in morning warm-up down in 19th, although we'll see how much of a gauge that really is. It could have been a handful of drivers going with fresh sticker tires here to know that the track conditions are so much different that they'll want to put MG Yellow new ones on. Hard to say, but hey, Joe Turney, P1, Thomas Nevo, P4. Good stuff for the Kart Republics. Diego Contagia, quickest to the RPG Cosmic brand. You talk about another big name outside the top 10. Ryan Norberg had an up-and-down day throughout the day yesterday. He is 24th. Here in morning warm-up.
Keep going down there. Let's not jump too crazy about it, right? Because 17th was DeTulio, 18th was Morgado. So a number of the drivers using this morning warm-up just as that, right? Not out trying to lay everything down, just getting yourselves kind of get those cobwebs cleared out from the night, getting back into the groove, and I'm sure we'll see those drivers dial things back in for qualifying.
Absolutely. That's what we're getting ready to get into here. It is a beautiful skyline, at least here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. No dark clouds in sight. We're set for dry weather here both days. You never know as close as we are to the coast, but don't get me wrong, folks, it is still just a little bit chilly here, just getting under and closing in on 50 degrees Fahrenheit here this morning. I know chilly, maybe,
it's all relative.
A fair word to you, Rob. Okay? As a Southerner, that's a lot for me.
I just checked back home. It's 13 degrees back. We know David Cole will have the shorts on. You're being Mr. Florida with the shorts on still. That's awesome. But yeah, let's have a chance to head down now. We've got a bunch of guys joining us here this weekend on pit lane. Alexander Searle standing by right now with a driver who was quickest in practice.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. I'm here with Joe Turney. Like you said, P1 in morning warm-up for X30 Sr. Joe, I mean, you were quick all day yesterday, and again, it reflects this morning. P1, how's the kart doing?
Yeah, really good. I mean, we were fast in the conditions yet of the standard stuff for this weather, trying to get a bit more grip into the kart. So I think the changes that we've made have worked really well, looking at the time. But obviously, it's qualifying that matters.
Yeah. Anything that you can see the change to the kart for qualifying?
Well, we'll put 4 new tires. I don't want to touch too much because we were really quick this morning, so I don't want to slow it down.
Awesome. Yeah, Joe Turney, everybody. Morning warm-up for X30 Sr.
Guys, thank you very much. Down on pit lane, that's Joe Turney with Kart Republic. And interesting what he said there. Again, well, it was kind of that roll of the dice this morning, Xander, for the mechanics, right? They've been dialing these karts in. They've been practicing all week long. And like you said, mid-70s temperatures all week long. Beautiful Florida weather here for mid-January. But then you get cold this morning. That's when you go on your mechanic, your tuner who's been around a long time. I know this chassis. Here's what we're going to do to build the grip into it, like Joe would believe. The temperatures, we're saying maybe 60 degrees, 61, 62 today. That'll be your high. So I think we're probably in pretty good shape with just a couple of minor changes and new tires, as Joe said.
Yeah, that's the thing. Everybody will start on new tires here this morning for qualifying. So at least the drivers that went out and went quick and warm up, they feel pretty good about tire pressure. Everyone else, I mean, you probably took a big swing at it. And if you weren't quick in here and warm up, then you think, all right, well, I need to do another big swing the other way. So there could still be some guys with the big shakeup of the track conditions probably coming to the field in our pre-finals later this morning, I think.
Indeed, and that's just it, right? You go out here, you put the setup on it, you try to feel where it is, and you know that during that shorter warm-up session, the kart's coming in. It's starting to get there, right? Just a couple of minor changes, and they'll be able to get back at it. And you mentioned, did anybody go out potentially on fresh sticker tires to get a feel for it? If you want to throw some tires at it, you got a good feel of what it's going to be like when you head back out on cold tires again.
Yeah, at least then, right? Same conditions you're expecting. Only an hour later, it's only going to probably add 5 degrees to the air temperature, maybe 10 degrees to the track, and not a lot of rubber down depending on what class you're in. That's been the storyline for the last couple seasons, and it was the storyline as well at Supernats that while the rubber does come down, the tire changes that have happened to the MG tire compounds over the last few years have not laid down these massive amounts of black rubber on the racetrack, so the track doesn't develop so much off the rubber, a lot more so off the ambient conditions like the air and of course how wet or dry it is overall.
Well, I can speak to that, being on track at the Super Nationals myself. We never had a lot of rubber buildup. There wasn't that extra level of grip I was expecting to see, so that for everybody was kind of a challenge. So like you said, it was more the ambient temperature. How cold was it in the morning? As the temperature got warmer throughout the day, more grip was available, but it wasn't like we've seen in the past.
Unfortunately, again, a couple going around here at the back of the grid in the first couple laps. Now, this is the first of the 2 groups to go out onto the racetrack here. There'll be one more that will follow, and that will be the top half from qualifying. So this is the bottom half that just missed the cut line to go through into the fast group. You see there on the ticker, 31 drivers in total for the Micro Swift class. A good vote of confidence here to start the year.
And as we mentioned in our EK and Out lap, none of the top 10 from last year are here this year. They've all moved up to that mini category. So we're going to see a brand new group of drivers up front here in the mini Swift category, or Micro Swift category rather. This class brought to you here for the Winter Series by Ricer Racing, a long-time South Florida kart shop. Rudy Ramsroop's been around. In fact, I want to say that he was at the very first ever event. The first year of the Florida Winter Tour. SKUSA started it back in 1998. If I'm not mistaken, I have to go back and look at the pictures, but I think Ricer Racing with the Burrell had Elio Castro Neves at that event.
Wow.
Running it. And I think he was racing with Walker Racing at that point in Champ Cars. So I'll have to ask Rudy about that. But Ricer Racing's been around a long time down here in South Florida, and great to see them as a class sponsor here for Micro Swift.
Yeah, giving back to the kids here, of course, and Rudy and his wife Shoba, they've been, just like you said, mainstays. They've owned the Miami GP Raceway, which hosted a Florida Winter Tour race way back in the day.
Yeah. Maybe the very first one, if I'm not mistaken.
It might have been.
I think it might have been the very first race, yep.
Yeah, so their home racetrack, home race team. Now they're based out of here. They do a lot of really cool entry-level karting schools for any beginning driver, especially in the Breaks 206 classes in K100 and Mini and Micro Swift. So part of sponsoring this class here. They do have a couple of drivers, I believe, in the Micro Swift category competing on the national stage, but a lot of what they love to do is work with getting new guys into the sport, training them, teaching them the right way and the fundamentals.
Juan Garcia Davila up top with the fastest time so far, just getting things underway. And we mentioned cold here, so the drivers will just start building heat into their tires. We'll expect to see the fastest laps comes at the very end of the session. Davila now P1. Becerril in the second spot. Perriman runs third. Isaac Payne in fourth. And Byron Boardman in the top 5. Here comes Isaac Payne now to P1. Again, we'll see the time start to fall very quickly. Short session, though. Checker flag already flying here. So Aaron Likens, the SuperKarts USA flagman, well, the official starter for IndyCar and the Indianapolis 500. Aaron, of course, getting a start with SuperKarts USA as it sent it all the way up to the biggest race in the world, the Indianapolis 500. And again, great to have him here as his roots. But yeah, checker flag flying to end the session already, so just 3 laps for these young drivers to get it dialed in here, a 57.015 for Davila. Quickest driver by 0.2 over Isaac Payne. Alvaro Medeiros in third position, Luca Becerril in fourth, and Lawrence Perriman rounding up to cap off the top 5. So that's tough for these young drivers in Micro, Xander. Just 3 laps able to get the job done. Wow.
Yeah, it's hard to get in a rhythm to be able to, quickly put it out there, especially because really it's not 3 laps. It's 1. It's the third lap.
It's the last lap.
At the temperatures like this and going on new tires, you're going to get the last lap where it's the best amount of heat and the best amount of pressure buildup you can hope for. So you've got 1 shot at it. Everybody knows that, though. The same for everyone, but it's definitely difficult for the young kids here. 3 and out for the first group, like you said. And you can see the spread, too. I mean, we're talking a second right now, 1.2 seconds from P1 to P5. Probably not that big of a delta when they get into the race, but right now on that 1 lap, 1 shot average, it's a big.
Especially for Micro Swift, right?
Yeah.
The youngest drivers of the SuperKarts USA program out there having to get it done in just 3 laps. And, of course, the temperatures, literally, you're still not getting to maximum grip once you get to that 3rd lap. You're just doing the best you possibly can. And that's one of the things I really struggle with, Xander, having not had a lot of seat time at the Super Nationals and working with Ben Cooper and Jace Denmark at Rawlson Performance Group. They were really pushing me hard to try to get some heat into the tires on the warm-up laps and to really work the tires. And I I kept worried about spinning. We had a couple drivers spin here early. I had a spin in one of the sessions as well. It's so precarious with these tires when you're not able to get the heat into them. It was significantly colder. I think we had 45 one morning at the Supernats, but here we are at, 51, 52 degrees. And again, very tough for the young micros. And I think we're going to see that through the entire qualifying run with such a short amount of time to get that lap in.
Yeah, for sure. And now, that said, while they went out in the order of how quick they are not really gapped majorly at all. They're just released onto the racetrack. So do any of them try to be like the big boys in juniors and seniors that'll sometimes walk back down the order and find themselves a drafting partner? You look through some of the drivers that were really quick in that final practice. They were quick because of the wet, not so much because of pace. So we've got this gaggle of 5 here. Maxwell Macha's in the middle of that. He just made a pass on one car going into turn 12, was one of the quickest drivers throughout practice yesterday. And again, a mixed bag for both of us here, Rob. I mean, zero idea of both what the new drivers are going to be and, of course, what they look like. We're not used to seeing them at the pointy end of the field because the top 10 has moved up.
Indeed, we're looking at some of the drivers who maybe were, outside the top 10 last year. We're learning last year as maybe a first year in that micro category. Pasha Ali comes to mind. Last year, watching him run with Parolin USA, and we'll expect to see him kind of up front as well. A number of drivers that we know are going to be part of the action up front, and this will be their opportunity, right? We see this all the time, right? You're not going to stay in a category for 4 or 5 years. There's going to be stars there. They're going to move up as rookies into the next category up the ladder. They're going to be that rookie for the year and then try to find some speed, and we'll see the new drivers ascend to the top. So it'll be fun to see who comes out forward here. Last year was Alessandro Truchot, right? He was really the man to beat last year in the Micro Swift category, dominated the action, won all 4 main events, then immediately moved up into the mini category, did some racing over in Europe as well. So, again, this really just the start of the national program for SuperKarts USA. From here, of course, from the Winter Series, we head into the Pro Tour, Winter Nationals, Spring Nationals, and Summer Nationals, and we'll cap everything off in the hopefully soon-to-be-announced date for the Super Nationals in 2023.
Well, let's go ahead and see. Antonio Pizzonia Nito was in micro last year, is back this year. The Orslon Racing Parolin driver will come across the line here to put his second lap in, and it puts him at a 55.130. That's the benchmark, nearly 2 seconds up on the field. But again, everyone in the fast group still just coming by for lap number 2. Parker Ives was pretty good on his opening lap. Not so good here on the second time around. Pasha Ali was decent. Not as good as well, but Valentino Santillan in that SLA Kart Racing Kart Republic is second. Maxwell Macha jumps to third. Garcia Arstavila from the slow group still fourth here with 1 to go. But holy cow, Rob, 1.2 seconds right now for Antonio Pizzonia Nito.
Yeah, he was on the pole at the Super Nationals, so we should expect some good speed out of it. 4 and happy hours. Actually, Maxwell Macha, who was top of the order during the happy hour session yesterday, but Pizzonia Nito really handling these tough conditions nicely right now.
There's a look at, I believe that might have been Josh Bergman in the 40, headed down the back straightaway here on the cameras. Here's a couple more coming out of turn number 9 and some of the different angles that we can see. The checkered flag will fly this time. Can anyone not, get closer to Pizzonia Nito? He dropped into a 54.71. Valentino Santillan gets up there. Juan Paulo Bonataman moves up. Pasha Ali, good lap there. Maxwell Macha bumps to 5th. Luke Giglio. Giglio, of course, he had kind of like moments or little hints of maybe being really, really quick last year in the rain. I think he drove it up to 3rd or 4th in one of those pre-finals, then just kind of couldn't put the ultimate results together. But he enters this year with, I think, a lot of confidence. And the same for Pizzonia Nito. Again, you said pole at the Supernats. He also had some good runs throughout last year, but definitely not a banner year by the time the checkered flag would fly at all those sessions. So this is the year to capitalize.
Yeah, their time in the spotlight, right? Pizzonia Nito with a 54.719, fast driver on the track. Final pilot coming through here to cap things off. Not able to go any quicker, so 0.6 of a second, the gap between Nito P1, Valentino Santillan in second spot, João Paulo Bonataman in third, Pasha Ali in fourth, and Maxwell Macha, who was quickest in happy hour, ends up P5. You had mentioned Josh Bergman. He was back in 10th. We had him on screen for a bit there. He jumped on his final lap, but when it was all said and done, ends up P8. So some good runs there for drivers here early. Again, Micro Swift brought to you by Ricer Racing. Antonio Pizzonia Nito, Xander, fast driver by over a half a second.
Yeah, quick time for him. One of the coolest names I've seen in quite some time. Santiago Diaz de la Vega Torres ends up in 9th. Had to say that. I thought that was too cool. Colton Schneegenberg returns after a couple podium runs throughout the end of 2022. He goes 10th in qualifying. Gives us a moment here with the Riso Racing Microslift all wrapped up. We'll take our first commercial break. Classes are done. 7 more grids to set here for pre-final action live from Homestead-Miami Speedway at AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex. You're watching Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
Welcome back to Kart Chaser's coverage of the opening round of the SuperKarts USA Winter Series here in Homestead, Florida. Beautiful blue skies, but the temperature's not aligning with what we're seeing here, about 50 degrees trackside. So it's really made a challenge for all the drivers who have been testing throughout the week in mid-70s Florida conditions. Really a challenge, of course, for the mechanics first and foremost to try to figure out what they need to do with these race cars to be able to get it dialed in, to get the grip they need, Xander. We saw Micro Swift out there, and not only is it tough because of the temperatures, with so many drivers and splitting up the session, only 3 laps for the drivers in Micro. Really, for everybody here qualifying, you got to get out there. You got to get it done in very tough conditions.
Yeah, you have just one shot at it, really. That third lap, you've got to spend laps 1 and 2 getting heat in the tires, getting a good lap in, and also getting yourself in a position where you are not going to run into the back of somebody on lap number 3. We're seeing a lot of traffic early on here in this first of 2 groups for KA100 Jr. presented by Motaz Sport. Already saw 1 lap come in from Willem Tomkes that topped it on the opening circuit, but everybody's still just, figuring out where they want to be. At the end of the day, a 50-driver class divided in 2 means only 25 to 26 in total on the racetrack. There's a lot of room to go. I mean, we're still missing half the racetrack, but you've got a lot of drivers, I think, that may hit traffic on their final lap.
Stephen Miller was the fastest driver yesterday in happy hour. Christopher Aiken, Carson Weinberg, Leonardo Scorpioni, and Diego Ardiles. That was the top 5 from yesterday afternoon's happy hour, which split the category. Motaz Sport, the sponsor of our KA100 Junior class. So we'll watch a bunch of Motorsport drivers out here for certain right now. William Tompkins, as Xander said, P1 still here after 2 laps, a 52.009. 6/10ths quicker than Turner Brown in the number 868. The Speed Concepts Racing driver P2. Chase Bisaglia now in 3rd. Cash Perkins and Lillian Scarborough rounding out the top 5. Almost a full second separating the top 5. And Xander, you mentioned that in micro. These conditions are so tough that it's not allowing everybody to get that speed. You would expect to have them all super close. Right now, it's all about drivers being able to get that heat built into the tires as quickly as possible.
Ready whenever.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's take a look here in the last little bit for KA Junior's first group. Turner Brown did do a good enough job getting the heat in the tires there. Like we talked about in the micro class, he was able to beat best Willem Tompkins, quickest out of the slow group, the bottom half from final practice. Ty Fisher, Ava Dobson, Cash Perkins, Chase Buscaglia, Isaac Malka, Remy Andredas, Alexander Jacobi, Naomi Garcia, the top 10. There will be no more changes, it looks like. One more came across, Max Weiland, I think, and maybe it might have been Tompkins there. Actually, it looks like they'll get 4. Somehow getting in just under the gun. Checker will fly here, so an additional lap. And it'll actually open things up here, Rob. Turner Brown goes to the top, 51.002.
Yeah, good lap there for Turner Brown, 51 flat, 87 thousandths of a second quicker than Tompkins. Ava Dobson to P3, Bisaglia and Isaac Malkit now up into the 5th position as well. He's about a half a second back. Again, tough conditions, checkered flag flying. 4 laps in the book for the drivers here in KA100 Junior. Provisional pole going to Turner Brown in the 868.
Perfect
Check.
timing here for us to send
Check
it on down trackside. Emery Lida's caught up with the kid who was able to win Supernats 25 in KA Senior. Thomas Stolzer-Manis struggling a little bit in one division here this weekend, but he has been a force to be reckoned with in KA Senior. Emery?
Go.
All right, standing here on getting ready for pre-good with Thomas Stolzer-Manis, the star of Supernats in the KA category. Thomas, you've been fast all weekend, but got DQ'd in half hour due to a weight issue. How does that change your mindset going into qualifying?
Well, we were underweight, but it's okay. Mechanic always, you always make mistakes, but qualifying's 4 minutes, and I hope the tires will warm up, but nothing changes. You go on track and drive.
Got you. And obviously a little bit of cold temperatures here, colder than what we've seen so far this weekend. How does that change what you guys are doing to the kart, and how do you expect the kart to feel as you get on track?
Yeah, well, qualifying is only 4 minutes, so you need to warm up the fires fast and do the fast lap as fast as you can.
Got you. Well, you'll certainly be one to watch here in the first group of KA qualifying. It's going to be going out just in a few minutes. Back to you, Xander and Rob.
Thanks, Emery. Wow.
Yeah, you know what? I expect him to look really good based on what we saw at the Super Nationals, where they were challenged throughout the entire weekend with low grip situations, right? You had to be able to find the speed. You had to be able to get the heat in the tires. I think Thomas is going to be fine. You mentioned the fact that if you're in that second group, what do you got to do to be up front, right? How good is that fast guy in the second group going to be? I think he's going to be right in there. He's going to be strong, and I expect him to be in the top 5.
I love that kid, man. He is so funny to talk to because he is such a Kimi Räikkönen S-type driver. I mean, you heard it from him right there.
Yeah.
You know, he elaborated more than he normally does. Emery got a good bit out of him, but yeah, he's like, doesn't change. We just go out, we drive. That's it. Very simple, to the point, and he is unreal. I remember getting over and talking with some of the guys at Nash coming into Supernats. They were excited to have him there, excited to fill the tent up. Their main guns they were expecting going into that week were Louis Westover, hoping Blake Nash could get there. Ryan Vincent had been making some strides. They knew he would be good. They didn't really know where he would land. And then, of course, out of nothing that has been a storyline for him, he sat out a couple practice sessions on Thursday, struggling with some rib issues. I talked to him about it. He didn't even know he was going to get to go to Supernats. That was kind of a deal that was, I wouldn't say last second, but he just was a bit in the dark on. He went to his last European race of the year, injured his ribs, and they weren't sure whether or not he would run him or to sit him out for the rest. They said, no, go ahead, sit out, rest it. We'll end the season this way. He said, okay, I got the offseason to rest up. Then the call comes, go to Las Vegas.
Yep.
Then the call comes now, come to Miami. And so here he is again, just trying to, manage that little bit of pain. And this is a track that was a lot worse on the ribs. Not as bad now, but it's still very physical.
Indeed, this is a track that, you hear drivers complain about the ribs. And sometimes it's not even this direction. I talked to Ryan Norberg yesterday, and he kind of told me that running in this particular direction is significantly tougher than running in the other direction around. This one here really works you. It's not so much that it works you with the fact that you're climbing more curbs, just that it's a real physical racetrack, both mentally and physically. It's pretty tough. So indeed, this will be a challenge for Stolzer Madness here if he indeed still has some lingering rib issues from late in the European season last year. Didn't seem to show it at all at the Super Nats, although you didn't do a lot of curb climbing there as well, so maybe that was a bit better, but we'll see how he fares. Right now, we've got a couple laps in the books here right now. Turner Brown was the quickest driver, but Stephen Miller, who was fastest in happy hour yesterday on lap number 3, goes to P1 by almost 0.3 of a second. Stephen Miller in the 873, fastest driver on the racetrack, a 50.393 for Miller over Enzo Vidmontien, the most has sport Parolin driver, goes P2. Vidmontien in the number 895. Leonardo Scorpioni in third. Diego Ardiles up into fourth. These are the drivers, Xander, we saw quick yesterday in happy hour.
Yeah, no surprise to see them replicating that feat. Stephen Miller, over the weekend, at just 12 years old, was already starting to test some of the senior power plants, was up to speed and going head-to-head on the preseason test weekend in a senior package to the likes of Mateus Morgado, Diego Ramos, Maureen Kremers, was scaring them a little bit, said, you know what, I'd love to go up there. I want to go head-to-head with Ryan Norb, the biggest weekend of his life at Supernats 25, and then 1 year of this race last year where he really made a name for himself.
He really did, especially in the wet weather, too. This guy can get it done in the rain, too, and Stephen Miller. So new drivers able to work their way to the front of the junior category with the checkered flag flying to end the session. KA100 Jr., top qualifier, Stephen Miller, a 50.390. That holds, but Alex Mercado came calling on the final lap, just 45 thousandths of a second back. Mercado up into the second position. A Scorpioni in third, Jackson Wolney up into fourth, Enzo Vidmontien fifth. Ivana Richards, a good run to P6. Oliver Weldon in seventh, last year's mini Swift champion. Diego Ardiles in eighth, Carson Weinberg ninth, and Max Taylor rounding out the top 10.
So you look through, that's a relatively, familiar top 10 in junior. We talked about how in Micro Swift that, pretty much the entire main group had moved on. Antonio Pizzogno-Nito, the only recognizable name from Supernats 25 at the front that's still in it. This junior field, very reminiscent of last year. You mentioned Caleb Gaffera going up, but he is part of one of probably the smaller rookie classes in the senior ranks we've seen in a couple seasons, which is interesting as well.
Indeed, and we'll see what we get from Caleb Gaffera, waiting for his announcement where he'll make the season start here in 2023. But again, as we're in a bit of a quick little break here, let's head back to pit lane. I believe that's Embry Lida standing by now here with Frankie Mossman.
All right, standing here with Frankie Mossman, your quickest in happy hour in the K senior category. Frankie, your car looks dialed in so far this weekend. How do you think the cold temperatures are going to affect that?
I think it really helped out yesterday with the kind of tricky conditions in the happy hour session. But, we made a really big adjustment to the cart, and CRG and Tesoro Raceworks, Tony's been on it all week, and Tad, and we've just kind of got it dialed for this colder temperatures, and I know that we're going to be on it for this next session.
Yeah, for sure. And talking about Tony Tesoro's new Tesoro Raceworks team, obviously you guys have a small branch of CRGs here. How do you guys think that has contributed to just being really well set up, as it looks like you guys are fast all over the timing sheet so far this weekend?
I think a lot contributes to just the chassis in general. It makes a big favor just having that good product,
Yeah, definitely. And as you look forward to the rest of 2023, continuing to build that brand, what are some of your goals for this season?
More focused towards the cars, but I know that we're going to make a big run for the Pro Tour Championship, running an X30 and KA, and so I think we're going to be in contention in both.
Got you. Off to a nice
for many years, and launching his own team. Not a big team here this weekend, just 4 drivers. And I don't think Tony, in talking to him, wants to grow too big. He wants to have a small team and just get at it. But Tesoro Raceworks kind of launching here this. Frankie Mossman putting him up front there in happy hour.
Yeah, I think this is probably one of the more diverse paddocks in terms of chassis manufacturers that we've seen in a couple seasons as well. You've got Tesoro Raceworks and Alessandro's Racing USA on CRGs. You've got Motez Sport and then the Pole Position Motorsports Paralin USA factory team on Paralins. And you got a couple more guys on Kart Republics as well. So, and then you have, PSO karting with Burrell Art. AKT Racing Team's got the Energies as well as Nash. So it's not just different colors on OTKs. We've got some different brands, and like Frankie said, he feels pretty good with the product. So that's good stuff for the season, good stuff for the sport when every manufacturer can be competitive.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's part of it, right? We have the battles back and forth between the drivers, the guys and girls that are in the seats behind the wheel, but also obviously a manufacturer battle, man. It's one of the things that keeps our sport vibrant. It's having different manufacturers, different technical ideas, and they drive the innovation. The drivers don't really drive the innovation. It's the manufacturers who want to dial things in and work so hard to battle each other, whether it's getting the chassis set up for the different tires, whatever it may be. But again, yeah, great to have so many, especially the big three. CRG trying to make a bit of a push back here, so I think you'll see more drivers on that CRG brand. You mentioned Alessandro Racing earlier in the broadcast as well. On track now, though, it's KA100 Senior, the sponsor of the category, Aspen Sport, the spec fuel of Superkarts USA. So the first group of KA100 Seniors on the racetrack right now, just starting to get that first lap in the books. And Xander, I expect to see probably 4 laps, just like we saw out of the guys in the KA100 Junior category.
Yeah, it'll definitely be 4 laps with being a little bit quicker for the KA Seniors presented by Aspen Sport. We mentioned Thomas Stolzermanis being in the slow group here. We'll wait on timing to update as everyone completes their first lap. Laurent Legault and Austin Jers were two we were watching here. They're just coming by the stripe. Here's Stolzermanis. He's got himself some clear racetrack just ahead. A former Supernats champion, ZCD. Zach Clementemello on the Goodwood Kartways Intrepid runs behind him, and then one more on the Kart Republic. I believe that might be one of the HMP Motorsport Canadian Kart Republic drivers that have made the trek all the way down here to Homestead-Miami, Florida. And not just flying in. I mean, they drove down. I passed a car in the lot there with Ontario plates, and I was like, oh, my goodness, that's a trek.
It's a 24-hour drive. I've done it before, yeah. Hey, listen, to get out at 19 degrees Fahrenheit, you'll drive 24 hours. Trust me. And I know that, of course, the Goodwood Kartways guys, they've really been big supporters of the Intrepid brand for many, many years. That's a brand that we saw here in the USA over the last couple of decades. Actually, Mirko Scherzoni, the driving force, of course, behind Intrepid here this weekend. Good to have him here with us with Marco DeLeo and everybody from Goodwood Kartways as well. Again, making the trek, as you said, down for one of the really most storied racetracks in Canadian karting. Goodwood Kartways has been around for, I want to say, over 60 years. So a fantastic track. I love driving it. Very similar layout to a Badger Kart Club, Dousman to South Bend as well.
Well, let's keep an eye on the track a little bit here. For the moment, the quick update, Thomas Stolzermanis did go quickest in the group at the moment, a 51.083, but a different driver in blue was quickest overall in KA Junior. Aboard the Alonso kart for Chad Dawkin Racing, Stephen Miller is down with Alexander Searle here on pit lane.
Yeah, thank you, Xander. I'm here with Stephen Miller, who went P1 in KA Junior there in qualifying. Stephen, tell me, how good is that Kart Republic right now?
It feels great. It has plenty of side bite, and we're just rolling right now.
Yeah, I mean, what it is about those karts? I mean, everyone that I've talked to on the Kart Republic has seemed to really enjoy it this weekend. I mean, what is it about the kart?
They're just really smooth. When you go over the curbs, it's really nice, and they're just amazing go-karts.
Yeah, you've been really quick all weekend, from yesterday to today, from warm to cold weather. I mean, have you changed anything to the kart from yesterday to today?
Yes, we just playing with setups. I can't say,
All right, that's Stephen Miller, everybody. P1 and KA Junior Qualifying.
Stephen Miller keeping tight-lipped there. He's not going to tell you what he did.
Trained very well. Well.
I'll say this, very kind of echoing what we heard from Paulie Massimino when I talked to him yesterday about that Kart Republic. Both he and Mike Speed talking about that lateral grip, right? He talked about the side bite they're able to get on that chassis, able to roll a lot of speed into the corner, and it's still giving that bite but coming off the corner hard. So Stephen Miller looked very good, as we know, in KA100 senior category. Joseph Botting with the fastest lap of 50.664. He ends up almost 2.5 tenths of a second quicker than Stolzermanis. We talked about him having in the 5th spot. William Boutillier, you think? Boutillier?
Yeah, Boutillier.
Yeah,
that's
like
not a bad guess. Yeah.
I'm going to go with that right now. So he ends up P4, about 0.6 of a second separating the Fast Five in the first group there in KA100 Senior, botting back to Zachary Clayman DeMello.
Yeah, so Joey Botting here, one of the many local talents. Brian Garcia as well. Just outside of the main cut line, but to be ahead of Thomas Stolz-Hermanis, considering the fact that Stolz-Hermanis topped the boards, I think, in both practices 3 and 4 yesterday before the wet weather came down. That has to be a big, big confidence boost. As for Stolz-Hermanis, we'll see where he lands. We expect him to get up towards the front of the field, and in KA Senior in general, there's a lot of different names when we look back at last year. Obviously, Aiden Rudolph is not here. Finnegan Bailiff, who's going to step into the limelight, step up, get onto the stage, and get themselves on top of the books. So that is, again, what the time to beat is. You can see a 50.664 for Joey Botting at the top of group number 1. Group 2, or the fast group, the top half from final practice, sent out onto the racetrack now to begin with fast Frankie Mossman in that Tesoro Raceworks CRG, the first one onto the circuit. A few more different drivers for us to learn here this year. We see some returning faces. Aiden Levy was inside the top 10 most of the day yesterday on the Privateer Alonso kart. He's back here this weekend as well. You have ANSA Motorsports with a couple of entries that have put that Formula K chassis towards the front of the field as well. We've got one of them here right behind Frankie Mossman as they exit the final corner and head onto the front straightaway. That's Luke Welcome here, who was really quick last year.
Yeah, I was going to say Luke Welcome has had very good success at the Winter Series. We've talked about him quite a bit in the junior category. So here in the KA100 senior class, Frankie Mossman, of course, the driver with the spotlight on him right now, as he was quick there in the happy hour practice. Yet of the broadcast here on Kart Chaser as we work our way through qualifying ahead of our pre-finals scheduled to start at about 10:05 today. 12:05 scheduled lunch break, just for those of you who are tuning in and wanting to watch the events throughout the weekend. Again, thanks for tuning in to Kart Chaser. Great to start off the 2023 SuperKarts USA national season. My name's Rob Howden, joined, of course, by Xander Clemens, as we'll give you the coverage throughout the day of a beautiful blue sky day right now. And as qualifying continuing, it's been a challenge, Xander. Not a lot of laps. You think in a cold temperature like this, you want to have those 6-7 laps, really get the tires up to temperature. That last lap will be a good one. They're only getting 4 laps here, man. You have got to get it done, and that 4th lap, it's got to be mistake-free.
Yeah, and right now this group of 5, this first group here, they are all relying on all of each other to not make any mistakes. If the driver 2 cars in front of you makes a mistake, it'll bottleneck your lap. So a big gamble here for everyone behind Frankie Mossman to tow off him, but you can see Mossman there, Luke Welcome, new colors for the 3rd in line in that pack, but a familiar name. Colin Lloyd is always a local talent here at Homestead that we see at the front of the field in that T1D Racers Magic Kart for the very first time.
Indeed.
Nick Terlecki and Josh Holtz in the Holtz DD OTKs are 4th and 5th in that pack. They lost a little bit of time, and they were not able to join them at the front. In fact, nobody in this group is quickest. Peyton Phillips on that Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony kart to the top of the board by 2.5 tenths.
Yeah, good lap down there for Peyton Phillips in the 9:58, 50.410. Quarter of a second quicker than Joey Botting, as Xander had said. Colin Lloyd up into P3, Aiden Levy 4th, Luke Welcome 5th, Mossman 6th position, of course, not getting any draft help at all. He's the guy leading the way up front, P6 for Mossman. He'll have to lay down his own flyer, but that's just 2 of the expected 4 laps for the drivers here to cap off KA100 Senior. We'll move into the Mini Swift category afterwards as we are trucking our way through qualifying for the opening round of the SuperKarts USA Winter Series. Mossman again, head down. He'll go to P5. Looks to me like Phillips is in there as well. He goes a bit quicker with a 50.068, but only 89 thousandths now, as Aiden Levy, Xander putting down a good lap as well, 50.157.
Yeah, Aiden Levy by himself as well at that here to make it even more impressive. Phillips did a really good lap at the tail end of this group. He's had to work through traffic, though, on this lap, so I don't know where he's going to end up as he went by both Nick Terlecki and Josh Holtz here on lap number 4. The checkered flag will fly. Aiden Levy looks like he might be in the best spot to knock him off the top. For whatever reason, we're not getting much here out of that pack. Josh Holtz, Nick Terlecki, 12th and 13th. Mossman, 9th. Lloyd, 8th. Across the line. Did we get anything more on the final circuit for Mossman and that Tesoro Raceworks CRG? It's decent. but it overall will not put him there. Aiden Levy, hello to the top. 990 on the pole by a 1/10 of a second, Rob.
Only driver to break the 50-second mark as well, Xander, a 49.968, a 1/10 of a second quicker. Aiden Levy, P1 in qualifying for KA100 Senior. Peyton Phillips ends up in that second spot, does not go quicker on lap number 4. One of the only, Nicholas Terlecki, a big jump on the final circuit. He goes up to P4. Frankie Mossman, who was kind of the locomotive there on that train, leading everybody up front, he ends up P5. You know Frankie's going to do some great racing when we go at it here for the pre-finals and finals. Vinny Muscella 6th, Josh Holtz in 7th, Colin Lloyd, Noah Rosser, and Joshua Dickens rounding out your top 10. Here's an interesting thought, though. Let's scroll. It's Thomas Stolzerman. It's 15th position, so he'll be an inside row 8 starting spot for the pre-final. So Stolzerman will be a driver we'll watch in that moto as the drivers try to get their grid line up for the finals this afternoon.
And a full second off, too. 50.9 for Thomas Stolzermanis, a 49.9 for Aiden Levy. So that's a big gap for the Nash Motorsports Energy driver. There's the delta you can see on the screen here. A bigger spread than probably what we're used to. Levy really quick. Phillips had that quick lap early on. Then it's a little bit tighter. But overall, for KA Senior, watching Stolzermanis hopefully try to come forward. ZCD back in 19th has some work to do in the field of 29. So more to come your way. We're going to take another commercial break and come back. Pro Shifter, I believe, is on deck after Mini Swift. And then X30 Jr. and then KA Master. We'll get that schedule right. There's a reason why Rob is always on top of it. He's the one that gets a paper, and I'm the one trying to go off memory and starting to lose it a little bit. I'm supposed to be the younger one here, but either way, we'll be right back. Kart Chasers coverage of the SuperKarts USA Winter Series Round 1. Mini Swift rolls on. International Motorsport has you covered on every level of karting, and starting here in 2023 in cars as well. For your very first step into an F4 race car, try out the Formula Inter Arrive and Drive F4 Championship, hosted here at the Homestead-Miami Speedway. Along with that, of course, the International Motorsport team covers every base of the karting pyramid, from the local to the national and international level. For more information, follow International Motorsport or Formula Inter on social media.
Love myself for a while.
If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at revperformancematerials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
Back at it here at AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex as the first group of drivers in the Mini Swift category have laid down their laps. Checker flag has flown, and Alexis Bergeron, quickest driver with a 53.664, a little quicker than Bronson Kustas in second. Marco Samet in the third spot. Jaime Garcia in fourth, and Justin DeLucia rounding out the top. He goes to P1 here, 53.634. I looked up and the checker flag had just been thrown. Final driver is able to get another lap in, and indeed Bronson Kustas in the number 176, just 0.03 of a second quicker than Bergeron, and going to P1, 53.634, the provisional pole time for the first group here in the Mini Swift category. DNJ Intermodal Services, the sponsor of the class here. Next group, of course, getting set to lay things down here. As again, we are rolling through our qualifying sessions, opening round of the SuperKarts USA Winter Series. Jackson Tovo and Ethan Tovo were P1 and P2 in happy hour yesterday, so both those drivers ready to get at it here once again. Bronson Kustas, who we just saw go P1. Let's scroll down to find out where Bronson was yesterday. A little bit deeper in the field, so nice to be able to get a good lap down here for Bronson. P1 in the opening group. 0.03 of a second faster than Alexis Bergeron. Troy Ferguson third, Justin DeLucia in fourth, and Marco Samut ends up coming into the fifth position over Jaime Garcia. Next group rolling out to get the way. Again, as we've said from the get-go, the temperature very cool here trackside. We expect it to work its way potentially up to around 62 degrees here today, only 51 degrees trackside right now. So, again, a very chilly day compared to the warm temperatures that we had throughout the week. So many drivers down here practicing and testing earlier on in this week. Of course, unofficial practice on Thursday, official practice yesterday as well. But I challenge today Xander as he joins me once again. Cool temperatures for the morning, short sessions in qualifying, lining everything up to make it very tough on these drivers.
Well, you talk about one driver that was able to master the challenge in KA Senior. That was none other than former Georgia native, now North Carolina resident Aiden Levy, one of the many privateers in the class. Put it on pole by 1/10 of a second. He's down here at the scale area. Emery?
Thanks, guys. Here with Aiden Levy, your pole sitter in KA Senior with a blistering 49.9 lap time. Aiden, how in the world did you get that with no draft?
Oh, man, I don't know. I couldn't thank my team enough for giving me such a fast piece. I just put in a good lap and was able to put it on the pole. I'm really happy with it.
Yeah, and so far this weekend, I mean, you've been around the top 10 all weekend, but kind of maybe lacked a little bit of the top end pace. But now, starting on pole, you've got the best possible position for the rest of the weekend. Where does your mindset go from here?
Just go for it and be smart and have a good race and have fun.
For sure. For sure. And looking into this season, your second full-time season with Kart Sport. Last season, you were up front a lot of national races, couldn't quite close the deal. What's your goal coming into this season? Kind of more familiar with your equipment, continuing to be up at the front of the senior category.
Just really working on the equipment more and getting to know it a little more, and then just getting some more results. That's what I was a little lacking last year. So.
Yeah, well, so far this season, Aiden Levy starting out on the right foot.
Wrapped up there before Thanksgiving. Really, you may do some testing. You might have been on track, but this is that first race we've had for almost 2 months, right? You go all the way through full January here right now. You press the reset button. If you're a driver like Aiden, who maybe didn't struggle, but it was a little bit of something you missed last year, you come out of the gate, like he said, he knows the equipment a bit more. if he gets a great weekend to start, this is where we see really good seasons start right here. If you can come out of the Winter Series winning a championship or running top 5, top 3, and podiums all weekend long, all series long, it really kind of sets things off for the entire season.
And it comes down to the preparation and testing you're able to do in that off season. It's not about going home for 2 months, spending it on the couch, playing video games and watching TV. Aiden and his dad and his mechanic came down championship race here in the middle of December. Were a contender all weekend there, top 3 every single session. So that helped him get more acquainted with the racetrack, and it rained a little bit during that weekend. It wasn't cold like now, but it definitely was some adverse track conditions that the drivers had to fight their way through. Speaking of drivers fighting their way through here, checkered flag not yet flying as we're just about halfway through the fast group show on lap number 3, 53.453 there. Checkered just now coming for the very back half of the group. This is splitting them in about half. We weren't sure if they'd get 4 laps in. A couple drivers were able to in the first group. Bronson Kustas was one of them. He's still sitting pretty right now. Bronson Kustas from the slow group, second overall. Now, again, we're working lap number 4. We know they'll be quicker every single lap, but there's a couple of big packs on the racetrack. Alessandro Truccio working around the back sector here, coming towards the final stretch onto the front straightaway. We'll see where he puts himself. He's in a great spot. Towing here right behind, I believe that is the Bennick entry. Who do we have in that one across the stripe?
Micro Swift champion here in the Winter Series. It goes P1 right now, and I think that's it. Yeah, indeed. All the drivers have rolled in to get that final lap in the books. And it'll be Alessandro Truccio, quicker by 0.2 of a second over Marco Romero. He actually used the tow from Royce Vega all the way down the straightaway coming into the final corner. So, indeed, Truccio quickest, Marco Romero in second, Drew Waltz up into third, Ashton Woon in fourth, Travis Pettit ends up P5, Royce Vega in sixth, Kai Mars, Max Christia, Benja Fernandez, and Bronson Kustas. Good job for Kustas, though, from that slower group of qualifying, Xander. He ends up in the top 10, an outside row 5 start for the pre-final, which will take place a little bit later on today. In fact, it'll be the last race before the lunch break, 11:50 scheduled start time for the pre-final for drivers in Mini Swift. We're halfway through qualifying now before we head to wheel-to-wheel action. Pro and Master Shifter drivers getting set to go. We'll see which drivers step things up. Could be a pretty good battle in the Pro Shifter category. Of course, multi-year national number 1 for e-karting news, AJ Myers looking to get that. Didn't get the national one this year, lost that to Marian Kremers, but there's a couple drivers ready to battle it out. Always, and very good to see Davide Foray here as well this weekend.
The man that just cannot stop racing, right? I mean, he continues to get out there and impress. Of course, at Supernats 25, running double duty in senior and in master, and then here this weekend, back in senior again in Pro Shifter. There's a look one more time again at the top 10. You see Truccio, Romero, Waltz, Woon, Pettit, all in that final lap, including Royce Vega that got up there. Kai Mars, one of the micro standouts, moving out into Mini as well this year. Impressive opening qualifying run to 7th. He's teammates with Lucas Palacio, who is a little bit further back. Max Christia, 8th. Benja Fernandez, and then, of course, Kustas out of that slow group there in 10th. So decent run for Bronson Kustas. You look at 14th and 15th, 13th, 14th, and 15th. Rocco Simone after Johnson, multi-time mini division race winner, podium finisher, you name it. 14th, Lucas Palacio, the same, coming off a fantastic rookie season in mini in 2022. 15th. So some work to be done. Michael McGoy as well. Ethan Tovo had some good runs throughout the year last year.
And the interesting thing, Xander, that's a pack of drivers right there, 10, that are going to be able to line up and work forward. Again, this situation's so tough on these drivers because the grip level just wasn't there. They're not anywhere near they were in terms of getting comfortable, getting to lay down those laps, and really get into the kind of operating window of the tire. Like, you're not even that close enough where it's really even starting to work. You're sliding it around. So, again, lots of work to be done for those drivers mid-pack, but I think that's going to be a lot of fun to call when we go racing here for Mini Swift in that pre-final.
Especially because, again, it's a sold-out class. So one of those slides on any lap where the tires are cold, it could be not just a half-tenth, that could be 3, 4, 5 positions, and all of a sudden you find yourself, instead of maybe 15th or 10th, down in 25th, 30th, 40th. Again, going down to the 40th and 40-plus positions here for the Mini and the KA Junior fields. Huge, huge classes. X30 Senior, I think, is close at 37. K Senior right around 30. and of course Micro just over 30 as well. So an even spread really across the board to get ourselves to that 250 mark. And for Shifter, realistically, it's still a positive note, even though we only do have 10 Pro Shifter Seniors and 4 Shifter Masters. That's up from years past, and that's a good boat in the right direction, especially having, again, like you said, a national and international talent in A.J. Myers, Davide Fore. You have rising star Alan Isambard and that ANSA Motorsports FK operation that has laps around here pretty much 6 days a week.
Yeah, right.
He's in the go-kart here at this very racetrack.
And the funny thing is that Formula K can be up front in both categories as well, as Patrick Otto Madsen's a guy that could easily challenge for the race win Masters class as well. He and Skitchy Barnes are going to go at it, so I think we're going to see some good racing in both of the categories here. Now, as you said, Alan Isambard knows this track incredibly well. The reigning champion in the category, actually, I believe.
Yeah, I believe so. That sounds right, because we had such a different bag of drivers between the first and the second weekends last year. The second weekend, of course, having the likes of Formal, David Greco came down. I believe AJ ran that second weekend as well, but also, again, sat out the first one. And so we look through the order here. Gabriel Cower will go quick on his opening lap. Be a little better than Myers.
He was P3 yesterday in happy hour as well, Gabriel Cower. So right behind Myers and Foray. So the PSL karting driver won throughout the day.
Yeah, and he's got a very busy schedule for 2023. He's set to go make a number of appearances with the Burrell Art Factory team in KZ2 over in Europe, as well as many KZ2 entries here in Pro Shifter in the States. I think he may even be on the entry list for the Rock Winter Tour next week. So a lot of gearbox racing, a lot of racing in general for Gabriel Cower at a very, very high level should continue to help him progress to become one of the top talents here in the sport.
We will say this, the shifter drivers are going to get more opportunity to get some heat into these tires as a smaller group. They're not being split in half, so they're going to get the full probably 7 or 8 laps potentially for the drivers here in the shifters, unless they lock them down at 4. I think they're probably going to give them the full run. Isambard goes to P1 right now, lap number 2 of 45 rather, 0.704. AJ Myers second, Gabriel Cower in third, Giorgio Carrera in fourth spot, and Davide Fore rounding out the top 5. We scroll down a little bit here. Quickest Masters driver right now is Dan Breitenstein. He's in the 6:06. He's P1. But Scott Presti now goes to 7th. Presti 7th overall, P1 right now for Masters early in the run.
Impressive for Scott Presti to, again, nip a couple of those Pro Shifter drivers up the road from him. Speaking of drivers moving up, Davide Fore picks up a little bit of pace. So does Pedro Piquet. He gets better on lap number 3. AJ Myers and Alan Isambard a little bit above the field, though. We'll wait to see where Isambard slots his third lap. He does not improve. Took a cool-down lap that time to cool the tires off, make another run at it. AJ, I think, took 2 laps to warm himself up because he was able to go all the way down to a 45.479, and that was one thing watching on the fence. There were a couple drivers even in happy hour yesterday that would wait a little bit longer, not just take maybe half a lap or 1 lap to build heat in the tires, but do maybe 2 laps at 70, 80%. Not, again, overwork them, but build the heat and then do a push lap. And Joe Turney was one of those. If you watch him here probably in the qualifying session coming up, I think Turney will back up a lot and maybe only really have a lap that puts him anywhere inside the top 20 on that third time around.
So, indeed, we're seeing the checkered flag right now, so there is that clarification. Only 3 or 4 laps for these drivers here as well, so not giving them the full session. So just everybody getting that maybe 3 or 4 lap, very quick qualifying run. A.J. Myers on lap number 3, the quickest so far, 2/10 faster than Alan Isambard, a 45.479. So the Magic Kart driver up front, Myers, Isambard, Piquet, Fore, and Carrera. Rounding out the top 5 in the Masters category, Scott Presti, actually the driver out of the gate with the quickest lap time. He does a 46.861 for Scott Presti. Skitchy Barnes in second, Patrick Otto Madsen in third, Frank Runco in fourth, and Dan Breitenstein rounding up the top 5, the 5 drivers we have in that Masters category. They're all pretty close in terms of time, so I think we're going to see some good racing in that class for sure, but again, A.J. Myers, maybe not a surprise, puts the Magic Kart P1.
Yeah, so there you can see it there through the top 10. This is gaps between the drivers in front of them. Pedro Piquet with the biggest gap there of half a second up to the top 2 of Isambard and A.J. Myers. And then over in Masters, I mean, it's pretty close for your 3 there. Presti, Barnes, Otto Madsen could have a good little battle here.
I think
so. We'll see what it looks like when we get into the pre-finals here. They'll be the first group to run after the lunch break. So that drops your pro shifter class. AJ Myers, again, this is testing continued from Supernats 25. That race for almost 2 years in a row, it seems like AJ Myers has been just close, and then bad luck bites year after year in Las Vegas. So they're probably putting in a lot more testing to make sure, you know what, we're going to rule out every possible factor that could take us out of contention. Last year, it wasn't even really them. It was Pedro Hiltbrand's gear oil leaking in front of the lead pack of drivers, and it sent him and Formal into the wall.
Yeah, that was a tough wreck for AJ Myers there, no doubt about it. But again, folks, as we get set to dial things in here, we got another class category coming up, X30 Jr. Let's head back down to pit lane right now as Alexander Searle standing by here with their top driver in Mini Swift. That's Alessandro Truchot.
Thanks, guys. Like you said, indeed, Alessandro Truchot, P1 in Mini Swift qualifying. Alessandro, you were 4th this morning in warm-up, ended up going 6/10 faster to go pole in qualifying. How'd you do it?
It was a bit hard this morning. We were lacking a bit of grip. But this time we added a bit more grip, so it was a lot easier. In the beginning, I was kind of scared because I was catching up to everyone, and I was kind of hoping not to get traffic. But then I was able to get by everyone and got a clear lap with some drafts.
Yeah, like you said, tricky this morning with how slick it was. How different is the track from yesterday to today?
It's much different because of how cold it is. It's hard to get the heat into the tires.
Yeah, and I mean, what differences do you have to make to your driving style to adapt to that?
I have to turn a lot earlier, harder, more with more steering input, lean with your body, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
Well, good job in pole, and that's Alessandro Truchot, everybody, P1 in Mini Swift qualifying.
Yeah, really good detail there from Alessandro about what you have to do. And again, maybe on his session as well, he talked about the fact, and I think everybody's worried about that. When you start getting that speed, you don't know who's in front of you. And he was worried about some of that traffic for some reason, or for some, and some good luck for him, able to slide by those guys. And then you'd mentioned it. You picked him up on that big draft run behind, I think it was Royce Vega, when he got that draft. So for him to be able to get a pole like that and to be able to work his way in there, Xander, that's huge for Truchot. It wasn't just about speed. It was about managing the strategy and some of the drivers that were around him.
And at that age, again, that 8 to 12-year-old bracket, to be thinking about track position just as much as how to hit their marks, right? You think, these kids are just getting past, basics of multiplication and division in school, and at the same time they're trying to think, all right, not only do I need to have muscle memory of when to brake, when to hit the gas, when to hit, get to the corner, how to feel the grip, I'm also looking ahead and thinking, okay, I've got traffic ahead, how do I get through them, how do I kind of set myself up to get that good toe? And like Alessandro said, he was able to do that. He was able to get through the traffic at the same time, put himself in a spot there at the end where he towed off Royce Vega, got a huge toe there at the end, a 3/10 margin. I mean, he did that as good as anyone could ask for in that entire session.
That's exactly what you wanted, to get those runs over the final, through the box in the back part of the racetrack and get that good run down the straightaway. And it's interesting, as Xander said, what these young drivers are able to do. A lot of the times when I'm talking to somebody about karting and kind of telling them how young drivers are when they come racing, that they're 8 to 12 years of age, they're kind of dumbfounded by what they're able to do. But then I kind of roll into the understanding of racecraft from some of the drivers we have. Micro drivers just learning, but man, those Mini Swift drivers, how many times do we see on a race weekend maybe the best racecraft, the best actual strategy coming from those drivers? They're not the ones that are battling back and forth. They're pushing away. So I think that's one of the things, obviously, you learn here in karting is that strategy, the way to really kind of see a situation and find the best way to get through it. And again, a great run there for Truchot. He could have got balked up by those slower karts, could have totally destroyed his qualifying effort, but he was able to get through and get that final toe from Royce.
Group up above, X30 Jr. That draft kind of goes away a little bit, and it goes to a much lesser factor.
Category, maybe where he's last year at the Summer Nationals was tremendous. Drivers battling in and out. They're up here as well at Homestead. So it'll make things very interesting for sure, and especially when we have a lot of new drivers working their way to the front. We mentioned a driver like Caleb Gaffera, who was so good at the Winter Series last year as well as in the entire National Pro Tour. He'll be moving to senior this year, so there's going to be new drivers working their way up front. How do they handle the pressure of going for race wins? We'll see how it all plays out here at this weekend's Winter Series opener.
Yeah, and again, you talk about SuperNats 25 winner Ernesto Rivera.
Yeah.
He is at least starting his year here in X30 Jr for the SKUSA Winter Series, not moving up into the X30 Senior ranks. I know Max Taylor as well, the RPG teammate of Gaffera and Rivera. Those two will be kind of, I think, a 1-2 punch this year for the RPG Cosmic Camp in the junior ranks. Taylor staying in junior as well. You look through the rest of the grid. Of course, we mentioned Stephen Miller and KA Jr. putting it on pole. He's got to be an odds-on favorite, one of them, if not the favorite here for the pole position in X30 Jr as well, with how quick he's been. But a lot of returning X30 Jr drivers that maybe if the year was a little different for them, a few more wins, they might try and push the envelope to go to senior. But for the most part, I think a lot is going to look like they're all kind of in that same year 2, year 3 bracket. So does that make the racing more chaotic, knowing that this is the year that they feel like they deserve to shine?
Yeah,
does it make it
year,
less
right?
because they're veterans of it? That's what we're going to find out here in just a few hours.
I think it could be different every weekend. Like the one thing I always say about these weekends is in a national championship, everybody's mindset changes right from day on. If you have a great day today, you're maybe not as aggressive tomorrow because you're more calm. You've already got that first result in the books. If you have trouble here today, maybe you get more aggressive on Sunday because you got a rebound, right? You have to come back at it again to get the results, and we'll see the same thing through the Pro Tour. But again, this is our first opportunity to see which drivers come up front, how they race together, because, of course, last year many of them were battling in there with Caleb Gaffera, whatever it may be. So I think it'll be interesting this year to see what happens. But you said it. For a driver like Ernesto Rivera, Max Taylor, this is their year. And Stephen Miller, the same thing. This is his year. All three of those drivers and many more, their year to kind of step up and try to go for those championships.
Yeah, the door's open. The opportunity is there. They're going to be on the track next here. When we come back, live coverage of the SuperKarts USA Winter Series opening weekend here at AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex. Rob Howden, myself, Xander Clements here for EKN and KC's continued collaboration to bring you the best coverage of the best racing in the world. Pro National U.S. Kart Racing coming your way with 3 more classes to qualify, and then we race. Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock.
such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee. And on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
Well, X30 Juniors are onto the racetrack here for qualifying, and the first couple laps coming in. At the same time, we're down here with 2021 Pro Shifter champion, national number 2, and you're now pole award winner in Pro Shifter. AJ Myers is caught up with Alexander Searle.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I'm here with AJ Myers, your pole sitter in the Pro Shifter class. AJ, I mean, this morning you were 4th in warm-up. All of a sudden you put down an absolute flyer in qualifying. Talk me through your lap.
Yeah, no, Andrew didn't let me put on new tires for warm-up, and I also had to break in the engine, so I knew I was going to be good, and I knew the kart felt good. I knew if I pushed harder, the speed was going to be there. Put down the lap, and I knew I was good.
Yeah, I mean, what differences have you seen from the track from yesterday to today in the shifter class?
I mean, yesterday 30 degrees hotter, a lot more sticky, but when it gets sticky like that, a lot of times the track slows down in the afternoon, so you come in this morning, cold track temps, and the track's fast, setting really fast lap times.
Yeah,
that gap to second, I think Alan, he's going to be fast. He's here all the time, and just got to keep it up front.
Awesome, yeah. That's AJ Myers, everybody. Your pole sitter here in the Pro Shifter class. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Xander, obviously interesting insight there from AJ Myers. It's one of the things, the balance, right? When you go from a hot racetrack that sticks up big time to a colder track, we're talking about, you know, tire temperatures and being able to get the grip into it. But as we all know, the engines like the colder temperature, and even when the car's free, at the very least, when you don't have that big grip down, the car is free, and you get a driver like AJ Myers who can handle that, you know, that freeness. That
off just that one shot, so he knows what he's doing, no doubt there. And like he said, he had no, loss of confidence at all after warm up, having to break in the engine and take it easy. That's what put him in 4th. Didn't get to put on tires for qualifying, smokes him. It's a good test weekend for him, but Alan Isenbar is going to keep him honest here as we look through, and then we look into X30 Jr. Where does everybody stack up? Wow, do we have some different names here at the top, but of course this is still with half the group to go, as in total the entry list did get up to 26 by the end. So Jackson Wolney, Oliver Weldon, and Hudson Schwartz have been kind of trading the top 3 spots here at the moment. Alex Mercado will spoil the party, and he'll get in the middle of it. But Weldon on lap 4 looks like he may be quickest here of the first of the 2 groups in X30 Jr qualifying.
Yeah, Alex Mercado looked good in KA 100 Jr as well, but indeed Oliver Weldon working his way to P1 here of this first group, 48.946 for Weldon, just 58 thousandths quicker than Mercado. Jackson Wolney P3, Hutchin Schwartz in 4th, and Lorenzo Castillo rounding out the top 5 right now. Emma Kate Scarborough just outside there, a 10th back in the 6th position, but indeed Oliver Weldon laying down that lap as the first 4 laps go in for the first group of drivers here in X30 Jr. Rollison Performance Group, the sponsor of the category, and Weldon, 58 thousandths quicker, 48.946. And interesting, only it looks like maybe 2 drivers not going quicker on the final lap there. You got to get it done on lap number 4. Jackson Wolney in P3 and Christian Meyer in row 9, the only drivers not able to get that final lap, that 4th lap, as their best of that session.
Yeah, both of them just came up just a bit short to lap number 3 for them. There was 1 or 2 that had issues here. Will be recovered off the racetrack in a moment. In the meantime, though, again, Oliver Weldon, a 48.946, the time to beat. Alex Mercado right there at a 49 flat. The first group into the scales safely means the second group's onto the racetrack, and they are already shuffling for real estate. Look at this here in turn 5. Talk about a logjam. Leonardo Scorpioni leading the pack of 4, maybe 5, and still Stephen Miller, a bigger group of maybe 7 or 8 there headed through that carousel.
Yeah, I'll try to find the driver they want to be with on the racetrack, right? The minute they leave that grid, they are working to try to see who they can be with and who they can kind of line up with here. Again, just to remind you, 48.946, the provisional pole lap laid down here by Oliver Weldon. So that's the time they'll all be gunning for right now, but we can expect some good speed out of these drivers as we're now rolling here with the second group in X30 Jr. We'll cap things off with KA100 Master and X30 Senior. That'll wrap up our qualifying sessions for the opening round of this year's SuperKarts USA Winter Series. From then, for the first time in 2023, we'll go wheel-to-wheel racing. It'll be Micro Swift starting things off, 11:05, the scheduled start time of our first 4 of the 8 pre-finals. Our lunch break slotting right in the middle of that, as we will have our lunch break, a 30-minute lunch break at 12:05 today. First blood.
Miller, who's also in what has told me will be maybe his last full season run. That's got Teddy Musella, I think, in the mix of it, but we'll wait and see where they all go. Nothing good going to come of this lap here for Rivera or for Stephen Miller. It might be Scorpioni, and across the line, where does he go? He goes 5th, the Scorpioni 6th, headed down to turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, a lovely in the first cup move into a hairpin. That's fine. To be able to get yourself a low entry into a corner to try to get by someone, it's got to be running the full race line. Entry, apex, X.
The stripe this time as they go down to turn number better, close the gap to Oliver Weldon, who still, from the first group, holds the quickest time. At least did Ernesto Rivera, 48.858, goes quickest by a 10th of a second.
Almost 88 thousandths of a second quicker than Oliver Weldon. Rivera on the RPG Cosmic, the Super Nationals winner in X30 Jr, 48.858. And that's what you want to do, right? You get that big success of the Supernats. You got to keep that momentum. You got to feed it and continue to be one of the drivers up front. Rivera quicker right now than Weldon. A Scorpioni, as we know, he and Taylor were into the top 5. Miller did the same thing this time. A Scorpioni now goes to P1, 48.824 for a Scorpioni, but not for long. Rivera steals it back. Checkered flag flying. Rivera back to the top. Stephen Miller only 23 thousandths of a second behind. I kind of want to take a deep breath and wait for live timing to fully update because it caught us off guard there a couple of laps ago. But indeed, Ernesto Rivera, the winner of the Super Nationals, Xander, 48.619, 23 thousandths of a second. Faster than Stephen Miller for P1. That's your front row for the pre-final for X30 Jr. Leonardo Scorpioni, he was in the hunt through the entire session, P3. Teddy Musella, though, late in the run, jumping up to P4.
Very late run there for Teddy Musella to get up into the top 5, but impressive nonetheless there. We watched the Scorpioni come through the second half of his final lap, really benefit off the toe of Max Taylor, and that's the difference of about what looks to be maybe a 10th of a second, 10th and a quarter. You can see a Scorpioni at 48.82, Taylor a 48.824 for a Scorpioni, a 48.938 for Max Taylor. So just a little bit over a 10th of a second, that extra bit of draft that he got down that long back straightaway for Ernesto Rivera. We're looking to
final this afternoon. X30 Jr set to go at 12:50. And just, Xander, 2 more categories to go in qualifying. KA100 Master, and then we'll cap things off with X30 Senior.
K100 Master, the class that, again, needed to pull itself up by its bootstraps, get enough entries to make it here, just like it did at Supernats 25, and for the second race in a row, successful. 15 drivers originally on the entry list here, and added, I think, maybe 1 or 2 more. That's a very, very solid start to the season here for this new division.
Well, when you consider that it kind of took the place of X30 Master, which just didn't have the numbers. We, in fact, dropped the class in the Pro Tour last year. The numbers just weren't there. Of course, KA100 Master showed extremely well at the Super Nationals back in November. We'll see what happens when it goes on the Pro Tour this year, how many drivers make the trek to the Winter Nationals. But I think 15 out of the gate here at the Winter Series, pretty solid for that class.
Yeah, super solid to start. And adding on to that, again, the K100, Florida is one of the last states that it made its trek over to. It came here even long after the West Coast had picked it up, long after the Midwest and the East Coast had really gotten it going, long after even Texas had really gotten KA going. So to have 15, 16 drivers on K100 master machines here, including quite a few Floridians making up the grid, that's a good bid of confidence for this class to continue to grow and, again, get that 30 and over, 35 and over driver off the couch, off the side, off the fence, behind the wheel once again of a Superkarts USA event.
Yeah, you know what? The category gave me the opportunity to run the Supernats, and a lot of other guys as well. I had a lot of conversations at the Supernats with guys that were 45, 50, and older. That this was the opportunity, right? They were never going to go run the X30 Masters class. They weren't going to get a chance to experience the Super Nationals, but they were this past year rather, with this category. This engine package, this horsepower level and speed level, I think is good for the Masters categories. And I expect to see it grow. You mentioned drivers coming from Texas. They had a really good field last year in the Texas Sprint Racing Series. We've got a couple of those drivers here this weekend in Miguel Mir and DJ Ortiz. A lot of Florida drivers, as you said. So, all in all, a pretty solid way to get things going here for the drivers at KA100 Master.
Let's go back over to X30 Jr with a solid start for Ernesto Rivera. He's down here trackside as we will take it over and go side by side to show you a little bit of the action, and here as well from our X30 Jr Pole Award winner.
And just as you ended last year, extremely strong, a pole in the X30 Jr category. Ernesto, how does it feel to start the season off with a pole?
It feels really good. The kart was very good, so very happy.
For sure, and obviously back again with the Rollison Performance Group. RPG Cosmic Kart has been on rails really for as long as we can remember for you. You're heading into this year. What are your plans for this year in regards to staying in junior compared to going to senior?
I think if I do well in the winter series on the rock, maybe I go to senior, but let's see. I don't know what it comes.
For sure, and you've got a teammate in Max Taylor is going to be starting near the front. Are you guys going to work together or kind of just manage the race on your own?
I want to work together with my teammates, and then in the last laps, we can battle.
For sure, so already a nice start to the season for Ernesto Rivera. P1 in qualifying here, and SKUSA. Back to you, Xander and Rob.
An interesting thing for me is obviously the decision, Xander, that any of these young drivers and families want to make in terms of moving drivers up into the higher levels, right? Getting them from mini into junior into senior. For me, with a kid like Ernesto Rivera running with Rollison Performance Group, my opinion would be stay in the junior category. Here's a driver who was really there last year, was battling with Caleb Gaffera. Caleb was able to get all those race wins, and Ernesto was kind of stepping up his game. He then was able to win the Supernats. For me, this is a year for Ernesto to learn how to win races. Let him go out there and win 15 or something races, right? Give him a chance to win those, run up front, maybe lose the lead, get the lead back, and same with a points battle. Let him see if he can't win a championship as well. That's, again, my feel. I know everybody wants to try to get into the senior categories quickly. I love it when a family lets a driver get a chance to learn how to win a lot of races.
Well, there's a big difference from podiuming and running top 5 and running top 3 and winning a lot. That's a huge difference that not everyone truly understands. To consistently be in a situation and come out as a winner. And then, of course, when you talk about a lot of the families that are super motivated to get to senior early, it's not maybe to be in senior for a lot of years. It's to go utilize karting as a tool and then get into the car racing world. But what you understand very well that not a lot do is that you've got a short window to perform when you first get into USF Juniors, USF 2000. You don't get to sit there for 4 or 5 years and prove yourself and still have teams consider you.
Agreed.
You need to enter that scene ready to hit the ground running and win a championship within your first, second, or at the very latest, your third season, and continuously do that to have a shot at making it to the NTT IndyCar Series, and then hopefully still then everything's got to fall. So you want to – there's no so much – there is obviously a push to go there on the younger side, but the push needs to be especially when you're ready to go in and dominate. We've seen older guys come in at 17, 18 and make careers. Kyle Kirkwood, Oliver Askew,
Braden Eves.
Late, Braden Eves. Waited, came in, dominated, and that got them pretty high up the ladder.
And you're also coming in with the resume, right? You want to come in to talk. If you're sitting down with a USF Pro Championships team owner, you want him to look at this thing and say, okay, yeah, you've won a lot of races. You've won championships. That makes me feel like I really want you on my team. And then you've learned how to win, because if you haven't won a lot in karting and then you want to learn to win when you're running a car, like at USF Juniors, that's tough. Because every guy you're racing, guy or girl you're racing against, has won races before. They've all won. Whether you look at last year, it was DeTulio, it was Matt Clark, it was Nikita Johnston, it was Sam Corey. These drivers who have won lots of kart races, right? So you need to give yourself an opportunity to learn how to win here in karting. And then, as you said, when you're ready, when you're primed, make that move into USF Juniors.
Well, let's talk about a guy who does know how to win and is starting to teach his kids how to do it. Luis Schiavo, as a name we haven't seen in Masters racing for a couple of years, but he's been pretty busy being a dad. His kids, his son and his daughter, both of them making their Micro Swift Superkarts USA debut this weekend, and Luis is somehow finding enough time to get out in K-Master and put a good showing together. He puts it on pole over Michelle Garrido here in that Alessandro's Racing OTK. Ruben Ravello, Diego Rodriguez, Mr. Alessandro's Racing USA team owner in 4th, and Mario Dominguez rounding the top 5. There's Meir as well down at 6th.
Yeah, Mario Dominguez, great to see him here. 6-7 years in Champ Car, won some races in Champ Car. Of course, a very distinguished career for Mario Dominguez. Luis Schiavo, I can't remember the actual year. It might have been 2001 or 2 when he won the Star Mazda Championship in that category as well. So a very accomplished racer himself, Luis Schiavo, and like you said, now a racing dad as well. Great for him, a 51.570 fast lap for Schiavo, Michelle Garrido, Ruben Ravello, Diego Rodriguez, and Mario Dominguez rounding out the Fast 5. Should be some good racing in this category. You look at the pace, top 5 drivers separated by just 0.3 of a second, and in KA 100 Master, that means a nice draft pack up front for sure. One more category to go. Again, thank you to Kart Racing Solutions for being the sponsor of the KA 100 Masters category. We'll wrap up qualifying for the opening round of the Winter Series with X30 Sr. Those drivers getting ready to roll out onto the racetrack here right now. We're a little bit ahead of time here right now as well. 10:39 local. Best class set to go at 10:50. So we've got a little bit of time going for those shorter sessions for both KA Masters and the shifter car category.
Of course, those classes built to have those divided groups for qualifying, not needing it here for KA Master. They'll definitely need it for X30 Seniors. So we'll go quiet on the airwaves, give you this beautiful shot of the Champions Club here at AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex, and at the same time, we'll also alternate with some interviews throughout. Let's send it down trackside to ADT. Alessandro DiTullio is down with Alexander Searle, P2 in final practice yesterday for the Motaz Sport Paralympic driver.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm here with Alessandro DiTullio. Not a very good warm-up for you considering your pace yesterday. What are you going to do to come up and have your pace better in qualifying?
I guess just drive better. Yeah, yesterday happy hour was pretty good. We figured it out. We struggled all day, but P2 was at the end, so pretty good. This warm-up again was not good, so we haven't changed anything. We're just going to go again and see what happens.
I mean, like you said, yesterday you were really quick. The track was warmer. Do you think any of your pace, lack of pace, has to do with how cold the track is this morning?
I don't think so, because yesterday the last session was also it was colder than what it has been all day. It had just rain as well, so I don't think it's that. I'm not really sure what it is. It's kind of been on and off. Like we've been up and down every session, so yeah, we just need to see what happens now.
Yeah, I mean, I expect Alessandro DiTullio to be up front in qualifying. We're going to see in a few minutes' time.
Thanks, Alex. Again, he was just barely above the cut line, too, to get through into the fast group, I believe. I think he should be set to go into group number 2, but I'll have to double-check the lineup because, like Alex said, not a great warm-up, but at least he was quick through the I'm mistaken. P2 and happy hour. He is in the fast group, obviously, but it would have been a little bit more treacherous had warm-up been the deciding factor. So DiTullio, again, P2 yesterday in final practice. One other thing of note, when we went through our post-race interview or post-day interviews on Friday, he said he felt like even the lap that put him second, not his best lap of the session by a lot. Okay. So he had a little more in the tank there, but he thought, they were just, again, maybe he thought it was a bad batch of tires or whatever the issue was, because when they put on a new set from session 2, 3, and 4, they were slow. When they put on the set for happy hour, all of a sudden, pace came back.
Came alive, yeah. That happens every once in a while. We'll see. And you can hear it obviously from Alessandro's voice, a bit of uncertainty, and I'm sure he's hoping that once he gets in the cart and gets rolling, he gets that feel that he wants. You're a driver, Xander. You know that if you hit that mark in terms of changing a setup, you know pretty early once the tire certainly starts coming in whether you've made the right move or not. So we'll see whether or not they indeed did that. But not surprising, the fastest driver in happy hour yesterday. We've seen him up front so many years here at the Winter Series. Only ran the one weekend last year, but Ryan Norberg, who went on for another championship in 2023, was the quickest driver ahead of Alessandro DiTullio. Pauli Massimino moving to that Kart Republic. We talked about that earlier with Speed Concepts Racing was P3. Fellow Kart Republic driver Joe Turney was 4th, and Noel Leon in the CRG rounded out the top 5 yesterday afternoon. It was a different session, and Alessandro talked about it. You mentioned it earlier. We had that rain come through, so the track had cooled down a bit with the weather that we did get in. So we'll see how things play out. It's a cooler morning, as we said. The temperature's still starting to work their way up into the mid-50s right now, trackside here at Homestead. But again, our first group of drivers in X30 Senior, the category brought to you by Speed Concepts, will roll out here in a bit.
Yeah, just a little bit here. We'll come back with more here just in about 5 minutes time. Actually 7 by the exact minute there. 10:43, we go green at 10:50. X30 Senior presented by Speed Concepts Racing, qualifying to come.
Someone to save. I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think for the people that pass me by, back my family sooner than this? Don't you think for the people that pass me by, back my family sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess. And you want to tell me something new. I wanna tell you something new. I wish you all the best I can, and I stop myself for a while. I'm saying things I don't believe. The headache's rising up in you. Why won't you tell me something new? Don't you think for the people that pass me by, back my family sooner than this? Don't you think for the people that pass me by, back my family sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess. And you, why won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think for the people that pass me by, back my family sooner than this? Don't you think for the people that pass me by, back my family sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess. And you, why won't you tell me something new? I wish you all the best I can, then I stop myself for a while.
If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at revperformancematerials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
leads the way in the SLA Kart Racing Kart Republic down to turn number 1. 2-driver break with himself and Pizzonia Nito. Then you go back to Pasha Ali, Yao Paulo Bonataman. Then Luke Giglio in 5th. Maxwell Macha up 5 spots to 6. Josh Bergman is 7th. Cooper Lorenzo Lopez up 8 spots to 8th. Juan Garcia Davila up 4 spots into 9th as they head out of turn number 5. Pizzonia Nito glued to the bumper of Valentino Santilla and into the carousel here this time. So we'll see if he works with him. He's got an option if he wants to push away from Pasha Ali and company. They are about a 2.25 seconds up on the number 42 as they head down the backstretch for the second time here in the pre-final. 2 laps to be complete, 8 laps to go as they head towards the front straightaway and out of the final corner. Valentino Santilla is going to come under fire. Here comes Antonio Pizzonia Nito down the inside and clear new leader. The Orsalon Racing Parolin takes the reins and leads through to turn number 4. Side by side for the lead, that time down the inside. Valentino Santilla able to get by on Antonio Pizzonia Nito. He gets through for the lead to reclaim the spot through turns 7 and 8. They'll head down the backstretch over to turn number 12 once again, and we're still about a 2.25 seconds distance here as they exit turn number 12. Valentino Santilla leads. Pizzonia Nito makes a mistake, dropped a tire on the exit of the final corner, and that has kind of spread them out as they go, and we got a spin and 2, 3 cars collected down in turn number 1. Big contact down at the end of the front straightaway. Multiple drivers around over in the first couple corners. That was, I believe, 3rd or 4th on back here in micro. The yellow flags continue to wave, and they will all end up here with a DNF in this one. Unfortunate, down by turn number 1. So the yellow flags continuing to wave down by turn number 1. Local yellows, though, as the leaders will exit turn number 11 and head down the backstretch here. Pizzonia Nito trying to close the gap back to Valentino Santilla as they exit turn number 12. And we'll head towards turn 1 with the yellow zone still there. Your head flagman Aaron Likens giving the yellow flag across the start-finish line. 4 laps down, 6 laps to go. Valentino Santilla leads them into turn number 4. As they exit turn number 5 here into the infield section through turn 6. Again, your top 2 have broken away substantially. Pasha Ali back in that 3rd spot is in no man's land at the moment while the leaders work their way through turns 10 and 11. There's Santilla and Pizzonia Nito. Ali not even into frame with how far back he is, and in fact the leaders are already catching a couple lap drivers at the back of the field that'll get black flagged off the circuit. So there they go down to turn 1 this time. 5 down, 5 to go for Valentino Santilla. And, of course, Antonio Pizzonia Nito. Pasha Ali still 3rd. Juan Garcia Davila 4th. Cooper Lorenzo Lopez and Luca Beccheril up 11 spots apiece to 5th and 6th. 13 spots gained for Parker Ives, who had an issue in qualifying. And the number 48 Nitro Kart is now into the top 10, up to 8th. And looking for more. He's working the rear of Josh Bergman, and Luca Beccheril not too far from him as well. So the middle of the grid starting to shuffle as the leaders continue to show the way through 10 and 11. Valentino Santilla and Antonio Pizzonia Nito 1 and 2. Pasha Ali still 3rd. Juan Garcia Davila in that 4th spot. Cooper Lorenzo Lopez in 5th. And then it's that pack that Parker Ives is caught up to. 6th, 7th, and 8th. Just at the edge of the top 10. Closing in here is Ives on the Nitro Kart for Ryan Berry Motorsports. He'll make a move down in turn number 1 to pick up another spot, go up into 7th. Oh, lap traffic did not pull out of the way that time. Nearly spins in front of the leaders here for Antonio Pizzognanito. The black flags have been flying for a number of cars at the back of the field. And unfortunately, Pizzognanito had to really get checked up that time to avoid any kind of contact. So Valentino Centillan gets gifted a big-time advantage. And now you can see the margin is over a second between the pair. They'll come to 2 to go this time by. Pasha Ali still 6 seconds back. Juan Garcia Arstavila in the 4th spot. Cooper Lorenzo Lopez 5th. Luca Beccheril 6th. Parker Ives has continued to climb forward. He's gone to 7th. I believe he might be already up into 6th here. So great drive for the number 48 machine. Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro Kart of Parker Ives. Here comes a big contingent coming into the pit lane here this time by of lap traffic. There's still some more on the circuit at the moment. The micro class having a lot of shakeups as they head down to turn number 1, but none for this kid, Valentino Centillan, with 2 laps to go. Smooth sailing out front of that SLA Kart Racing Kart Republic. A lap and a half to go here in Homestead. He's just got to navigate a little more traffic. There he is getting through one more as they exit turns 5 and 6, and I think this again could be the story of today. The amount of lap traffic that drivers will have to deal with here in the Micro Swift class seems even higher than maybe the last couple of seasons with the new rookies joining in. So Centillan has avoided it so far. He'll come out of the final turn and look towards the backstretch this time once again with a decent run into turn number 12. White flag in the air, 1 to go for Valentino. A 2-second gap back to Antonio Pizzognanito. Pasha Ali still 3rd. Juan Garcia Arstavila 4th. Cooper Lorenzo Lopez 5th, Parker Ives 6th, Luca Beccheril 7th, Josh Bergman 8th, Santiago Diaz de la Vega Torres 9th, and Alvaro Medeiros was 10th. He'll fall back a spot to 11th as Noah Sapullo moves up a spot into the top 10. And here through turn 5, though, half a lap to go for Valentino Centillan. He called his shot, saw him last night. So you know what, Xander, I'd pay money to get the camera on me the whole race. I said, well, you don't got to do that. You just got to get it up front. He said, okay, fair enough. And he's gone out and done it. Valentino Centillan through turn 10, through turn number 11, down the backstretch. Final time, no pressure whatsoever. And the SLA Kart Racing Kart Republic will be the first SKUSA entry to win here in 2023. He wins the pre-final, punches his ticket to the pole in the main. Pizzognanito crosses the line 2nd. Here comes Ali across the line in 3rd. Juan Garcia Arstavila 4th. Parker Ives 5th. 16 spots gained. Big time drive out of Parker Ives from 21st on the grid to the top 5. He'll be a force to be reckoned with come the main event. But everyone's still chasing Valentino Centillan, who's had his best lap of the session on the final lap around here in Homestead. With all that said, Micro Swift, the first session complete. We'll now move on to 3 more sessions here before the lunch break for pre-final action. KA Junior, KA Senior, Mini Swift all still to come, then the lunch break, and then 4 more divisions to run for heat racing here. We're underway. We're green. It's a little bit chilly. Temperatures in the low 50s here as the wind continues to blow through. A gorgeous-looking day, though, at AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex here in sunny South Florida.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
And we are back live from AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex, presented by MG Tires, as we are now into the pre-finals. The first one in the books with Micro Swift, now getting ready to roll out here with KA100 Jr, brought to you by Motaz Sport. The shot of exhaust on pit lane lets us know that drivers are fired up and getting ready to roll here for their pre-final event. 12-lapper for KA100 Jr. Stephen Miller will start in the pole position after a strong run in qualifying alongside Alex Mercado. That's P1 and P2. Leonardo Scorpioni and Enzo Vidmontien lining up on row number 2. Scorpioni on the inside, Vidmontien on the outside. Ivana Richards starting in the 5th spot alongside Oliver Weldon and Diego Ardiles, and Carson Weinberg will be on row number 4.
Max Taylor had a decent run at X30 Jr qualifying. Actually was a little bit worse off for wear in KA Jr. He qualified 9th. To the outside of him, Jensen Burnett in the RPM Tony Kart, and then moving back to row 6, it'll be Christian Garduno and John Antonino, one of the many Tesoro Raceworks new CRG entries.
Christopher Aiken starting in the 13th spot alongside Emma Kate Scarborough, while Christian Cameron, the PSL Karting Burrell Art, starting 15th inside of row number 8 alongside Super Nationals winner and X30 Jr top qualifier Ernesto Rivera.
Turner Brown was one pushback bumper penalty away, I believe, from winning the Supernats in Mini Swift. He rolls off 17th in his KA Junior debut to his outside Alexander Vanchev, and to round off the top 10, Willem Tomkes and Hudson Schwartz in the 829.
That gutted me a little bit there. Bring him back to Turner Brown. He had such a great run in Las Vegas, and he just kind of caught me off guard there indeed. Turner Brown starting 17th. That field working its way down here now. And Xander, let's put it this way. That super chill of the morning when we got here when it was 48 degrees, feels like it's almost gone a little bit now. We're up to 55 degrees ambient temperature. It's going to give these drivers a lot more grip to get things underway. And indeed, out they come. Stephen Miller on the inside, and on the outside, Alex Mercado.
And the sun's been baking this track as well, Rob, so that's going to add a lot more grip into the surface here. And again, this is one of the biggest classes on the ticket here. 40-plus drivers in total. And we're on the power underway down to turn number 1. Look at them all file down to the inside. Can they all make it through the first corner? It looks like it'll actually be a pretty smooth start through 1 and 2. Nobody losing out there in the first 2 corners. Great to see out of the juniors.
Yeah, really 3 90-degree corners to get things underway. Drivers giving each other just enough room. Then, of course, coming through turns 4 and 5, the back-to-back hairpins. And indeed, drivers looking good here early on. They're going to slide in a little past there further back. Otherwise, everybody trying to find some spots a little deeper in the field, maybe a little more chaos. You see 2, 3 wide, a couple of drivers going deep into that hairpin, turn number 5, and into the inner loop for the first time. Drivers settling in.
So the top half of the field a little bit spread out. You can see it's single file there while it's still 2 and 3 abreast. Stephen Miller, nice and healthy lead there on that Chad Dawkin Racing Kart Republic. Then it's a Scorpioni right there behind him, followed by Alex Mercado, so no big changes up front. Vidmontien, Ivana Richards, Oliver Weldon. Good start for Christian Garduno. He'll pick up 2 spots, and that's all she needed to be the best mover on the opening lap in the top 10 as everybody kind of held station. No big changes up or down.
Indeed, Stephen Miller doing exactly what you're supposed to do on the opening lap here, getting out cleanly. He's got himself probably about 5 or 6, maybe even 7 kart lengths now coming out of turn number 5. Got some room over that next group of drivers, the Scorpioni and Alex Mercado. They've got themselves a little bit of a gap back to Vidmontien. Then it's the bigger back gap to Ivana Richards, who runs P5. But you can see a Scorpioni with his head down trying to reel back up here on Stephen Miller. But again, this is the pre-final. You know, obviously there are points for the pre-final. You think about that when you're trying to go for a championship. But maybe more so, you'll want to make sure you have a clean run to set yourself up for potential success in the main event.
And at least, the pre-finals with the Winter Series decently long with only having 8 total run groups. I mean, 12 laps is about as much as they run for a feature here in the club events, and then 20-plus laps for everybody, more or less, for the finals, 22 for most classes. That's a lot of time to work their way forward. So, again, pre-final here, good on the kids for showing some patience, realizing they can all make it through the start and just slowly make up some spots from wherever they are on the racetrack. And, there's a lot of time. There's a good amount of laps to continuously go forward as we watch Max Taylor right there ahead of a group. And we've got one, unfortunately, pulling off on the inside. That is one of the newer Rawlison Performance Group signees that I'm not sure who we've got, but it looks like a mechanical issue that'll sideline them here on Saturday morning.
Yeah, we'll try to pick up that driver when they come back around, let you know who's falling down the order right now. It might be Diego Ardiles, actually, coming down through here. That is the number 893. Indeed, I think that's Ardiles. It is. He's fallen down the order. So Diego Ardiles, who was a top 10 runner, having some issues there in the RPG Cosmic, looking down like it was some kind of a mechanic potentially with the engine, but continues to circulate around the racetrack, but may finally come to a stop over on the outside at turn number 3. So a tough one for Ardiles. Otherwise, up front, Stephen Miller now leading by 0.8 of a second. He's got a good gap, but Xander second, third, and fourth lining up here. A Scorpione, Mercado, and not surprising, Enzo Vidmontien now in the Motaz Sport Parallel turned the fastest lap last time by.
Yeah, Enzo Vidmontien continues to roll right now. He is closing in on that main group, and he's gotten it down to only 2 car lengths up to fourth. Oliver Weldon bests him for the purple lap time that time by at a 50.152. He's got about 0.8 of a second to make up to get to Vidmontien, but he's closing also. So are they making up time on Stephen Miller? Well, for a moment they weren't. That lap they picked up 1/100th. That's how consistent Stephen Miller has been, as we see Max Taylor there in that shot headed through turn number 5. He's up 1 spot, and he's kind of the first one outside of this main pack because Carson Weinberg loosely holding on to Ivana Richards on to Weldon, and then Vidmontien, Mercado, with Scorpione, Miller, the top 4. So that 7-car grouping, Max Taylor trying to get there, and up front, Stephen Miller trying to make sure he cannot. There's Weinberg, there's Taylor across the line here as they go down the front straightaway.
Indeed, they're getting the crossed halfway flags this time by. I would expected one more lap, but we got it here on what is lap number 5. No, I think they pulled it back. Yeah, so that was erroneous, that the halfway flags. Aaron Likens pulled that back up. A call, of course, I think from race control. So 5 down, 7 laps scheduled to go still here of the 12-lap duration for the pre-final. Just 2 more races before we do go to the lunch break. We've got KA100 Senior, I believe. No. For the pre-final, that would probably be... What's that lined up? Yeah, KA100 Senior. KA100 Senior and then Mini Swift before the lunch break. Right now, those junior drivers are on the racetrack. Let's see what happens with this gap here with Stephen Miller. It has been slowly being chipped away. Now down to 0.6 of a second. Able to gap it a little bit more over a Scorpione. Everybody, though, in the top 6 turning their fastest lap times. And we've seen a number of drivers have that fast lap. This time, purple goes to Ivana Richards in the number 820. She's less than 2 seconds behind the leader and less than a half a second behind Oliver Weldon as well. Good run here for Ivana Richards, quickest on the racetrack last lap.
And good pass for Enzo Vidmontien there on turn number 4 on Alex Mercado. Great shot from the side into the corner, and he's now really not lost much at all to Leonardo Scorpione. Scorpione, again, just trying to keep Stephen Miller honest. 0.6 back. 5 laps to go this time by. He can almost sniff the draft, and Vidmontien looks quick enough that if he pushes the Scorpione or passes him without losing too much time, he could get there as well. So 5 to go. There you see the margin. Stephen Miller, your leader, over again Leonardo Scorpione and Enzo Vidmontien. Scorpione that time again, just another couple hundreds, inching towards him.
And it's been really interesting because the fast laps we're seeing aren't coming from the first and second place driver. It's all these drivers back 4th, 5th, and 6th because we're really lining things up right now. You can see how aggressive it's getting further back. Oliver Weldon's getting in there with Alex Mercado. It was Richards with the fast lap. Last time by, Oliver Weldon went purple. So all these drivers just outside the top 3 starting to put in some good laps using that draft, trying to reel themselves up here on Stephen Miller. He leads by 0.6 of a second. They'll rocket their way down the back straightaway. We'll put lap 8 in the books. 4 to go next time by. The entire top 6, which was 2.5 seconds a while ago, now 1.4.
New leader. completely. Stephen Miller, big time mistake coming out through that final corner. I think he dropped a tire. As Scorpione gets by him in turn 1, Vidmontien gets by as well, and this race has just completely changed entirely.
Indeed, Scorpione able to get through, and that's all it takes. One minor mistake, I had said, it was 2.5 seconds essentially. The top 6 at one point, 1.4 last time by. All those drivers, 4th, 5th, and 6th have closed up, and all it took was a little bit of a bobble there from Stephen Miller, and a Scorpione taking advantage of that. Enzo Vidmontien rolling through as well. That'll move Miller back to P3. He'll have to press the reset button, put that behind him. He may get a challenge from Weldon, and he does to the inside. Book it. Oliver Weldon to the inside in the final corner of the racetrack.
And again, Miller knows that there's more still wanting to get by. He's just trying to hang on, give himself 1 or 2 clean laps to clean the tires back off from going offline. Up front, though, look at this dive bomb attempt from Vidmontien, and he'll get through on Leonardo Scorpione. Great pass there in turn number 4. Does a Scorpione answer in 5? He doesn't yet, but that pass will stack him up. And there goes another change that is at the back of the group. That was Richards getting by on Alex Mercado, who's continued to slowly slip backwards in this lead pack. He slots into 6th at the moment with a little gap out back to Carson Weinberg.
Our third different leader of the race. We started out with Stephen Miller. A middle mistake allowed Leonardo Scorpione to get through. Here comes Weldon. He's going to go to the inside. Another pass, back-to-back passes at the end of the long straightaway for Oliver Weldon. He works himself into second. So, again, Miller and Scorpione leaders as well as Enzo Vidmontien. He was able to make that move to the inside, coming to the hairpin. So right now, some really good action up front here. 2 laps remaining, and Oliver Weldon, who started 6th with a rocket right now, that Lando Norris kart out of the gate for JC Carden looks very good. Will he be able to challenge Vidmontien before it's all said and done?
Hard to say here as they go through the carousel. Enzo Vidmontien is got Oliver Weldon cutting that lead down to less than half a kart length here. We're coming to the white flag. He'll have to block soon. Does he leave the door open down the back straightaway? We are about to find out. Here comes Weldon to the bumper. Not enough in 12, and he does cover it off just a little bit there.
Great call for Vidmontien. He's going to go to the inside again. White flag will fly, I believe, this time by. Yeah, White is flying. Final lap on the racetrack. And Vidmontien's had to go on defense mode. That's going to allow Miller and Scorpione back in the fight. This time into the hairpin of turn number 4. Again, Weldon not quite there. It's been a good advancement for Weldon. He doesn't need to get this win, but he'll think about the inside of turn 5.
Young Oliver Weldon is hungry. He wanted that spot there in turn 5. Couldn't quite get through. He'll have only 2 more opportunities. Not going to be close enough in turn number 9. Maybe a shot at turn 12. The final run here, Rob.
Yeah, indeed. Here they come out of the box part of the back part of the racetrack, down the long straightaway. I don't know that Weldon's got enough room unless he dives it down the bottom. He will not. A strong run for Weldon, as it is for Enzo Vidmontien. A big win for Vidmontien. Started 4th. He gets the win. Weldon from 6th to 2nd. Stephen Miller down a couple of spots. A Scorpione down a spot. But some big movers a little bit further back as well. Jackson Wolney up 12 spots to 11th. Walter Jenkins up 13 spots into 12th as well. So a number of drivers making big moves. Indeed, Ernesto Rivera into the top 10 as well from 16th. But then we had a lot of different leaders up front. First it was Miller. Then it was a Scorpione. Then Vidmontien came. But really, I think the hot rod over the second half of that race was Oliver Weldon. That kid was on the move. 2 big passes at the end of the back straightaway through the left-hander that leads to start-finish. A good run for him and a good improvement for him. Started 6th. He'll be on the outside of the front row for the main event.
Yeah, he'll be in a great spot to fight. And again, he got to flex his muscle. He got to show the nose a little bit to Enzo and just remind him he's not the only one that was driving through the field to get there.
True,
so
that's very true.
Out of the 50 drivers, again, there's a look back through everyone's times. You can see how close they were at the end. Vidmontien and Weldon, the 2 quickest throughout the last good bit of that race. Really second half on. Stephen Miller, again, rebounding from going back to 4th or 5th to at least get to 3rd after leading. Unfortunately, we just missed whatever the bobble was, but I think he just dropped a tire a little bit too wide on turn number 12. Some of the new patches, of course, that were installed of grass at the outside of a lot of key corners to help with track limits back for the 2022 round still coming into play here in 2023.
The margin of victory for Enzo Vidmontien, 0.158 over Oliver Weldon, Miller third, Scorpione fourth, and Alex Mercado in fifth. Two more pre-finals still to come. KA100 Senior getting ready to roll out. Then Mini Swift will wrap up the morning action here from AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex. Great to have everyone with us here on Kart Chaser, the opening round of the 2023 SuperKarts USA Winter Series.
International Motorsport has you covered on every level of karting, and starting here in 2023, in cars as well. For your very first step into an F4 race car, try out the Formula Inter Arrive and Drive F4 Championship, hosted here at the Homestead-Miami Speedway. Along with that, of course, the International Motorsport team covers every base of the karting pyramid, from the local to the national and international level. For more information, follow International Motorsport or Formula Inter on social media. Welcome back here to AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex, presented by MG Tires. KA100 Jr just wrapped up. Pretty good battle to the end here, and now it's time for the KA Seniors to see if they can upstage them. Apologies there.
Bless you, my friend.
Couldn't fully made it through. Tried to make it through. Hey, the drivers are on the racetrack, and we are ready. We'll go simultaneously here for the moment. A quick one-question interview for Enzo Vidmontien after that good win here. Emery, take it away.
Standing here now with Enzo Vidmontien, a spectacular drive from fourth to first. Enzo, you made it look easy out there. Talk us through your race.
It was kind of like an upside down. I wasn't like that fast in the first half of the race, and then I caught my speed back up and then started passing and won.
Yeah, and Enzo, you're on a Paralympic for this season. Looks really good. How do you think the chassis feels?
The best chassis out there. It's just really good on the corner, has a lot of grip, and yeah.
Yeah, and in the final, obviously you have a 5-kart group behind you. All of them look fast at various points. What's your strategy from a racecraft standpoint?
Just pull away. Just try my best and drive away.
Got you. Well, if the pre-final is indication, you'll be in really good shape. Enzo Vidmontien, your pre-final winner in KA Jr. Back to you, Robin Zander.
Solid run for Enzo Vidmontien, no doubt about it. You see the start of our KA100 Senior category on the screen, and they're working through the opening corners here, trying to find the same success that Vidmontien did able to work his way forward and get that victory over Oliver Weldon. But again, kind of settling in here right now. Aiden Levy was the fastest driver in qualifying. Peyton Phillips starting on the front row alongside him. Some pretty aggressive movement early on here. Big move to the bottom of the racetrack there. Solid run for Aiden Levy. He fell back a couple of spots, but a good move down the inside in the final corner, Xander, to come away with the lead.
Yeah, he's determined right now to stay at the front of this pack. He knows how quickly they could get shuffled backwards here. And as we see Luke Welcome working on Peyton Phillips, he'll get through in turn 4. Something like that. Again, just a little bit of hesitation. And the guy behind you will get impatient, and he'll make the move to go on by. There's Phillips back on Welcome there in turn 5. And it looks like as we'll pick them up, coming out of 5 into the carousel, it is going to give a gap to Aiden Levy, the biggest one he's seen yet. About 4 to 5 car lengths back to that red and white Tony Kart for Ryan Perry Motorsport of Peyton Phillips in second.
Early laps, obviously, just getting things underway. Everybody's settling in, trying to find out who is around them, who is able to potentially pull away. A bit of a gap here for Aiden Levy. He's got himself out now to almost a half a second lead over Peyton Phillips with Luke Welcome, Frankie Mossman, and Nicholas Terlecki rounding out the top 5. Biggest mover right now, Thomas Stolzer-Manis and Zachary Clamer-DeMello. Shouldn't be really overly surprised. Stolzer-Manis now in that number 923 machine has worked his way up the energy cart for Nash Motorsports. Started 15th, so Stolzer-Manis now up into the top 10 in 9th. But you can see the battles that are forming a little bit further back outside the top 10. Some pretty aggressive racing as everybody's scrapping to try to find themselves a way to move forward.
Here they come out of turn number 9. You can see Luke Welcome still pushing with Peyton Phillips. He's been patient to run behind him, and that's good enough out of Luke Welcome to give them both a big gap back to fast Frankie Mossman there in the 4th position, and of course Colin Lloyd on that Magic Kart, Terlecki in 6th. It's a bigger gap back from 3rd to 4th than it is from 2nd up to the lead, and then working together, well, it picked up a 1/10 of a second back on Aiden Levy. Levy a 50.3. Phillips a 2-2, Welcome a 1-3, and then a back to a 50.33 for Frankie Mossman. So Mossman hoping they'll fight early. If they stay in line, they may not have to here deal with for Mossman along with the rest of that middle of the top 10. You can see headed into the carousel with Mossman, Lloyd, Terlecki, Stolzer-Manis, again we mentioned, up 8 spots. What a drive so far from the Energy Kid. We are so early on in this.
Yeah, what we kind of expected, right? What we didn't expect was the issues he had in qualifying that had put him so far back. We know that he had the issues that had him in that first group of qualifying as well. So he really has gotten it done. He's in fact closing up pretty quickly here on Terlecki. Yeah, not surprising. He goes purple last time by. The lead starting to get aggressive, though. You can see right now Peyton Phillips having to look to the inside, coming over to turn number 4 to the hairpin. Book it. It is now Peyton Phillips to P1 in the RPM Tony Kart. He'll cover down the bottom of the inside at turn number 5, the second hairpin, and that's exactly what Frankie Mossman wanted. He wanted to see these front 3 drivers running those defensive lines into those hairpins. That ruins all your exit speed, and that's allowed Mossman, along with Colin Lloyd, Xander, to close back in.
And, I mean, it's going to allow Stolzer-Manis to close up. By him going at a 49.73, he lopped 3/10 off of the lead last time by. They battle enough here. Thomas Stolzer-Manis is already caught up to Nick Terlecki for that 6th position. He'll get a move on him probably down in turn number 1, just behind these leaders here. There they go down through. Stolzer-Manis gets by on Terlecki. You can see end of the frame. And now Thomas Stolzer-Manis into 6 as we fight for 2nd. Welcome going to get into Levy and shove him a little bit wide, making sure that he does not get pushed around. Luke Welcome going to stay on the inside no matter who's there. And Mossman now brings Lloyd through. Levy's going to fall all the way back to the 5th position.
Yeah, tough couple of laps for Aiden Levy from P1 all the way back to 5th right now. You get caught on the outside of those hairpins, you can find yourself losing more than 1 spot, and indeed that's what he did. Welcome was able to get by. Mossman made the move to the end of turn number 5, that second short straightaway. So there's Mossman right now, and he is right there. Right in P3, Mossman trying to get up on the wheel once again. Phillips, Welcome, Mossman, Lloyd, Levy, and Stolzer-Manis now into 6. We talked about him going by Terlecki on that last lap. Stolzer-Manis only a half a second now behind Aiden Levy as he tries to work his way forward. Still with the fast lap of the race, but again, there's that run there of Luke Welcome in 2nd. Is he able to reel in Peyton Phillips? Because there's been a lot of racing behind Peyton. And again, Frankie Mossman, who started back in 5th, finds himself P3.
Yeah, Frankie Mossman now closing up at different points to Luke Welcome. Welcome doesn't look like he's got right now enough speed to run with Peyton Phillips. At the moment, last time by, nobody really did except for Stoll Sermanis. A 49.85 for Peyton Phillips put his lead up to 6.5 tenths. And as we go to the final corner, you can see it's closed back a little bit. It's still maybe half a second, but give the advantage back to Welcome. He goes a 49.75, 4 tenths back. Good toe for the FK ANSA Motorsports driver. Again, Mossman right there, Lloyd right there, Levy, and it's Stoll Sermanis just hoping. Thomas Stoll Sermanis with 5 laps to go needs maybe 3 passes for the lead, and he should be able to be the 4th one in line if it all shuffles out. But he needs that to start probably right by the end of this lap here. We need, again, Luke Welcome to get up there and start to mess with Peyton Phillips to open this race wide open once again. 6 cars, turn 10, turn 11, this time by 4 laps to go in KA Senior.
Yeah, both Luke Welcome and Frankie Mossman turned their personal best laps last time by, so those carts still starting to come in, and they are trying to, again, work their way up on Peyton Phillips. To come back across the line, you can see them all working their way up there, top 6 drivers, and potentially a move further back. Colin Lloyd, I think, getting to the inside of Mossman. Indeed, he does. Colin Lloyd now up into the 3rd spot as he's by Mossman. Luke Welcome still running there, P2. So, again, that gap and moved one driver getting shuffled off the track. Who was that went all the way off? Was that call?
That's Stoll Sermanis versus Mossman right now. They were going at it from like turn 2 on, side by side. And Mossman, I think, kept it on the inside and then kind of wheeled Stoll Sermanis on the exit. Now Levy gets by Stoll Sermanis. Here comes Terlecki back into it, and Thomas Stoll Sermanis forward progress. It's going to halt right now at best at 4th. If at worst, might go back down to 7th here as he rides in 6th.
And you know, with only 4 laps to go, this front-running trio's been able to pull away. They're going to be able to stretch out. This is going to come down to these 3 drivers right now, Phillips, Welcome, and Colin Lloyd as they pull away up front. Big gap back to the next group. Mossman runs their P4. Levy in the 5th spot. We talked about the fact that Stoll Sermanis got roughed up a little bit back in turn number 4. That has moved him back just ahead of Terlecki again. But again, as we said, the front 3 drivers stretching away, and they've got themselves a nice bit of a gap. They can settle in and battle it out over the last couple of laps.
So there they go into the carousel, Levy and Mossman, that is. They're too far back from 1st and 2nd and 3rd to get anywhere near this battle here at a near 2-second margin. But as we watch them come down the backstretch here, they've got at least enough of a gap. They won't have to worry about 4th or 5th if they stay in line. What does this lead group do now with 2 to go? Luke Welcome wants to go to the lead. Looking for it. He and Lloyd. Look at that curb hop for both of them. Both of them simultaneous biking through turn number 1.
That was one of those moves where you're making the move to the inside. You feel you're committed. You've gone to the bottom of the racetrack, but you can't quite get it done, and you got to get over that curb to make sure you don't take out the driver on the outside. Peyton Phillips, of course, was the leader coming through there, and man, both those drivers hammering the curbs in a big way. Lloyd and Welcome hit that curb big time. Luckily able to bring it back down cleanly, and this is, again, given, I think, Peyton Phillips a little bit of breathing room as we're getting ready to wrap this up. They'll see the white flag next time by.
Here we come down the back straightaway here this time. 3 car lengths the difference. Luke Welcome back from Peyton Phillips. Thomas Stoll Sermanis gets back around Frankie Mossman there. That was the other battle we're watching from the edge of the top 5. But for the lead, turn 4, Welcome's going to be too far back, I think, here. But he's going to be close enough that he'll be able to really apply some pressure to Phillips in turn 5, and Phillips knows it. He checks the gap, goes low, Welcome goes middle, Lloyd goes way high. Who gets the best crossover? None of them do. Great blocking so far from Phillips into the carousel.
Defensive driving at its best right now as they're working the bottom of the racetrack. Colin Lloyd back there just trying to size up the situation. Where can I get by? He's got one spot. He's got one spot. There is it. He's made the move. Welcome's gone back. Stoll Sermanis being told out of the race here right now, potentially. Here comes the battle to the line coming down. An over-under for Colin Lloyd. Can he get a run to get it done? He does not. And it's going to be Peyton Phillips with the win. What a wild final lap. Colin Lloyd ends up in 2nd. Luke Welcome 3rd. Aiden Levy in 4th. Frankie Mossman rounds out the top 10. Not sure what happened, but on one of the side shots there, Xander, I saw issues for Stoll Sermanis.
Yeah, Thomas Stoll Sermanis looks like over in turn number 4. He put the chain back on and then got back on the go-kart. I think he still might beat a couple drivers with how far up he was. but I'd have to imagine he and Frankie Mossman probably got into it again. They were battling quite a bit there throughout this pre-final, and that time, again, that turn 3 curb, you hit it pretty hard. If you do hit it nowadays with how much they've raised it, it's on the engine mount side. Probably just knocked the chain off of that energy cart. And unfortunately for Thomas Stolzermanis, all that hard work to get himself into the top 10 is now going to have him sent all the way back down the order to outside the top 20 to a potential starting spot for the main event of 26. Woo. So Thomas Stolzermanis, what was a great and heroic lead forward, unfortunately will put him to the rear here in KA Senior. On the flip side, there were a number of drivers that did go forward there in that one, most notably Zachary Clayman DeMello in the Goodwood Kartways Intrepid climbed into the top 10, 9 spots gained, and Austin Jers from dead last on the grid with an issue in qualifying for the Franklin Motorsports Merlin to 12th, 17 spots.
And his last lap was his best lap as well for Austin Jers, a 49.672. 49.6, almost exactly the same as Peyton Phillips. So he's going to be very happy with a kart that can go forward. So, again, a great drive right there for Austin Jers to get himself forward. But, again, tough battle for sure. And the top 3 drivers stretched away, but the battle, big-time battles, of course, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. They were going at it big time. One more race, folks, and we're going to wrap things up here for the morning as we're halfway through our pre-finals. We have our lunch break set to go for 12:05, but we're not done yet. We've got the drivers getting set to go here in Mini Swift. They're on the grid and ready to roll off onto the track here. It'll be a 10-lapper. Engines have fired. And it'll be Alessandro Truchot starting on the pole position. A great run for him in qualifying. And he's able to start alongside Marco Romero, while row 2 will have Drew Waltz and Ashton Woon.
Moving back to row number 3, Travis Pettit in the solo kart number 129. We'll start to the inside of Royce Vega in his mini debut. And another couple of drivers early on in their mini careers. Kai Mars making his Mini Swift National debut here this weekend on the inside of row 4. To his outside, Max Christia in the 139.
Benja Fernandez and Bronson Custos will be on row number 5. That'll cap off your top 10. In the front dozen, it'll be Santiago Namnam and Alexis Belageron in row number 6.
Moving back to row number 7, Rocco Simone and Lucas Palacio in the TKG Livery Kart Republic. Then Michael McGoy in that Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro Kart, and Ethan Tovo on the DNJ Nitro Kart as well. Again, that grouping from rows 7 and 8 together could be going forward pretty fast.
Look at row 9 as well. Tristan Murphy and Troy Ferguson, 2 very strong young guns we've seen come up through as well. So watch for those drivers to kind of work in. That's going to be a really interesting battle to watch, or at least maybe front-running pack or moving pack outside the top 10. Justin DeLucia and Matthew Cagle rounding out the top 20. And then Samuel Martinez, Marco Samet, Jaime Garcia, and Devin Waltz for your top 24, with Kai Johnson there in 25th as well. Truchot and Romero out of the final corner. They'll get themselves into those staging lanes, and we will go racing with the pre-final. 10-lapper for Mini Swift. Drivers ready to go, and we are green, green, green. The race into turn number 1.
Tightly back there at the front of the field. A couple drivers will get turned in front of everybody there around 10th on back. Truchot gets through cleanly, as does Drew Waltz. Looks like Travis Pettit did also, but we've got a lot of cars collected here. 3 right there in the frame, couple on top of each other.
4, actually.
4, wow. And more over in turn 3. So 6 cars at least counted so far, plus the drivers have probably lost a few spots. Big carnage right there.
Yeah, Xander, that's one of those corners where really, maybe 1-2 lanes coming through at the start. You can't go 2-3 wide. As soon as someone gets around, everybody else is going to get collected. There's just not a lot of room to be able to go off. There's no runoff room because the barriers are just on the outside of the corner. So if something happens, at the apex or the exit of turn number 1, you're going to see some drivers get collected.
Yeah, it looked like a couple guys just kind of got hooked awkwardly. So unfortunate deal there as they come across the line. But 1 lap complete now, 9 laps to go. Your leader, Alessandro Truchot, a 4/10 lead as they head through turns 1 and 2. We'll go side by side here down to Alexander Searle, who's got our winner in the KA Senior Pre-Final, Peyton Phillips in the RPM Tony Kart. It's new colors for the Texan here in 2023. Let's see how he feels about it, Alex.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm here with Peyton Phillips, your K100 Senior Pre-Final winner. Peyton, that was a really, really fun race to watch from our perspective. You put on a defensive masterclass those last 2 laps. Talk me through your race.
You got a good start, to be honest. Was expecting to come out like P3 or something. got up in the second, tried to pass Levy as soon as possible. Got to the lead, got shuffled back to like third, came back to first. Made a lot of mistakes in the lead, which kind of gave him a chance to battle me out. And then, yeah, last 2 laps just kind of hold on. I know in KA it's going to be the toughest class in terms of actual racing this weekend. So, yeah, I knew if I could block the last 2 laps, we're going to be good for the final. So,
yeah, I mean, you looked really, really quick out there. Obviously, with the final coming up in a few hours from now and track evolution and the temperatures getting hotter, do you expect to make any changes to your kart?
Oh, quite a bit. This track evolves so much. Since we showed up on Thursday, the track has changed so much. It's actually quite incredible because last year it wasn't like that. But, yeah, we're going to be having to make a few more changes.
Awesome, yeah. Well, good luck out there, and congrats on the win, Peyton. That was your pre-final winner in K100 Senior, Peyton Phillips. Back to you guys.
You know, Xander, obviously some good insight there from Peyton Phillips. The track obviously so much different than it was in the 80-degree temperature on Thursday and Friday. And indeed, first guy we've heard to say, listen, yeah, I got changes to make. You know, before we go main event racing. It's good, but we got work to do. And I think everybody a little surprised by the grip levels, whatever it may be. So I think during this lunch break and between pre-finals and finals, a lot of work to be done on these drivers trying to get done what they need. And again, as well, a driver like Peyton Phillips able to go back to Ryan Perry and his crew there and say, hey, this is what I'm feeling, and maybe they're able to dial that in for the X30 Senior races a little later on this afternoon after lunch.
Yeah, so we'll see if he finds a little more space because again, it looked like he had some good pace, like he said. Then the pace kind of he made those mistakes he mentioned. Whatever it was at the very end was where they were able to catch him because in the middle of that race when he was hunting down Luke Welcome and company and then getting through, I mean, it looked like it was his race to lose. And then at the end, all of a sudden, he was just kind of hanging on. So, yeah, probably some changes to make there for him. As we look on the mini class, though, Alessandro Truccio kind of on the other end of the spectrum. He's been just solid flag to flag so far. 4 laps in, all 4 led by the number 183 French and American Miami-based Florida driver who's got a lot of races planned this year in Europe and is going to kind of have a transatlantic living situation, half overseas, half over here, somehow trying to fit school in the way. And behind him there, lots of battling, mixing up or maybe coming our way for Drew Waltz and Travis Pettit because it looked like Pettit's closing in a little quicker.
Yeah, I want to feel like it's like second, third, fourth. You see them all lining up there right now. Waltz, Pettit, Fernandez, and Woon. But last time by, Truccio was almost 0.3 of a second quicker than Drew Waltz, and that's why you're seeing this gap develop so quickly. Although they are lining up now right there or behind Drew Waltz in the number 191. So you can see second, third, and fourth. Here's a potential move for the third spot, and indeed, Benja Fernandez going to the inside of Travis Pettit. Booked that one. Fernandez has now moved his way into third, and that'll drop Pettit into the hands of Ashton Woon, who has made the full move to the mini category, did some micro racing on the West Coast as well. So, indeed, Ashton Woon now fully into the mini category here in the number 195, 52.415. Went purple last time by. So, although a leader stretching away, we may have ourselves a pretty good fight here for second, third, fourth, and fifth. Crossed halfway flags last time by. 5 down, 5 to go. Final event of the morning before we head into the lunch break here at the track and on Kart Chaser. Make sure if you're with us, join us back here. 12:35 Eastern scheduled start time to get back into the final 4 pre-finals before we go main event racing for the opening round of this year's SuperKarts USA Winter Series. Truccio's lead continues to grow over a second now, as although he wasn't able to stretch away as much from Waltz, a pretty good run for Truccio, Xander, over the first half of this race.
It's, again, feeling very deja vu-esque from 2022 in the micro class. And at this point, Alessandro Truccio has just got to move up to K8 Jr next year and go sweep that again because he is en route right now to a perfect day in Mini Swift. Pole position in qualifying, leading all the laps in the pre-final, starting from the pole to lead all the laps in the main. This battle we're watching right now, this is second on back. Truccio, you can see he's just quickly out of frame whenever we pull into him. So coming down the backstretch here, 3 laps to go this this time. Here goes the Parolin driver on through. Then again, you go back. Drew Waltz has gotten a little bit of space. Ashton Woon's gotten some room as well in the 195. Here's a battle coming for fourth. That's Travis Pettit, going to lose his spot to Benja Fernandez. What a feel-good story this is here for the kid that's just his first race back after some intensive surgeries that kind of sidelined him throughout 2022. He jumped right back in. He said, you know, it feels like home.
I like that. For so many young drivers, get a chance to be behind the wheel. When you miss it, when you're not able to do it for any extended period of time, man, you just can't wait to get back behind the wheel. And again, any driver, I don't care how old you are, 8 to 80, is going to say the same thing. I'll say the same thing for being at the Supernats. It just feels so good to be back behind the wheel and getting a chance to race. And these young drivers putting on a show for us right now. That really there is the fight for third, fourth, and fifth, or rather fourth, fifth, and sixth, because they're second and third. Truchot well up the road with 2 to go. The gap now 1.3 seconds. It's Drew Waltz and Ashton Woon. Then this battle here, that's fourth, fifth, and sixth. That's Fernandez, Pettit, and I believe Marco Romero potentially making a move there to slide by Pettit for P5.
Marco Romero again making his way up the order after starting on the front row and then falling backwards quickly. He's finally kind of found his footing again, but he's still got a little bit more to go and not enough track time, unfortunately, left in it as he loses that spot back to Pettit, who retakes, or not Pettit, sorry, that was Fernandez he's going at it with. Fernandez going to lose the spot. Turn 9, tries to fight him, still does. Still fighting there behind that battle for third, and Fernandez will finally give way as Romero gets through for fourth. So Romero, 2 spots in this lap here, coming to the white flag for Truchot.
That was a bunch of over-unders there, that battle with Romero and Fernandez. They were just going high, low, inside out. Some incredible racing right now. And that is, again, fourth, fifth, sixth, and now seventh as well, as Kai Mars has arrived on the scene in the 125 as well. But as Xander had said, final lap here right now for Alessandro Truchot, looking real good in that peril in number 183. You can see how he's out there cleanly. This is that next battle. This is, again, as we said, fourth back to seventh. Second and third up the road. They're going to go a little defensive down the inside there. More racing as Travis Pettit having some trouble. He's going to go all the way back, I think, to seventh. He's been on his way backwards for most of the race. So they're going to have to do a little bit more work to the car of Pettit. He needs a bit more speed. He started, I believe, in fifth, now runs seventh. Ran as high as third at one point. But again, final lap here for Truchot as he'll work his way down the back straightaway. And indeed, here comes Alessandro Truchot. Dominated the action last year in micro. He'll have a front row pole position start here in Mini Swift. A win by 1.4 seconds in the pre-final for round number 1. Ashton Woon up a couple of spots to take second. A last lap pass. He gets by Drew Waltz. So Woon into second, Waltz third. Almost 2 seconds back to Marco Romero, who recovered after starting second, fell all the way back to seventh, I think. Xander able to scrap his way back up into fourth. Kai Mars on the last lap gets 2 spots. Travis Pettit loses another one. Kai Mars gets by both Pettit and Fernandez on the final circuit to go to P5.
And then behind him, Tristan Murphy, 9 spots gained to get up to 8th. Santiago Namnum in 9th. Bronson Custas rounds out the top 10. And it's the perfect time here for us to jump off the air just for a little bit here as Alessandro Truchot leads us into the 30-minute lunch break. We come back at exactly, again, 12:05 p.m. Eastern Time with the Pro and Master Shifter pre-final. In a moment, though, of course, we'll give you one more run through the results. You can see all 48. Unfortunate for Royce Vega, Michael McGoy, Cameron Marcia, some of the big names involved in that incident. It did look like it was right around the edge of your top 10.
Ouch.
So no surprise, some fast guys to come from deeper in the pack here. While Alessandro Truchot, other end of the field, perfect day, perfect start, and perfect middle so far. He rolls off to the pole here in the main.
Oh, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex, presented by MG Tires, as we continue the coverage of the opening round of the Super Kart USA Winter Series 23. My name is Rob Howden, joined by Xander Clements here on Kart Chaser as we jump back into the middle of our pre-finals. Of course, the first four getting locked and loaded before the lunch break. We're back at it here once again. And indeed, not surprising, a pretty good hole shot there for A.J. Myers.
Alan Isambard actually a little bit closer here on this second lap, it looks like, than he was on the first. Long distances here for the pre-finals and finals. 12 laps in the heats, 20 laps to 22 laps in the mains as they head down the backstretch here, round the final corner, and go on to the front straightaway. Myers continues to show the way into turn number one with 2 laps now down. A.J. Myers and Alan Isambard, what's their margin back on the field? Well, it's a couple of seconds as they head up to turn number 4.
Yeah, solid run for both these drivers right now. Isambard, of course, the local driver with a ton of laps here at Homestead. A.J. Myers, a driver we've seen be the national number 1 on the ECAN driver rankings for many, many years. Just got pipped at the end of the season by Marian Kremers, but indeed they are up and running now as the front-running 2 drivers. You can see the gap that they've been able to develop. Those of you watching from home, maybe you have the live timing out as well. An issue with live timing right now. That's not able to get access, so we'll try to bring that up for you when we possibly can. Leaders stretching away nicely, though, getting able to gap themselves away a bit here.
And as they head over to turn number 4, we'll watch them once again here. Isambard just about 2 car lengths back from A.J. Myers. Out of turn number 4 and into turn number 5. There they go. You can see that the group back behind him has Davide 4A. They're leading a pair. I believe he might have Gabriel Cower right with him, but we'll get that's Pedro Piquet, I think, in the 4th spot. Then we go back to find Giorgio Carrara in 5th overall here in Pro Shifter. Again, ignore the timing monitor on the left-hand side of your screen. We'll take that down until the official live timing and scoring is back up. As Rob mentioned, that's unfortunately just wide here on live timing and scoring, but we'll go on the eyeball test here and do it the old-fashioned way to call this one, as we've got a good little fight there back behind the leaders. This is 3rd, 4th, and 5th as Davide Foray takes them over to turn number 4.
Next time they roll by, we'll have a look back into the Masters category as well to find out who's up top. I think Skitchy Barnes potentially could be leading here right now, but indeed up front, pretty good little scrap. Really over the first couple of laps with A.J. Myers and Alan Isambard, but Myers has pulled himself a bit of a gap. There's the scrap you see right now for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Myers trying to pull away a little bit here now up front. Got maybe a couple of kart lengths now on Isambard as they roll their way down the back straightaway. This is the box corner of this track coming through the essentially out of the inner loop. Then you have the 3 90-degree left-handers lead the big straightaway back down into the final corner.
Looked like at least Patrick Otto Madsen trailed to Skitchy, and then I believe up the road it might have been Scott Presti, if I'm not mistaken, their master shifter overall.
We'll try to have a look. Scott Presti was the fast qualifier in the master shifter class. Xander getting a pretty good run in there. Skitchy Barnes, I believe, was 2nd in the shifter category. So both those drivers kind of scrapping it out right now. Presti in the 6:08. This is, I believe, from the provisional qualifying results. No, that was morning warm-up, so we're going to get the right results here for qualifying. So we have it for us here now. Is live timing still not up and running for us here.
Davide Foray actually may come under fire here in turn number 1. Little look that time. This is again back in that battle in the Pro Shifter class for third. You can see behind him there. We'll pick up the rest of the pack behind Davide Foray as they just kind of go back and forth, and a little bump and run from Giorgio Carrara to the rear bumper right there of Pedro Piquet. So Pedro Piquet getting some extra pressure from Giorgio Carrara in that International Motorsport Lenzo kart. A pretty healthy shot that he gave him over in turn number 4 in the Greyhound Racing Seats PSL Karting Pro and Master Shifter Pre-Final. AJ Myers continues to lead as mentioned. Alan Isambard trying to stay close to him. He's 2 car lengths back. They're about a straightaway up the road as they head down to turn numbers 1 and 2. There's your top 2 overall, and then we'll give you the update on where Scott Presti is, if he is indeed the leader. If it's not, Skitchy Barnes over Patrick Madsen.
Yeah. It is Skitchy Barnes over Otto Madsen. Presti was further back, a little bit further back here.
Maybe an issue for Scott Presti here early in this pre-final. Let's send him down the order. There's Dan Breitenstein coming by. I think Scott Presti maybe a mechanical issue.
Yeah, I think maybe you're right. Looking around the racetrack to see if I can't pick him up anywhere. I don't see him off track at this point here. So Scott Presti not in that lead group, at least potentially not even on the racetrack right now for Master Shifter. Skitchy Barnes leading the way. Patrick Otto Madsen not that far back, but here's first and second now. And it looks to me like the Formula K driver Alan Isambard kind of resetting again. He fell back a bit, but he's dug back into now about 2 kart lengths behind the leader. So AJ Myers not having an easy time of it here in the pre-final here for Pro Shifter.
No, Alan Isambard doing a good job keeping him right there. AJ Myers, although looking like he's under pressure, probably also at the same time you could say that the veteran knows exactly how to go at a little bit below the pace, but keep the kid close enough behind him so that way maybe Isambard burns up his tires here in the pre-final before the main event. Now, Alan Isambard has run the Pro Shifter or Semi-Pro Shifter class since it's been an option nearly every single year of this SKUSA Winter Series. So while he is on the younger side, 19 years old, he's slowly becoming a veteran on his own. And, of course, this year fully supported in that ANSA Motorsports factory Formula K operation. And they've given him, I think, the last little bit that he needed. He's always run pretty good on, I'd say, B-rate equipment, and he's now in a position and in a program that's going to help him get to that A-plus level equipment week in, week out, not just on the national level races, but on testing, and that's huge.
And a great way to gauge yourself of where you are right now when you're running against the likes of AJ Myers, right, a driver of that pedigree. So right now, Isambard looking really strong running against AJ Myers. So again, is Myers kind of biding his time, taking care of the tires, getting Isambard to push hard, or is Alan kind of just hanging with him here right now? A little more in the a little more in the tank, using the draft a bit. 2 to go this time by, and again we'll continue to watch this battle up front between AJ Myers and Alan Isambard. The Magic Kart versus the Formula K pre-final for Pro Shifter. And the funny thing is, it's a mirror chassis-wise in the Master Shifter class with Scott Barnes and Patrick Otto Madsen on the Magic and on the Formula K. So both the drivers, front P1 and P2 in both categories, on the same chassis.
Yeah, very good point there, Rob. Interesting to see it. And again, like you said, it's not just the 2 different chassis that are on the battle. It's Magic Kart right now, 2-0, as we've got the drivers working their way towards the backstretch. We should be coming up to at least the double sticks, if not the white flag. White flag in the air, 1 to go. 1 more lap around, and Alan Isambard has kept AJ right within grasp, and I think maybe he would have had 1 or 2 spots to get by him. Hasn't really done it at all. So does AJ leave the door open? Does Alan try? Myers is going to go a little bit low into 4, and coming out of turn 4, I think AJ Myers sees the gap closing in. Alan's going to send it anyway. Turn 5, stops it. Alan Isambard, what a move for the lead there in the hairpin. Here comes Myers back on the inside in the carousel, and he'll catch him sleeping.
Oh, right back to the bottom on the inside. Coming through the carousel, the inner right-hand loop, right back to the inside after a good move there from Isambard. So Alan probably came out of that corner and said, hey, this is good. I just made my move. But boom, right back to the inside. And coming to the checker, A.J. Myers with the win. Second spot goes to Alan Isambard. We've seen a really good scrap here coming to the line. I think it's going to be Giorgio Carrera is going to come home here in the 3rd spot ahead of Pedro Piquet, I believe. So there's some really good racing 3rd on back. Live timing not able to give us what we needed here, just going off of the qualifying lineup to pick the numbers up. So some great racing in the category. Then again, as we said, I believe Skitchy Barnes coming home ahead of Patrick Otto Madsen, 1st and 2nd in the Master Shifter category. So you know what? They kind of settled in for the first 11 laps, Xander, and then Isambard and Myers decided to make it exciting on the final circuit.
Yeah, took his time, took one shot at it, loaded it up, and now again, there's a lesson from the master, A.J. Myers, giving a little bit of on-the-job training to Alan Isambard of how to get it done and how not to get it done. He gave him the opportunity there to go by, gave him the room. Isambard did everything you're supposed to do when you have a late dive like that. Go as slow as you can in the center of the corner to keep the crossover from happening. Myers just really got a great launch coming out of first gear, exiting that turn 5-6 complex, and he was able to get alongside him into that double right-hander. So great move for A.J. Myers to get the win in the pre-final, and it's going to be, I think, like we said, Rob, a little bit closer maybe than what we've expected. So we're going to send our team down to chat with those boys, and in the meantime, just go quiet on the airwaves for a moment, and hopefully by the time we get ready here with the X30 Jr session presented by Rawlson Performance Group, we'll have some live timing and scoring to join us on that stream as well, because there's a lot more drivers in that one, especially a lot more new faces that you and I will have to learn on the first race of the year.
Exactly that. We'll get that live timing back up. But otherwise, stay with us, folks. Lots more racing to come. 3 more pre-finals still to come here before we go main event racing. X30 Jr up next.
Well, we wait to hear from maybe some of the top drivers in Pro Shifter. The X30 Jr pilots have formed up and made their way onto the back straightaway. Ernesto Rivera and Stephen Miller will make up the front row. Leonardo Scorpioni to the inside of row 2 alongside RPG's Max Taylor. Alex Mercado with a good qualifying effort put himself on the inside of row number 3 with Teddy Musella lining up to the outside. Then we go back on through the rest of the grid here in what should be a very intense X30 Jr pre-final, including the likes of Enzo Vidmontiel and that Motez Sport Parolin starting tail end Charlie with a long way to go forward.
Field set, we are underway, green flag flying, and we are rolling down now into turn number 1 and 2. Everybody rolling back into position out of turn number 3 for the first time. Rivera gets a solid start, and he will lead them down in to turn number 4. A Scorpioni right there as well. Out of 4 down the short chute into the second of the 2 hairpins into turn number 5. Rivera will cover off the bottom of the racetrack to defend that first run down into the hairpin. You can see more of the chaos further back as drivers scrapping for position. Scorpioni, though, we've seen him be very strong throughout this weekend so far, and it could be a driver to fight for the top of the podium. But Rivera, big run down the straightaway. Stephen Miller right in there as well. Miller on that Alonso machine running there in the 3rd position. So indeed getting things rolling here for the first couple of laps right now.
And here they go into turn number 4. As you mentioned, getting things going. Stephen Miller will make the pass on Leonardo Escorpione. Rivera will get away, and we'll give you a little bit of a taste of the action of this while we also chat with the kid who almost came out with the win in the pre-final. Alan Isambard is down with our very own Emery Lida. Emery?
Standing here with Alan Isambard, a really close effort in that pre-final. You came almost up there on AJ Myers, made a sensational pass in turn 5. Just came up a little bit short. Walk me through that last lap.
Yeah, that was crazy. You got a bad run out of 4, and I just sent it down the inside at 5 and hope for the best. But you got back inside of me at the carousel, and that was it.
Yeah, and really, for the most of the weekend, including qualifying, it seemed like you were just a little bit off of what AJ was able to do. But in that pre-final, you found a little bit of pace. How much more is there to come?
There's a good bit more. We missed it in qualifying. Just my fault. I didn't put the lap together, but we got it.
For sure, and already you saw that kind of one-on-one duel against AJ Myers in the pre-final. Are there any things you've taken from it in terms of where he's strong, where he's weak?
Well, maybe defend the carousel might be a good idea, but other than that, he's strong everywhere, and we're strong, so we'll see.
For sure. Well, already off to a good start to the weekend. We'll see what he has in store in the final. Alan Isambard, a strong run in the pre-final. Back to you, Robin Zander.
Yeah, not a lot to say for Allen. He knows he's got a good kart right now. He knows he's able to challenge A.J. Myers. Just took advantage of that one little mistake and was able to dive down the inside. He could have, like he said, probably blocked a little more, defended more to the inside of the carousel. Nonetheless, Isambard's pretty fast. I think we got ourselves a bit of a battle for the rest of the weekend.
I think so, too. I think Alan Isambard, like he said, has a good piece, and if he can put the laps together consistently like he did in that pre-final, we could have a really good duel in Pro Shifter. As we look back to the X30 Juniors, here's your update. Ernesto Rivera and Stephen Miller are still your top 2. You go back, you find Max Taylor in 3rd. Escorpione sits in that 4th position here as they work their way out of turn number 9. This time by here, we'll give you an update of where the laps are. I believe this is going to be either 3 or 4 complete. It's showing as 3, so maybe 4 complete now with timing hopefully coming back up, but it'll be intermittent here at the moment. That's the issue right now that they're sorting out over at timing and scoring. All the timing and scoring is still going on properly. That's why we're still able to race. It's the external part. We want to be able to know what's going on as well. Here with 8 laps to go, though, the top 4 tightening up. Good run for Miller, Rob. A car length the difference here between himself and Ernesto Rivera.
Yeah, Miller settled in the early couple of laps there when we were talking to Alan Isambard and was able to finally make that move to get into 2nd. He's kind of biding his time here right now. Rivera, the Super Nationals winner, looks pretty comfortable up front, but Stephen Miller has always shown very well here at Homestead and really starting to put the pressure on. That top 4 gauging a little bit, starting to open up. You can see Miller closing back up here on the draft. He'll get right down into it, climbing that curb, coming through turn number 12. Man, when you roll into that curb like that, you're hammering that left front. Yeah, you can see the way it kind of upsets the car a little bit, but you have to have really quick hands coming off the corner. Does a great job and has closed up to within a length.
Yeah, he's just kept him right there here where he's going to be able to challenge. He was right with him all the way through qualifying, so we'll keep a close eye again here to see if Stephen Miller can get within that last car length here. Ernesto Rivera just gets such a good exit, almost like a rocket ship launch out of turn number 5, and he doubles that gap. 2.5 car lengths on the run into turn 7. Miller kind of eats it up with a little bit better roll speed in the mid to high speed corners, and again, we saw him really getting everything out of it, jumping over the curb and coming into the final turn. Let's see if he does it again here with a toe down the backstretch. Clips it a little bit easier, not as rough of a wild ride, and it's 6 laps to go here, 6 down in the pre-final.
Both drivers obviously showing their different strengths around this particular racetrack. It's a challenging one for sure. A number of 90-degree corners, couple of hairpins, the big sweeper on the inside of the racetrack, that inner loop, which obviously offers passes on the entry, in the middle of the corner. And then, of course, it's more of a cutback. It's not straight into a 90-degree corner. After you come out of the loop, you're kind of coming back across the racetrack a little bit. So you've got to open up the inside there. So we see some passes happen in that corner as well. Rivera holding, though, a pretty solid little advantage here now, maybe 4 kart lengths as they come through the box, the back part of the racetrack, long down the straightaway. And I think that may be the biggest advantage that Rivera's had over the last couple of laps.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like it's growing here as he hits his personal best with 5 laps to go. Ernesto Rivera hitting his stride right when he needs to. Max Taylor doing the same thing, pulling away from Leonardo Escorpione for that 3rd spot. So, well, it looked like Miller might be close enough, and right now, I mean, he looks really good through 4. Every time you count him out, but then again, not a great exit. This is where I think Rivera is the best. It's right coming out of turn number 5. That kart is rotated and gone, and he again just opens that gap up.
Yeah, you're right. Great look at it there. Awesome job by our cameraman here for Kart Chaser. Right on that particular corner, you can see he's able to explode out of that corner. The kart really rotates nicely, and Xander has said, you get it rotated and get back nice on the throttle without having that side bite, and you're able to get all that forward bite out of that corner of the racetrack. And again, coming through here, best run we've seen here as well for Stephen Miller. He's right on him. Let's see if he's able to hold it through here and potentially get a pass down into turn number 4. Oh, he's setting himself up a little bit here, a little bit right. Look over the shoulder, realize he's got some room. Doesn't do it in 4, still lots of laps to go. Has to know that he'll lose another probably kart length coming out of turn number 5.
I think Stephen Miller, if he could ask for anything right now, it'd probably one more tooth, if not 2, on the rear sprocket as we see a pass there by a Musella on a Scorpione. That is for 4th there at the end of the top 5. But as for Stephen Miller, he's carrying a ton of roll speed. That's why he's looking so good through the final corner. It's anywhere that he kind of just has to, wait to get on the power. Turn 3 a little bit, jumping in the air. Turn 5, having to wait to get on the gas, and then the kart bogs down. That's where he loses so much time. But he gains it back at the end of the straightaway and by calling that mid-corner speed.
Yeah, watch him here. Like you said, Xander, really up over the top of the curbing in turn number 2 to try to get that thing around to straighten it out. Give him a different entry line coming into turn number 3. Still right there with them, and don't count out Max Taylor either. He's still there as well. His teammate in RPG leading in Rivera, but Max Taylor, who will run this year in the USF Juniors program with VRD Racing, putting a lot of pressure as well. He's getting ready to try to challenge up to try to make it a Rawlson 1-2.
He definitely could spoil the party here for Stephen Miller as they come out of turn 11 and head down the back straightaway, this time by double sticks in the air, 2 to go. Teddy Musella, don't count him out either. He's also starting to close on in the top 3 as Ernesto Rivera leads down to turn number 1. Again, a new personal best, it looks like, for Rivera over Miller and the rest of the field.
This race, not a lot of action, but it is really the behind-the-scenes action here. You know what's happening here. Stephen Miller just kind of biding his time. Same goes for Max Taylor. He's closing up as well. Miller's shown great speed through the opening couple of corners. Any of the high-speed stuff, he's very strong. But again, a good jump out of turn number 5 there for Rivera. He'll hold probably 4 kart lengths now coming out of the inner loop through to the back part of the racetrack, the 10, 11, 12 complex through 10, through 11. Down the back straightaway, Rivera, to the point where he's not going to be able to get any kind of a dive bomb down into 12. He'll hold that spot, but as we've said, Stephen Miller's been so good coming through turn number 12. Big run down into turn number 1 again. White flag flying, final lap here in the pre-final for X30 Jr.
Here they come through turn 3. Again, one of the weaker points on Miller's radar, and it looked actually pretty good that time. Turn 4, not too bad. He's trying to use every bit of curve to make that track a little bit wider, but he's still 2 car lengths back into 5, and I think a bit of a bobble there going through the center didn't help him. It's 3 car lengths now. Ernesto Rivera looking like he should be just about safe if he can get out of turn 9 nicely.
Coming through 5, Rivera had that inside rear tire just hiked up in the air to get it to rotate cleanly, and he's got enough of a gap, I believe, coming down the back straightaway. Indeed, he is not going to get challenged. It'll be Ernesto Rivera through the final corner to take the win and secure the pole position for the main event this afternoon. X30 Jr set to go at around 3:40 this afternoon. A big victory there for Ernesto Rivera. Stephen Miller, a strong run to second, and Max Taylor was right there in third. I won't count him out for the main event either, because in that main, Xander, we're going another, 10 laps as well. So lots more racing in the main event, and to see whether or not those tires, that setup has the speed to last the entire 22-lap run.
Yeah, a good test at least here, and we'll see where they all kind of shake out again. Any more changes to find? I feel like there may be a little bit of tuning, and that'll be the difference of who shoots it right and pulls away, and maybe who shoots it wrong and goes a little slower or doesn't pick up, because they were very evenly matched, and that's the point where, as a tuner, as a driver coach, you're looking, you want to make one little improvement, and, again, tuning just a bit of a dark art, right? You're kind of guesstimating what the track's going to be like, what the kart's going to be like, how your driver's going to drive it. So many factors in, hoping that this one extra change in material is is going to make the difference. And, well, it could make the difference for anyone in our top 5 because they all were really even throughout the entirety of that race. 2 seconds looks like a decent gap, but that's with little to no passing. That's actually pretty tight. That's basically a 1/10 to 2/10 per lap at the most. So X30 Jr. wrapped, KA Master coming up next here with a pretty mixed bag of different drivers that we may or may not expect to see up front. Some of our regular names that we're used to seeing in Master Racing, like Miguel Mir, roll off in the 6th spot. On the other hand, we've got a lot of different names here that we aren't used to seeing. Like you mentioned, Mario Dominguez coming back here after his multi-year Champ Car career, making some more go-kart races in his Masters era. And, of course, now karting dad and returning karting Masters driver Luis Schiavo to kick things off at the top of the order.
Yeah, Luis Schiavo starting on the pole position alongside Michelle Garrido, row 2, Ruben Ravello, and Diego Rodriguez. Xander mentioned Mario Dominguez, multi-year Champ Car driver, starting P5 alongside Miguel Mir, multi-time Texas champion in the X30 Masters category. Alex Dalbon and Luis Quiones will be on row number 4, and Elliot Van Rankin and DJ Ortiz on row number 5. Iran Sanchez, Tom Gerstner, Alfonso Santiago, and John Stanescu will round out the 14 drivers we have. The debut of KA100 Masters here at the SuperKarts USA Winter Series after an incredible debut at the Super Nationals with a full field of 47 drivers taking the green flag for the Super Sunday main event.
And I'm sure that it will be a full field again here in 2023, if not, including an LCQ as well. Here they go onto the racetrack. Engines fired right on schedule so far. It's been a pretty clean race day so far, knock on wood. Again, we've gotten through both the junior pre-finals. No issues there. Let's see if the veterans can do a good job as well and keep their noses clean to set the standard. And while we got the KA Masters on track, of course, the final class on the afternoon in the roster is the X30 Senior Division. We did not get to chat with Ryan Norberg before the pre-finals got underway at the end of qualifying after his pole award run, or Joe Turney, or even Diego Contagia. We've got our guys down on the grid. They'll hopefully be getting some words as well as covering the KA Master Heat Race. We'll give you an idea and a preview of what's to come here with X30 Seniors pre-final, which will follow right after. So here they go out of turn number 11, Rob, through the last little bit.
KA100 Masters brought to you by Kart Racing Solutions. And again, as we said, lining things up right now with Luis Schiavo on the pole position alongside Michelle Garrido, Ruben Rovello, and Diego Rodriguez on row number 2. Mario Dominguez and Miguel Mir on row number 3. Field getting themselves into position to fire things up here right now. Looking good down the line, and we're at it. Green, 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 and a good start for Schiavo allows him to get clear and come back to the right side of the racetrack, setting up for a really good run through turn 1 and 2, and that's going to give him at least 2 to 3 kart lengths heading down into the hairpin turn 4 for the first time. The short shoot, the straightaway down into the right-hand turn number 5-6 complex. It's a right-left complex. And as we get set to roll, folks, we'll let these guys get rolling in the opening lap. We'll send it back down to pit lane where Alexander Searle standing by right now with Max Taylor.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm here with Max Taylor, your third-place finisher in X30 Jr. Max, you were getting faster and faster as the race went on. Looks like you needed maybe a lap or 2 more to have a chance of the win there. Talk me through your race.
Yeah, I started 4th. I had a clean start, stayed in position, got around place. I put my head down trying to catch the front 2. I was able to catch them and stay with them, but it's just so close with pace. You just got to keep putting in laps in and not making mistakes. I think we can definitely change some stuff on the setup, maybe gear, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, obviously you don't want to give away much of what you're doing with your kart right now, but is there anything you could tell us that you think you're going to change besides gear, with the track evolving, getting hotter? What do you think about doing maybe tire pressures-wise?
Yeah, we can mess with tire pressures a little bit. We'll talk with everyone in the tent. But RPG's putting in a really great operation, and we'll see what we can do on this.
Yeah, awesome. That's Max Taylor, everybody, your third-place finisher in X30 Jr. Look for him to go for the win in the final coming up shortly.
Alexander, I think you may be right. Max Taylor, I think, looked pretty good there. And again, running for Rawlson Performance Group, he and, of course, Ernesto Rivero looked very good. Drivers rolling across the line to get things underway for the opening couple of laps here for the KA100 Masters, and it does not look like live timing up and at it yet. We did lose one driver already out over in turn, I believe, number 10 has parked that car. Turn 9 actually coming out of the inner loop. So that driver's off the racetrack already. Otherwise, a 3-driver battle up front. You can see him coming through turn number 5 right now, and Luis Schiavo has had a good run out of the gate as your leader. Everyone else kind of tucking in back behind, but it's a 3-driver breakaway right now here in KA 100 Master.
As they work their way through turns 11 and down the backstretch, you can see Michelle Garrido took a big amount of curb there, as it looks like maybe Diego Rodriguez pulling up to the bumper on him. We'll double check that here across the line. Actually, no, it's going to be Ruben Ravello. Right, pushing him. So teammates on the Alessandro's Racing USA OTKs, soon to switch, I'm sure, over to those CRG machines. And over to turn number 4, it's a 2-car length gap between second and third. And, of course, the race leader, Luis Schiavo, who's somehow, again, managing to enter both himself and keep his kids on the racetrack as well. He's doing a fine job at it as he pulls up to 2.5-car lengths over to turn 7 and 8. And then it's that 3-car group behind him here that's got a 4th, 5th, and 6th in tow that should have Dominguez, Rodriguez, and Miguel Mir, I believe. Not a great start for him because I don't see where he currently lands at, and it doesn't look like he's got himself in that 4-car pack. But
I think Mir may be the driver off the racetrack over here in turn number 7 potentially. No, that's Mir here still on the track.
There he is. Yeah, just, again, different colors for him. He's on that Orsolon Racing Tony kart here this weekend for the SKUSA Winter Series.
Yeah, ran the Rawlson with Rawlson Performance Group at the Supernats, back with Orsolon Racing here this weekend. And in the past, has run with Crosslink Competition, running in Texas. Mir currently running in that P5 spot. Trying to figure out which of the drivers is off the racetrack over in turn number 7. And with live timing, of course, not working for us, not exactly sure which driver to pick up down there over in turn number 9, rather, not turn 7, outside of turn number 9, or inside of turn 9, rather, coming out of the inner loop slowed, and that was done there. But otherwise, again, the battle right now for first, second, and third kind of waning away here now as Schiavo pulling away nicely, getting himself a good gap. But we're not done at all yet with the Alessandro's Racing drivers running in the second and third spot, Garrido and Rovello. And then, as we said, Mario Dominguez has got a bit of a gap right now, P4, holding over Miguel Mir.
Yeah, all kind of stabilizing out right now here in the early stages of this pre-final. Here's again that look at Rovello and Garrido. They have just stayed hooked up, trying to push to close the gap to Luis Schiavo. I think Rovello's finally done pushing. He's going to go by him in turn number 5. And he'll say, all right, Michelle, I gave you plenty of opportunity to run down the leader. My turn to lead the train. And so he'll do so through turn 7, 8, and 9. And we'll put another lap in the books here with Luis Schiavo continuing to lead here in the Kart Racing Solutions K100 Master Class. Once again, stick with us here. X30 Seniors pre-final will be coming up next. Then a short break for the national anthem. And then the main events will roll here live from Homestead-Miami for the first time ever. Fully free for the entire SKUSA Winter Series and SKUSA Pro Tour season. As the halfway flags come out here, 6 in, 6 to go. They'll exit turn number 3. And again, Ruben Ravello starting to pull away from Michelle Garrido as he tried to push him forward. May have wasted a little bit too much time with Luis Schiavo's lead over a second now, it appears.
Indeed, that gap between first and second, still over a second now. Ravello, as Xander said, stretching a bit away from Garrido, maybe a length and a half here. Dominguez all by himself now as well, running in that 4th spot, as I believe Miguel Mir has lost a position. That may be to Diego Rodriguez. We'll try to pick him back up, find out exactly which driver it is who's battling. But there is right now your lead. You can see working through a strong advantage now for Luis Schiavo as he rolls down into turn number 1. It's, indeed the 4:26 of Diego Rodriguez, who's got back into P5. Miguel Mir started 6th, runs 6th, having worked his way up to P5 at one point. But again, it is a really strong run here for Mario Dominguez as well, as he has worked his way to 4th. That would put him on the outside of row number 2 for the start of the main event this afternoon.
Yeah, so Mario Dominguez getting himself up there and with a big time cushion. I mean, he's looking like he's making at least a little bit of progress towards 2nd and 3rd. He's definitely pulling away from 5th and 6th on the racetrack behind him. So Mario Dominguez en route to what could be, like you said, a prime starting spot for the main, but also a big boost of confidence on lap times that not everybody might pay attention to because the timing is down at the moment. So outside of going for a printout or having your mechanic tell you who he thinks was quick, Mario Dominguez might slip under the radar and steal a win away here come later on this afternoon.
Up front, though, Luis Schiavo making it look very easy here to kick off the Winter Series in this pre-final to hold on to that pole position that he earned from a fast lap in that short 4-lap qualifying. He's holding on to a good spot, but again, both those Alessandro Racing drivers running second and third, Ravallo and Garrido, have good speed as well. They'll just need to dial things in. Again, this is a shorter race. They're going to go another 10 laps for the main event, so you've got to have that long run. You got to see what the kart does lap 10, 11, 12. If you can get that, your personal best lap 12, you're kind of on the right mark in terms of chassis setup. Those drivers working their way down into turn number 1 again. You see them working together. That's the Alessandro Racing duo right there. But
Well,
folks, Xander, you take it away.
Yeah, so as we go over through turn 3 here on the racetrack with K-Master, we're going to just pull it off the track, or we'll pull it back whenever there's a battle. In the meantime, let's talk to our pole man at X30 Pro. Ryan Norberg is down here trackside.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Standing here with Ryan Norberg, your pole sitter in X30 Senior. Ryan, it's another season. Starting out with you up front, you're heading into this race, P1. You've got your teammate Diego Contecha in third. What's your mindset heading into this pre-final?
Just trying to keep it clean. I mean, a lot of these drivers I haven't really raced with in a long time, and they're new to the U.S., so trying to figure out, how they drive, how they attack this track, and kind of go from there. So the final, we have a better game plan.
Yeah, and this Homestead racetrack, it's really interesting in the amount of dive opportunities it provides and just the raceability in general. What do you think the differences between it and some of the other tracks you race on the circuit are?
Well, it's a much faster racetrack, a little bit rougher, but like you said, there's a lot of opportunities to make, late passes, and nobody's really ever out of it. You go into some of these corners with a 3-kart lead, they can still make a pass on you. So, you always got to keep an eye out, keep an eye over your shoulder, because, the racing's always going to be there.
Yeah, and lastly, kind of a more setup-based question. With the temperatures being colder than we're used to here in Miami this weekend, that's kind of led to maybe some colder tire pressures or temperatures and whatnot. When you look at what you've been able to do for the setup, how has that changed due to the temperatures?
It's not a lot. The track temp is what we're really focused on, and right now it's still pretty hot. So, didn't really do a whole lot different from yesterday. So just trying to keep it, keep it clean, keep it up front. But I got to head out. It's white flag, so I got to go.
Got you. Good luck. Get to it. Back to you guys.
There we go. Ryan Norberg, appreciative of him giving us his time. And again, nobody really knows where the laps are until the flags start coming. So, hey, credit to everybody there. White flag, though, this time for Luis Schiavo.
Interesting input there from Norberg, saying as well that they really haven't done that much different in terms of chassis setup or tire pressure. The track temperature is what he always talks about. Again, like you said, and indeed, if it's where it needs to be right now, they're going to be pretty much within their regular tuning window. There's Luis Schiavo, though, folks, out of the final couple of corners. He'll work his way through turns 10 and 11 right now. Out of 11 and down the back straightaway. Started on the pole after a strong run in qualifying, and that's where he's going to start for the main event this afternoon as well. Luis Schiavo out of the final corner, and he will take the win. In KA100 Masters, the two Alessandro Racing drivers, Ruben Ravello and Michel Garrido, right there in second and third. A good run for Mario Dominguez in the fourth spot. Then that battle, again, as we said, between Diego Rodriguez and Miguel Mir to cap up the top 6 drivers in the field.
And so that does it for, again, the KRS Master. We've got your Speed Concepts Racing X30 Seniors on deck. They'll be coming your way next here right after the break. Stick with us. Kart Chasers live coverage of the SuperKarts USA Winter Series rolls on.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
Time to wrap things up in terms of pre-finals for round one here at the SuperKarts USA Winter Series, the opening round. As we're getting set to go with the final pre-final of the day, it's X30 Sr rolling out onto the racetrack here, and this should be a lot of fun to watch. We had a chance to chat with Ryan Norberg. He was going to start in the pole position. Joe Turney on the outside. Xander, this is going to be a good battle. Really good look at what these guys are going to do racing wheel to wheel.
It's America versus the international scene, and after, whoa, what a chaotic start. I'm very surprised they got the green flag. The back half of the field was not together. We've got a couple drivers into the wall over in turn number 1 and 2, but yeah, that was, I don't know, that was something out of the NTT IndyCar Series with only 6 rows together at the start.
That's 100%. That was like an Indy 500 start, right? The back row's not into position. Everybody else kind of there. Norberg came rolling in big time into the final corner, got himself into his slots, and I want to say yes, maybe 6, 7 rows, or maybe 8 rows were actually in their positions. Everybody else kind of diving left and right. So a chaotic start, at least one driver off the racetrack on the outside of turn number 1, but Ryan Norberg's going to lead him, I think, coming down to turn number 12. He'll lead the opening lap, and that feels to me like kind of a veteran move, right? He says, I'm going to go in here, I'm going to dive it into, we're going to have a quick opening lap and kind of catch everybody off guard.
Well, it definitely worked out for him. He and Diego Contecha are long gone. Joe Turney got absolutely used up there down the back straightaway. DeTulio got by him, and he had a few more looking on him coming down the front stretch. So as this pack here we go, 4th, 3rd, DeTulio, Blake Nash, Jacob Kolar into the top 5. Then you go all the way back, there's Morgado and all them, but here we come into the carousel. And so you can see DeTulio and company, I mean, they are a long way back from Ryan Norberg and Diego Contecha, who both you would expect to be very consistent and very quick. Something would have to be a big miss here as we see DeTulio getting shuffled now. Great move by Blake Nash to get by, and he'll bring 5 drivers with him as all the way back to Diego Ramos freight trains DeTulio.
Ouch, ouch. A really strong start there for DeTulio, and then he got absolutely freight trained, as Xander said, down the backstretch. And you can see elbows up everywhere now in the mid-pack here as they're all trying to take advantage of him. When you get on the outside of the corner, guys are always diving back inside on you. So a lot of action there. And I'll tell you who's really impressing me up front here. How about Jacob Kolar?
Yeah.
And that DAP branded machine running right there in the top 5, currently P4. Good run for Kolar.
And what a good start for Austin Garrison. Nearly no man's land through most of this morning with warm-ups and qualifying. Austin Garrison into the top 5. Joe Turney had a big mistake there on camera in turn number 1. Kind of blocked and got caught out. Then got a little bit lucky as they fought behind him. But here is Garrison behind Kolar. Diego Ramos, then Turney. Morgado's had to fend off a frenzy. And Aiden Ingrata is now the driver there. You can see them, everybody snaking around one car. That was poor Aiden Ingrata, probably lost about 7 spots on the way to turn 1.
Yeah, Aiden had trouble coming through turn number 12, dropped the right side of the cart off the track, and was kind of holding on over top of the rumble strips there. And everybody else kind of, as you said, streamlined by. He's looking over his shoulder, trying to find a way to get back into the line. Lost at least 5 spots coming through that corner. And that's that's the level of competition here. We know that. Look at this scrap here coming out of turn number 5 and 6. You check up, somebody else is going to dive through that opening on the inside of the corner.
And we got a good shot there of Austin Garrison making the move for 4th on Jacob Kolar in that DAP cart. So Kolar, what a great weekend here, like we've said here, for the sophomore senior driver, the young kid amongst a lot of veterans in that group. And here's DeTulio. Alessandro DeTulio's backward slide has taken him pretty much outside the top 10, it looks like. Terrible start as Kolar makes a mistake, Here comes Joseph Turney to the outside. Not going to get the job done, but it'll back him up. And now Kolar, if he doesn't defend right here, Turney's going to go. He blocks a little. Looks like Turney will go, and he finds a way by, and Kolar will lose his spot. And that right there, that's just the difference. The one little mistake that some of these younger drivers will make will send them back. And Jacob Kolar will pay 2 positions for it and a good amount of time, unfortunately, to the rest of the pack. As up front, Diego Contagious catching Ryan Norberg, Blake Nash, Austin Garrison. There goes the grouping. And there you can see Diego Ramos got by Jacob Kolar there with the mistake through turn number 9.
Yeah, Ramos in the PSL karting Burrell Art machine, able to get by Kolar. All it takes that one little mistake like that, and you're going to be able to, you'll see some of the top drivers work through. We got yellow flags flying like there's a driver off potentially down in turn number 1. I can't see anything from here. You see a driver off the inside of the track there coming down from 4 to 5. There it is there. One of the Nash Motorsports drivers potentially
Westover.
off.
Yeah, that's Louis Westover.
Louis?
Yeah.
Wow.
The bad weekend just continues to get worse for poor Louis Westover as he is out in the wall over in turn number 1. And again, not a great qualifying effort, just put him in the hornet's nest. Meanwhile, Ryan Norberg, Diego Contagia continue to show the way here, halfway in and halfway home in the pre-final. Blake Nash over Austin Garrison and Joe Turney, who has found new life here in the second half of this session. 6 down, 6 to go. They're all way too far back to catch the RPG Cosmics first and second at the moment, but maybe a better starting position for the main event will help Joe Turney out if he can get down to the inside, because, again, that's your outside front row qualifier, Joe Turney, who spent the entire first lap just kind of getting bullied in his welcome to the United States introduction for sure.
Blake Nash having a pretty good run, qualified P5 and continues to run in that grouping, currently in the 3rd position right now for Nash, I believe. Big run down the straightaway here for Nash. They're coming through. Here's Nash right there. Nash, of course, right there with Garrison behind him. Joe Turney closing back up, so a really good run for Blake Nash. 3rd place, I'm okay with finishing 3rd in a pre-final, knowing I'm going to be starting on the inside of row number 1, especially in a track like the one here with a couple of left-handers off the start of the inside line. Obviously a good place to be. So indeed, Blake Nash having a strong run here right now, but a lot of good racing coming. Move to the inside. Garrison's going to take that spot away. Book it. Austin Garrison to the inside. In turn number 5, he'll take P3. Here comes Turney. And just like that, Blake Nash, Sander, P3 to P5 in about 4 corners.
So Joe Turney able to work his way through as well very quickly. He didn't lose any time to Garrison. And Turney at this point, if he gets by Garrison, that's that last starting spot on the inside lane. They can really kind of take Contagia out of it if they take Turney out of it in the same way here in the pre-final. Look at that move. Late move there for Joe Turney. Kind of slid it down the inside.
That is a hot rod right now. That Kart Republic is coming alive. You see he was able to get the pass done first on Blake Nash and literally just drove it down the straightaway, came through the final corner, pulled to the inside of the racetrack, and it was late indeed, but able to get the thing to rotate again mid-corner. That's what we've been hearing from those guys, that the kart does seem to be able to be driven hard into the corner and still rotate nicely with lateral grip. So a strong run here for Joe Turney on his American debut, back up to P3. Started on the outside of the front row, so really limiting the damage after some issues over the opening couple of laps.
3 laps to go here this time. Look at the gap already. Turney pulls 4 car lengths back to Austin Garrison and Blake Nash down to turn number 1. A lot of good pace, and again, we talked just a better starting spot. We've seen it multiple times. You go back to, even the I can't remember if it was the SKUSA or USPKS Newcastle round going the opposite direction. Louis Westover on the solo kart. He said he was a couple tenths off at best. Started 3rd behind Hayden Jones and Ryan Norberg, and he dive bombed him 3 wide to turn 1, and then the whole field opened up. That's all that we need is an aggressive veteran driver like Westover. In this case, could be Joe Turney. The difference being Turney, at the moment, it's hard to say off the eyeball test. I would bet he's probably pretty close to the pace right now of Ryan Norberg and Diego Contagia.
I would say the same thing. Very impressive for Turney right now, and the kart's coming alive midway to the second half of the race, which is going to bode really well for that camp, right? They want that kart to be good over the long distance, and they'd love to see it turn its fastest lap on lap number 12. He's been able to literally drop Austin Garrison on that red speed, and he's going backwards. Turney in P3, rocketing his way forward, and again, nice to be able to see the gap. We're not going to get that between them with live timing still down, but you got to think that Turney probably eating into the gap of Diego Contagia as well.
And Contagia as well, he's lost some time to Ryan Norberg. Meanwhile, here's a look further back. Alessandro DiTullio falling way to the wayside and then somehow kind of coming back forward. He's got himself back into the top 10, as you can see, ahead of Mateus Morgado. So good stuff for Alessandro DiTullio on the rebound. After getting to third at the end of the opening lap, you'd think he would have had a much stronger pre-final, but it's just really not been that way for ADT. The round 1 provisional winner, round 2 official winner from last year here at the SKUSA Winter Series, Alessandro DiTullio, just missing a little bit, of course. Didn't have Joe Turney there, didn't have Austin Garrison, didn't have Ryan Norberg. I believe might have had Diego Contagia, and didn't have Blake Nash either, who, again, credit, like you said, to Blake Nash. He's running up against some top-level pilots. I mean, the guys in front of him are either multi-time national champions, international factory driver Joe Turney, and then Diego Contagia, who was second at Supernats 24.
Indeed, there are obviously some pretty impressive drivers who are showing the speed up front right now. Blake Nash trying to put his name in the middle of the fight throughout the 2023 season.
And look at that.
Garrison
was trying to brake check him across the line to get fifth. Nash
love it.
caught it. I don't know if he got it or if he got to him or not. I think Blake Nash recognized what Austin Garrison wanted to do. Garrison wanted to start on the inside, tired of starting on the outside.
That's a mindset of going for a race win, not winning a championship. That's the one thing, right? Because there are points up for grabs in all these pre-finals. If let's just say Garrison got that done and fell back to 6th, then all of a sudden he loses those points. What if he wins? What if he loses the championship by a point that he could have got? Hey, it's always that balance, right? Yeah, I want to start on the inside. I want to go for the race win. The biggest points, of course, come in the main event. But that's an interesting strategy. Garrison see if he could not push Nash up into that spot, but nope. It looks to me like they'll all play it out. Otherwise, up front, Ryan Norberg getting the job done once again. Diego Contagia's got to be really happy, though, at P2.
Yeah, very, very safe result for Diego Contagia there in P2. Flexed his muscle a little bit. Looked like when he got to Norberg, kind of overdrove just a touch. You could see him working the wheel a little more than Norberg was through turn number 12. And then, of course, at the end kind of faded off. I think may have just overheated the tires a little bit. So we'll see if Contagia's still going to have good rubber left for the main event. It's a long 22-lapper for the X30 Pro Seniors to come. In the meantime here, we'll take a break from the commentary side. We'll play the national anthem here over, and then we'll get set for main event action, beginning with Micro Swift.
in my RPG, including everyone else.
So welcome back here to AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex for the 2023 SuperKarts USA Winter Series. Round number 1, main events about to get underway. The micro slips released onto the racetrack here, presented by Reisel Racing as they make their way towards turn numbers 9 and 10. And we'll take you through the starting lineup of how they fared through that pre-final. Of course, Antonio Pizzogna-Nito was phenomenal throughout the morning here today. He rolls off on the pole once again. You have Valentino Santien, who will start to the outside of him, who has had a good run here in that SLA Kart Racing Kart Republic. Then row 2, Pasha Ali aboard the Parolin, and a great drive forward that picked up 16 spots into the pre-final for Parker Ives in the Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro Kart to complete the second row. Cooper Lorenzo Lopez and Luca Beccheril will start on row number 3. Josh Bergman, Juan Garcia Arstavilla, row number 4, and the rest of the field is into the tram lines, into the start box. We're underway down to turn number 1, and the first main event of the 2023 season is green. Can they all make it through cleanly? They can. We're good over to turns 2 and 3 as they head for 4. Antonio Pizzogna-Nito here in the Reisel Racing Microslift class leads them. Pasha Ali up to second with a great start. Just ahead of Santien. Valentino Santien going to look to the inside. Gets by as the Argentinian SLA Kart Racing Kart Republic moves back up into P2. Ali back to third. Ives still fourth as they're all spread out chasing that Orsolon Racing Parolin of Antonio Pizzogna-Nito here in the Reisel Racing Microswift class. They'll head through turns 10 and 11 and down the long back straightaway here with a little gap for second and third. Ali's going to get a big run. He'll push Valentino through turn number 12, and we've got one lap in the books. Parker Ives still in that fourth position over the rest of the field. Headed down to turn number 1. 20 laps in total here for the Microswifts. A long main event for them. And it'll update here in just a moment of where they've all shaken out through the first lap. But a clean first lap, the best thing so far. Made it through all the pre-finals on the red flag. Hopefully the same can be said here for the main events on a cool afternoon here in Homestead-Miami, Florida. Valentino Santien and Pasha Ali, as you can see there, still having a little bit of pressure coming as we've got Parker Ives, who had that great drive forward in the pre-final. In that pre-final, looked like he might have been the only driver with the pace to be able to challenge potential race leader in potential race winner in Antonio Pizzogna-Nito. So can Parker Ives get there? We'll find out. Meanwhile, let's go down trackside here. Austin Garrison had a very interesting finish to his pre-final and overall a lot of speed. He's with Emery.
Yeah, Austin Garrison here, a top 5 run in the pre-final after starting the back half of the top 10. It looked like you had pretty good pace throughout most of the race, just a little bit short. Walk us through your race.
Yeah, so we got a really good start actually. The car, felt good for the first half of the race. I was catching Blake and definitely wanted to salvage third. But eventually, later on the car started to go and fade, and then we lost some speed towards the end. I did not want to go and finish fourth, but I don't know what the result was going to happen. So overall, we have to go back to the 10, put our heads down, and try to find a couple more tenths out of it.
Yeah, and talking about your tent, you guys have a lot of guys under the Speed Concepts Racing team that have done a lot of good things this weekend. Just walk us through your weekend and how the progression in terms of setup and in terms of just working with the team has gone.
So my pace during the first half of this week, I was not where I wanted to go and be. We were a little bit slower than what I thought I was going to go and be, and we just kept working and working at it. Our pace is getting a little bit better each time. My teammates underneath the tent, they've been showing really, really good pace throughout the whole entire weekend. But they didn't have that great of a qualifying, and it's tough when you start outside of the top 10 or even on the outside. When you're back to 15th and on back, it's really, really hard. So overall, I think it's turning into a good weekend. But we'll see towards the end.
Yeah, for sure. Austin Garrison, a run up to fourth in the pre-final. We'll look to make up 3 more spots in the final. It's going to be an exciting one. Back to you, Xander and Rob.
I think the key thing there, Xander, was the fact that every driver is coming off this racetrack, regardless of if they're good or if they're bad, there's going to be some major changes made, of course, for the main event, right? It's a longer run. What do you do in terms of gearing? Do you change anything setup-wise? Some drivers just have to take bigger swings than others, right? And we know Garrison knows he's got good speed, but he needs to be able to have that good jump more to balance the guys up front.
Well, I mean, the most sobering bit of truth he got was that last 5 laps when Joe Turney hunted him and Blake Nash down and then pulled away, dropped them like they were nothing. So he knows they've got a lot more pace to find, and that does happen sometimes, like he said. When you start towards the front end of the field, you can maybe not have the best pace, maybe be a 15th or 20th place car, but if they battle enough in the opening couple laps, they won't catch you even if they are faster.
Yeah.
So he probably feels like he got away with one maybe a little bit, getting still a top 5 starting spot for the main. Maybe not fully gotten away because he wasn't able to give away that 4th spot to Blake, but nonetheless got away with one by staying up towards the front with a car that maybe shouldn't deserve to be there. So we'll see where he all ends up, but again, Austin Garrison, like you said, lots of experience, knows he needs more. And for these kids here, they know they need more to catch up to Antonio Pizzogno because already just 6 laps in, his lead is tremendous. Pasha Ali under pressure with Valentino Centillan and Parker Ives, but if they battle more, it's for sure gone, although I don't know if it's even really possible at this point. You can see the gap here. It's nearly an entire straightaway for Antonio Pizzogno, and we've still got 2/3 of the race to go.
Yeah, Antonio shot out of a cannon early, got a really good start from the pole position, and put on those really early laps. And we've seen that over the years, right? If you start on pole, you got that pace, you pull out to the 2/3 of a second gap, and you can maintain that gap to the end and you win. But if you've got the extra pace, you can keep piling on the gap, and that's what Pizzogno is doing right now as he rolls through the final corner, coming across the line to put another lap in the books. About 5 to go, 6 to go, 15 to go, maybe 14 to go right now. The battle again is for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. They're going to scrap it out, and eventually in their minds they're going to see how far ahead Pizzogno is. They're saying, hey, you know what? We're battling for 2nd. And as soon as the mindset changes happens, at that point, the leader's gone. Nobody's ever going to catch him when they start fighting for 2nd and 3rd.
So with 13 laps to go roughly here in this Ricer Racing Micro Swift main event, you can see we've followed Parker Ives' drive forward in that pre-final towards the end. His main event's been much more tame, running behind Valentino Centillan, who was our front row starter in that SLA Kart Racing Kart Republic. They both lost a little bit of time to Pasha Ali this time around here with another lap and a half in the books. And the other thing, Rob, here, while you had stepped out, as we see Ives actually, big pass there made in turn number 12. He'll take over 3rd, but down in turn 1, no change back. What I was going to say, Rob, is we hit a lot of lap traffic in the Microsoft pre-final, more than what I've seen in probably a couple of seasons. So, and not all of them, unfortunately, were able to get black flagged off the racetrack before the leaders arrived on the scene, and it played a factor. It hurt Valentino Centillan because at one point he was right there with Antonio Pizzogno. So I think, to me, that's the only way this race really opens back up again and could get a little bit crazy, is if the lap traffic somehow messes with that Orsilon Racing pilot out front.
And there is always a possibility because there's so many more laps still to come. 13 laps remaining here. A long way to go in this 20-lapper for the drivers in this Micro Swift category. Again, brought to you by Ricer Racing. We're working our way through what will be 8 main events here this afternoon. The opening round of the SuperKart USA Winter Series. KA100 junior drivers now on the grid getting themselves ready to go. We'll follow that up with KA100 senior. Mini Swift. Then it's the Pro and Masters combined shifter category, and our final 3 categories on the day will be X30 Jr, KA100 Master, and X30 Senior. But it's all starting off with the youngest drivers of the SuperKart USA program here in the Micro Swift category, a 20-lapper for them. And again, Antonio Pizzogno out to a massive lead right now as the drivers in that 2nd, 3rd, and 4th spots who were locked together. You can see now the gap. That's 2nd and 3rd there. And then back to 4th place. So there's 2nd, 3rd, and 4th right there. The gap is at least 4 or 5 car lengths. Then a big gap back to 5th, 6th, and 7th, who are scrapping it out coming through the inner loop. Now, live timing still not back up for us here right now, so we apologize for that. Again, the massive gap here for Pizzogno, well out front, and again, just clicking away the laps here.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit further back, like you said, with that next group that we find just inside the top 10. Lots of different faces in the top 10 and top 15 here this year, and a lot of new drivers. Really, I mean, that's the biggest thing about the lap traffic. They're all rookie or very green drivers, probably their first ever Superkarts USA event, probably their first ever national race in general, and maybe anything bigger than the club level. So that's what's got just this big skill delta that we have, and it's already, again, we're still not halfway. We've got lap traffic coming for the leaders, and we've got battles, kind of all around the racetrack, but a big, wide spread overall as here we go down through turn number 9 for this fight towards the edge of the top 10.
Looking for the gap here right now. 4.29 seconds, the gap between first and second. That's Pizzonia Nito back to Pasha Ali, but Ali definitely has himself a scrap here now. And we have live timing back up and running. Fantastic to get that. So we'll give you a top 10 rundown now. It's Antonio Pizzonia now working his way as your leader. 4.174 actually was the gap last time by officially. Pasha Ali getting challenged pretty aggressively from Parker Ives in the back. Ives with the fastest lap of the race last time by, so good pace there in the fight for the final positions on the podium. How do you say the last name there, Xander? Valentino?
Sentian. Almost like a Y with the 2 L's.
Lots of Y, lots of L's, but yeah, Sentian running now in the 4th spot. And have a look at this. I know you like this name. Up 27 spots from 26th to 5th.
Yeah, 21 spots for João Paulo Banataman. And then you have Juan Garcia Davila up 2, Colton Schniegenberg up 10, Maxwell Macha up 20. Luke Gilio, 18.
Wow.
So, and again, we didn't have any major wrecks in this one. These are just kids that had top 10 pace, had an issue in some way or another, and had to come from way back after the pre-final. It may have also been some penalties. I know Macho started towards the front of that pre-final, was running in around the top 10 for most of that session, so it may be a little bit off as timing comes up, but if that's true, very impressive for all those kids to be coming up 10, 20 spots.
Yeah, Banataman up 21 positions, and we're still early. We're still at essentially the halfway point, 10 down, 10 to go, although Banataman about 5.2 seconds behind Sentian. So that's an issue there. The leaders have been able to pull away. Here comes Pizzonia Nito. Big gap. So really there's a huge gap of almost, 11 seconds back to Banataman. So the front 4 drivers have used these opening laps to clear everyone else. The other drivers coming aggressively from the back of the pack.
Yeah, see, there's Banataman going into turn 1 for those watching on the live stream. Juan Garcia Davila and that Energy is next. Then I believe, actually, it might be Colton Schniegenberg on the Energy. And then you go back. Yeah, that's Colton Schniegenberg on the Energy. Juan Garcia Davila on that Orsolin Racing entry just up the road. Maxwell Macha is the one on Schniegenberg's bumper. And then, of course, when we switch over to the other camera angle, this is was looking towards the further half up the grid with Pasha Ali and company.
Antonio Pizzonia Nito putting down very consistent laps, 53.7 his best. Last time by 53.9. Where the same goes for Pasha Ali. Consistently 54 flat right now. Not quite there. 4.1 seconds back, but it's Ali versus Ives for second spot on the grid. And those were drivers we talked about early on as well. When David Cole and I and Nate Dean sat down to do our Outlap preview podcast, but those are the 3 drivers we talked about. It was the same thing Xander we're dealing with right now. These are brand new drivers who obviously weren't in the fight last year. The top 10 drivers from the championship points of last year's Micro Swift Winter Series championship standings all moved up to the mini class. So this is wide open for some new drivers. Those that we saw running outside the top 10 last year, their turn to shine, and we're seeing that out of Pizzonia Nito, Ali, and Ives.
Yeah, and especially here this afternoon drive from Ives here. I don't know what kind of really sparked this fire in the last little bit of this race. I mean, Parker Ives has not only caught and passed Pasha Ali here in this last little bit, he has run the fastest lap of the session. He was 4/10 better than Antonio Pizzonia Nito, and I'm sure his mom, dad, and tuner on the fence are going, where was this 10 laps ago? What took so long? Because Parker Ives is having pace right now that could have him on the top step of the podium. In any case, it will be a fantastic finish in the works here if he can hang on to it. 6 laps to go for the RPM Nitro kart. Pasha Ali has been really just bridesmaid pretty much all day. Second or third in nearly every lap of every session. He has yet to get to the lead but he is close and knocking on the door of Antonio Pizzognanito.
He's got it down to 3.8 seconds, 6 laps to go last time by. Both those drivers turning 53.8, so similar, essentially front-running time, so it doesn't seem like Ives is going to be able to cut in that half second he needs every lap. But the bottom line is he's running in that second spot, although getting still chased pretty aggressively by Pasha Ali, who turns his fast lap. There's an opportunity potentially for Ives to be there tomorrow in the middle of the fight. Obviously, one day here, you come back and do it all again the next day. You show good pace on Saturday, come back on Sunday to try to grab that elusive race win.
Yeah, whatever Ives had, he just lost as Pasha Ali goes back on by him, so move Ali on forward. And so Pasha Ali back to second, Ives back to third in this fight for the final 2 spots on the podium. Back behind them again, Valentino Santillán has faded heavily. I'm not sure, again, where some of the times kind of come and go. A lot of it, I think, again, we go back on rhythm for many of these kids, getting into a good rhythm with each other, following each other. There's so much learning, and this is one of the younger, probably average-age Microswift classes we've seen in some time as well. You look at the size of the majority of the kids here in the micro division this weekend. I mean, this is a very youthful group. You do not have a lot of kids returning from the last year, as you mentioned. Got a lot of people new to running at the front and at the national level in general.
Well, they're doing a tremendous job, let's put it that way. Watching these drivers getting these laps put in and they're getting up front. Some good scraps further back in the field as well. But again, watching the drivers up front getting the job done here right now with just a couple of laps still remaining to cap things off. 4 to go right now for Antonio Pizzognanito as he looks to get out of the gate here in the SuperKarts USA national season with the first win of the year. 8 main events on the docket for today. This is the first of 8, and we'll see whether or not Pizzognanito can be the first winner of the SuperKarts USA 2023 season.
He's got an outside shot at it as Pasha Ali has 1 car length back here to Parker Ives for second and third. That's the closest battle right now inside the top 10 we can find. Although Maxwell Macha's charge forward isn't to be overshadowed either. Let's take a look back here if we can. Go back just a little ways on the leaderboard. You'll find Maxwell Macha in the number 33 has worked his way past Colton Schneegenberg towards the front. Purple lap time, and he's working on Yao Paulo Bonataman to crack the top 5. So indeed, I'd bet maybe then Maxwell Macha did come from the rear, and if he did, this could be a 23 or 24 spot run into the top 5. He's exiting turns 5 and 6 right now. We'll see if we can get those cameras to switch on over to Maxwell Macha and company. In the meantime, though, 2 laps to go coming this time by for Antonio Pizzognanito.
And Xander, for the 23 of Macha, this is one of those performances of a young driver that's going to give him so much confidence, right? You had an issue in the pre-final. You're starting at the back. You're a little bit down. But then to be able to fight forward like this, past this many drivers coming forward, as Macha right there right now on Bonataman, and maybe even Santillán as well. It's not like that's out of the question here with just a couple of laps to go. 2 laps remaining here for our first main event of the day.
Yeah, Maxwell Macha 1 car length back here. Bonataman felt him coming, took a second there before he moved over to the outside of turn number 4. And here up front, there are simultaneous battles with Ali and as well Ives side by side there. Big dive from Bonataman. Sends Santillán wide. Here comes Macha trying to get a nose. Can't do it. Valentino Santillán on the bumper. Moves him up. Where can Macha go? He's just trying to figure out a way through the logjam as they're side by side to 10 for 4th. No change. And can he get there in 11? Almost he does. And he does get through as we go back to the battle for second. White flag. Here's that battle again for 4th. It's chaos all over on our camera side trying to make sure we cover everything.
1 pass there, though, for Macha again, but is he going to lose it coming down into turn number 1? He may have. There they are running side by side again. Final circuit as Pizzognanito out front, but this is the fight we're watching a bit further back right now for 4th, 5th, and 6th to see who comes away with it. Leader's already into the inner loop right now. That's the kind of gap that Pizzognanito has. That fight is pulled away a little bit now. They pretty much gapped up there in 4th, 5th, and 6th. Leader coming out of the box, final part of the racetrack, down the straightaway and into turn number 12. A dominant run to start off the 2023 SuperKarts USA season. Antonio Pizzognanito winning in Microswift. And the battle at the end, side by side. Who's going to come across the line? Parker Ives, a nice run to the inside of turn 12. He'll go from 3rd to 2nd. On the final lap, Parker Ives coming home in 2nd. And unofficially, last driver on the podium, Pasha Ali. Xander, we had no excitement up front, but a ton of racing for second and third and fourth, fifth, and sixth.
Yeah, great last corner stunner there for Parker Ives and Pasha Ali. Ives getting the job done in turn number 12 to get that final position back from. They both had traded quite a bit. Good clean racing, too, was the best part out of it, Rob. That's the stuff you love to see out of the kids' classes.
Indeed.
Nothing dirty at all out of what was going on there through the entire top 10 from anything we watched in this race. I mean, I don't even know if there's a single cart to be recovered for pickup. Both their pre-finals and their main events, 31 drivers, all clean, no red flags. Great, great racing action here from the youngest stars on the SuperKarts USA Winter Series structure.
The margin up front, 6.7 seconds for Antonio Pizzogno as the winner. Parker Ives with that last corner move on Pasha Ali to take second. Valentino Santillan ends up in the fourth spot. João Paulo Benadamin fifth. Maxwell Macha just not quite able to get it. So 21 in position improvement for Benadamin, 22 spots up for Maxwell Macha. Colton Schlingenberg up 10 to 7th. Luke Giglio up 19 spots from 27th up into 8th. Liam Van Beek in 9th, and Juan Garcias Davila rounding out the top 10 in what was a very exciting start to the day. There it is, just your unofficial results. As we said, big win for Antonio Pizzogno, and the main events are underway. Folks, don't go anywhere. 7 more races still to come. Next up on the docket, KA100 Junior.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa. International Motorsport has you covered on every level of karting, and starting here in 2023, in cars as well. For your very first step into an F4 race car, try out the Formula Inter Arrive and Drive F4 Championship, hosted here at the Homestead-Miami Speedway. Along with that, of course, the International Motorsport team covers every base of the karting pyramid, from the local to the national and international level. For more information, follow International Motorsport or Formula Inter on social media.
Back live here from Homestead, Florida on Kart Chaser for the opening round of the SuperKarts USA Winter Series. We have our first main event in the books, a big win there for Antonio Pizzogna-Nito. A very impressive run. Xander able to stretch away. Always fun to get the season off to that kind of a start where you have a dominating performance, but a couple drivers right behind him as well, Pasha Ali and Parker Ives, who ended up finishing second. Very impressive runs for both of those young drivers, too.
Super impressive. And we've got Antonio Pizzogna-Nito, both senior and Antonio Pizzogna-Nito for junior and Antonio Pizzogna Sr. here with us. And just a couple words in Portuguese to their friends and family back home. We wanted to give them the opportunity. So let's send it over to Alexander Searle for that.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I'm here with your Micro Swift winner, Antonio Pizzogna. Antonio, what an absolutely dominating performance here, winning the race by almost 7 seconds. Walk me through this race.
Você dominou a corrida, ganhou a corrida com 7 segundos na frente. O que você achou da corrida?
Eu achei que foi bem boa. No começo eu consegui abrir bastante, no final fui melhorando as voltas e consegui abrir bastante para ganhar a corrida.
One more thing. Who would you like to thank for this race victory?
Quem que você gostaria de agradecer pela vitória?
Meu pai, meu mecânico, meus amigos, a equipe, todo mundo que eu conheço, minha mãe, meu pai, minha família, tudo.
Awesome, I love that. That's your race winner, Antonio Pizzogna in Micro Swift. Back to you guys in the booth.
I think we're going to be hearing a lot from him throughout the season, so I love it. That's fantastic. And, of course, his father, a former F1 driver as well, so Antonio Pizzogna, great to have him on board. And he was a winner at the Super Nats, too.
Yeah.
These guys know how to get the job done. Obviously, a great family. Great to have them with us here in the SuperKarts USA program. Let's keep going. We got another race to jump into right now. Enzo Vedmontian on the Motas Sport Parallel. Going to start on the pole position alongside Oliver Weldon in the JC Karting LN kart. This is going to be a battle. We got a bunch of drivers here in KA 100 Junior.
And here we go. Green flag, and we're underway down to turn 1. 48 drivers down to the first corner. Who can survive it? They're 2 and 3 wide. There's a couple that'll get tagged together back around 30th or so. For the most part, the leaders got through clean. It's just the back half of the field under pressure as Stephen Miller, hello, Dive Bomb City, turn 4. He's got the lead. Vidmontien back to second. He'll hang on to it. Mercado is third. Carson Weinberg is fourth. And they'll all get single file coming out of 5 and 6 as a Scorpione gets into P6. Oliver Weldon has faded all the way back to the 7th position here on the opening lap, just trying to hang on through turn 9.
Yeah, a handful of drivers out in turn number 1 with that contact, at least not so much out, but at least connected and involved in that incident. But up front, as we said, drivers pulling away and getting things underway. We'll give you the rundown when they roll out of here for the first time. And again, big run here to get things going for Enzo Vidmontien as he'll lead them down into turn number 1. Good start. Everybody else coming through cleanly, as I said. Maybe a handful of drivers, Xander. Everybody else pretty clean and green coming through.
So Stephen Miller's attempted the lead there, ultimately again quickly foiled by Enzo Vidmontien. The two of them locked and loaded up front with a little gap back to Mercado and company, as it is again Alex Mercado, like we said, they're in that 3rd position. We know Ivana Richards right there in the 4th spot as well with a good start. Weinberg still 5th. Weldon's up to 6th. I don't know what just happened to Leonardo Scorpione here in the last half a lap. He's fallen all the way down to the 8th position, so the Zanella Racing Tony Kart driver trying to fend him off. Looks like Ernesto Rivera's right behind him in that white, blue, and purple RPG Cosmic suit. As we come to complete 2 laps here, 20 laps to go. Long time still left in this one. Enzo Vidmontien leads, and it's about as spread out as a KA race normally ever gets.
Yeah, and there's a bunch of drivers for Rawlins Performance Group right in together there with Max Taylor and Emma Kate Scarborough, Jackson Wolney, all kind of locked in there together. We'll see if they're able to work their way forward. But right now, Vidmontien, as we know, out to the early lead here as he and Stephen Miller are essentially locked together. pretty much evenly gapped up here early. Maybe, I want to say almost a 4-driver breakaway back to P5 is a bit of a more of a gap, but nonetheless a pretty good run here right now out front for Vidmont Tien. You go back to Oliver Weldon, who fell from the outside of the front row back quite a bit, and he's about 3 or 4 tenths of a second back right now of Carson Weinberg. So everybody kind of fighting in here now, getting things dialed in as we're just underway the opening couple laps of KA 100 Junior.
Yeah, just a little bit into this one here. 3 down, 19 to go. Here's a look a little further towards the edge of the top 10. You can see again a Scorpione, Rivera, Taylor right there. Hudson, Hudson Schwartz indeed in the 829. Jackson Wolney, all close there. That's about 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th. Then back up front here where this pack is. Here's a look at Alex Mercado, currently 3rd on that Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed. He's really started to make some progress, I would say, at the latter half of 2022, cracking the top 10 and top 5 more consistently. And Alex Mercado, I think, could be a breakout star here in 2023 and maybe sneak up on some guys as they come down the front straightaway.
Yeah, working with Speed Concept Racing for Mercado, and again, that's obviously the Speeds, Mike Speed, Alex Speed, and the assembled crew they have under that tent know what they're doing. They've been here at the Winter Series for many years with a lot of great drivers, won a lot of races as well. So Mercado indeed could be one of the drivers to watch here in 2023. Currently running comfortably in the top 5 here right now, as it is a 4-driver breakaway, as we had talked about. Vidmont Tien, Miller, Mercado, and Ivana Richards trying to pull away here a little bit. They've got about a half a second back to Carson Weinberg, Oliver Weldon, and Jensen Burnett. So the front 4 drivers trying to pull away early on here. Only 4 laps down, 18 laps to go. They'll put lap 5 in the books this time by.
And really, I don't know how much they're trying to pull away as they are trying to hang on. Stephen Miller's doing a great job pushing Enzo Vidmont Tien. Mercado just trying to arrive on the scene. The same for Ivana Richards. It just happens to work out in the way that it looks like they're pulling away and working together to get away from 5th, 6th, 7th on back. But into turn number 4 here, Enzo Vidmont Tien continues to show the way. A couple Florida natives out front that have raced against each other for a number of seasons now. You go back to Oliver Weldon here, who was relocated to Miami just a couple years ago, and he's up into the 5th spot already, so he's picked up another one to get himself closer to where he started. Again, he was our outside pole man, and by his lonesome trying to hunt down the top 4.
Yeah, Oliver Weldon, Mini Swift champion of the Winter Series last year, looking to, of course, making the move up into the junior categories now and trying to make an impact here early on. Good speed out of him, and again, trying to fight back, as Xander had said, after getting shuffled from the outside of the front row. A little further back, last time by, Scorpione actually set the fast lap of the race. Started up in P4, down to 9th position right now. He's got Max Taylor and Hudson Schwartz right behind him. So Scorpione trying to press the reset button here to see if he can't work his way forward as we essentially are coming around to put the first quarter of the race in the books. And leaders are definitely going at it. And a bit of a defensive run there for Vidmont Tien. But top 4 drivers really starting to scrap it out. And here comes P5. Weldon, you can't let him back in the fight. He's going to be there soon, Xander. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th starting to dice it out here.
Yeah, Stephen Miller got by in turn 5, and then it seemed like the floodgates opened. Vidmont Tien had to fight hard to keep Mercado and Richards at bay. He's done so for now. Down the front stretch here, Stephen Miller will toe the line towards turn number 1. Oh, a car length just ahead, maybe half a car length by the end of the slipstream, and they'll head for turn number 4.
Good pass there indeed for Stephen Miller to take that lead. We've talked at length today about how good he has been here over the last couple of years of this Winter Series. Was really one of the stars last year, even in some of the damper, tougher conditions, was able to step forward in that Chad Dawkin racing machine and leads the way now. Weldon, though, has put that LN cart back on the rear of that front-running quartet, so move it up to 5 now as we're getting set to go.
And so we'll keep an eye on the on-track action here. We've got Austin Jers down with our very own Alexander Searle as well. 14 laps to go, plenty of time left, and Vidmont Tien, well, he'll give another shove there to Stephen Miller, and let's send it trackside here. Alex, what you got for us?
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Austin Jers, who had to switch engines after qualifying, which is why he started last. That being said, in the pre-final, he became your hard charger, getting 18 spots, finishing in 11th place, showing a lot of pace. Austin, walk me through that pre-final.
Yeah, man, that pre-final, it was tough. I didn't get the greatest start that I wanted, but after we got going, the car showed pace. New kart for this weekend. It's been a long time since I've been back with my original team, Team FMS. So, yeah, it's just been a weekend trying to get the car going, trying to get speed in it, and I think we got some for the final.
Yeah, you said you got something for the final. What have you changed from the pre-final to now, if anything? And do you think you have what it takes to go and win this race?
100%, man. With Jamie Saraki from Team FMS, he's got this thing going this weekend. So we're gonna give it our best shot for the final, starting P11.
Awesome, yeah, good luck. That's Austin Jers, everybody, starting P11 in the K100 Senior Final. Look for him to try to win this race.
P11 to P1, that'd be fun to watch. See if he can come all the way through. He said he's got good speed. Seems like he's got some pretty good confidence as well.
Yeah, he definitely feels like he's got a shot at it. And speaking of a driver who's got a shot at it because of good speed, Oliver Weldon made one pass while we were under that short break. He got by Ivana Richards. He's now into fourth in that lead group, has been the fastest driver on the racetrack for the last couple of laps. And that JC Karting, Lando Norris kart, sponsored by Hot Wheels, is headed towards turn 1 with only 3 car lengths between himself and the leader. Stephen Miller leads them through turns 1 and 2 here with 12 laps to go.
Yeah, this is it. 12 laps to go. We're not even to the halfway point of this 22-lap race, and the fight is underway up front. You can see Weldon has really got himself back where he needs to be mindset-wise, closing up on the back of Alex Mercado. This is the drivers coming into turn number 5. It's still Miller with the lead. Vidmontien slotting nicely into the second spot. Third spot is Mercado. Fourth position now Weldon. Been a great job for Weldon, and Ivana Richards having a strong run as well. Rounding out that top 5, you can see the driver just in the back trying to inch his way back forward. That would be Jensen Burnett, who actually put some pretty good lap times down. Burnett was actually quicker than the leader on lap number 10, and that is from P6. So we're not done yet there at all. Let's see if Burnett's able to close back up here and make it 6 drivers in the lead group.
Yeah, he's got a long way to go, but like you said, we've got a long way to go in the race as well. So halfway in and halfway home, Enzo Vidmontien, after giving up the lead to Stephen Miller a few laps ago, has just kind of rode in second, cooled the tires off, and taken things a little bit easy into turn number 5. This time, though, I think the pack's going to tighten up maybe even more so than it has before. It's Oliver Weldon that's kind of the wild card in this lead group. They've all been pretty content to stay single file for a while. He's been, on the other hand, trying to work his way forward, as we saw him throwing the nose there sideways on Alex Mercado unsuccessfully. But Oliver Weldon, he is wasting no time. He's ready to keep going forward. And again, you mentioned Jensen Burnett on the way. I think that's finally it here. Vidmontien's going to go. Mercado goes. Weldon looking to go, getting some help from Ivana Richards. And Stephen Miller's going to lose 4 spots in 2 corners.
This is the kind of action that Jensen Burnett is hoping for. He's sitting back there in 6th and just begging that they make these moves to the inside of the hairpin. Every time they make these dive bomb moves in the hairpin, as Mercado, I believe, has gone to the lead, that is going to allow these guys further back to catch up. They're just not getting the exit speed out, and Jensen Burnett is going to be there momentarily. They've been going back and forth. Mercado was able to take the lead. He loses it. Vidmontien goes back up front, and now Weldon finds himself into second. Weldon up to second spot, and here comes Jensen Burnett, make it 6 drivers in the lead group.
Oliver Weldon in the catbird seat here as we see Jensen Burnett and that Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart closing in. A one-off weekend here for Burnett. Will not return for rounds 3 and 4, so he's the ultimate spoiler. He knows going into the first round of the championship, he's not in the championship. Straight for the checkered flag for the Canadian driver as he runs 6 at the end of the train here with 9 laps to go. And out of turn number 4, Enzo Vidmontien over Oliver Weldon. Seen this story before. They've raced each other quite a bit as Stephen Miller goes to the inside of Alex Mercado for 3rd.
Indeed, this is the kind of action we like to see in this category, and this is one of those racetracks, again, with those 2 back-to-back hairpins. If you are making that dive bomb move, you check everybody up. You, of course, lose the exit speed out of the corner by compromising with a shallow entry. That's going to bring everybody back into the fight, especially when you have back-to-back hairpins, so you can have a really slow lap if you got guys dicing back and forth like we just had, and that allowed Jensen Burnett, as we said, to get back into the fight. Still 6 drivers in that lead group. Ivana Richards down to 6th. Burnett's now up to 5th. 1.5 seconds in total separating your top 6 drivers. Ernesto Rivera trying to get himself in here as well.
Well, let's keep it on the racetrack here, but also with 7.5 laps to go Enzo Vidmontien leads over Oliver Weldon. We've got the wild Canadian down with us on the grid. Zach Clamanamelo is down with Alexander Searle.
An amazing pre-final.
I had a good start. I got my elbows out as per usual, moved a few people when I had to, and got to the front and just kind of held on. Pace really isn't there, so plan for gonna get to and cause an absolute out for me.
We'll cut away here for a moment. Just a bit of technical difficulties there for CCD, but as you can hear, he's said the pace isn't there, and he's going to cause something.
Yeah.
We don't know what, Rob, but you can always count on Clamanamelo to give us a whole lot of excitement in some form.
It almost sounded like the cutting out was a very well-timed, I think, maybe.
Yeah, comedic timing a little bit, for sure, at least. Definitely kept us away from the FCC, so we'll keep that as we go through the carousel and come out of turn number 9. Burnett with an issue there trying to get by Mercado. Weldon's lost a spot to Miller, and all the while, Enzo Vidmontien holds the lead. 6 to go here as they go down to turn 12.
And jump in the mindset of Jensen Burnett right now, right? You were back, significantly back. They started fighting. You were able to get yourself to the tail of that group, and your mind is, hey, they brought me back in this. I think I can probably win this race, so I don't want to get held up. So, like more than anybody else who's been kind of already able to get that settled-in mindset where, here, I'm in the middle of this fight. I got a long way to go. Jensen Burnett doesn't want to be 6th. He doesn't want to be 5th. He wants to get himself up in that, first, second, or third place position where you're really kind of you're part of the guys that are in charge of that battle up front, right? You're able to kind of dictate what needs to happen on the racetrack. P5, you're riding around right now, so he needs to get by Mercado quickly. Does he have the pace? We don't know. We'll see momentarily. But right now we know Mercado's shown well. We know that Weldon's shown well. But up front, these two drivers who are leading the way right now have been so good throughout this entire race. Vidmontien and Stephen Miller, P1 and P2.
5 laps to go for Enzo Vidmontien and company. And like you said, he's led the most laps alongside Stephen Miller, so it should have come down to either one of them. But there's been enough passing and enough of a slipstream that it'll be about 6 in total, depending on which way the cards fall. Here's a pass back by Burnett. He gets by on what looks to be Alex Mercado, who falls all the way to 6. So Mercado down the order. Richards into the 5th spot. Got one more latching on there.
Well, it's Rivera and Taylor from Rawlson Performance Group. They're just waiting for these guys to continue to fight. Will they have enough to get to the front? I don't know now. It's just 5 to go. But we may not be done for the drivers in the rest of the top 5.
No, we may not be here. Let's see them go down the back straightaway as they go towards turn 12. 4 laps to go this time by Enzo Vidmontien on that Motaz Sport Paralyn. Heads down to turn 1. He's got pressure coming. Here comes Stephen Miller to the inside and clear. New leader. It's that Chad Duncan Racing Kart Republic.
Just a little bit of a bobble, I think, through turn number 12 for Vidmontien. He had to put a little more wheel into it on the exit of the corner, and that allowed Miller to get a better run. It's also got Oliver Weldon right back there as well. The diminutive Weldon trying to make a move to the inside, and indeed, look at this. Miller gets pushed all the way back. Vidmontien up to P1, and Weldon finds himself 2nd. An inside move there. I love that move for Miller. The tight move through the inner loop of turns number 7 and 8. Love that move, and again, he gets himself back where he needs to be.
Yeah, perfectly timed move there by Stephen Miller, and anytime someone really catches a guy off guard, you can lose pretty much no time making that pass that he did. I mean, you see him. He's on the bumper of Vidmontien. He's going to have a shot at him again in turn 1 if he wants it. 3 to go.
If the car will rail that much, side bite coming through, that's that 7-8 combination, man, you're out and over to 9 cleanly. It's not like you said, you haven't lost any ground at all. You're right there, and now he's right back on it. Here's that first move into that 3rd spot. Is that Jensen Burnett?
It
I
is.
think Burnett to P3. He's got himself back in the fight now.
Jensen Burnett in the contention. Alex Mercado moves himself up to 5th simultaneously, and it's officially an 8-driver party at the front. It's about to be 9 because Leonardo Scorpione's on the way. Enzo Vidmontien, Pied Piper for the majority of this race. He's got 2 more laps to hang on. The double sticks will go in the air, and as the Paralyn Motez Sport Pilot exits the final turn, it's a frenzy behind him. Here comes Stephen Miller with a big run to turn 1.
So here's the first defensive run down to the bottom of the racetrack for Vidmontien. And again, trying to the inside comes Miller. He goes to the inside in turn number 2. Miller takes the lead back. Stephen Miller to P1. Vidmontien full defense mode. Burnett's right there. So is Weldon. They're going at it again. Another move to
got
the
by
inside.
him.
He did get by him. How did he get back by to the inside? He went on the defensive and made the move. And look at what this has done, Xander. It's brought everybody back to the party.
Oliver Weldon getting bullied here. He's going to be 3 wide to the high side.
And
he gets popped way wide and into the wall for Oliver Weldon. Big time contact there. It looked like it just an awkward deal, as I think he made contact with one of maybe the RPG Cosmics. I don't know for sure. White flag in the air here this time by 1 to go, and it could be sudden death if they have to red flag it. I think Oliver's okay. Just maybe got the wind knocked out of him, though. He did not go up and over, and he's getting chatted with right now with the Supercarts USA officials as Vid Montien leads in 2.
Vid Montien leading the way as he gets the white flag. Right now, Stephen Miller with a quick look over his shoulder to see Jensen Burnett, who does not make a move down into turn number 4. They'll come back to turn number 5. Still lots of opportunities for overtakes. Burnett trying to make a move to the inside, and Miller's going to go to the inside. He takes the spot. Miller, defending from Burnett, dives to the bottom of the racetrack, and he'll take the position away from Vid Montien. This is a tremendous final lap. Wait for the run down the back straightaway. Out of turn number 9 through 10. Who's going to bring it home? The action further back, super aggressive here now. Here they are. Here's the big run down the straightaway. Down to the bottom goes Miller. Vid Montien trying to do the over-under. Here comes Burnett. He's going to get them both. Does Burnett win it? He does. Burnett across the line. He wins it. Jensen Burnett wins an over-under to go by both Stephen Miller and Enzo Vid Montien. They were doing full block. Jensen Burnett. Xander.
No
8th
way.
to 1st. Burnett over-under to win to the line.
You have got to be kidding me there. Stephen Miller went to cover it off. Enzo Vid Montien, knowing that Stephen Miller had enough laps around here, he was not going to cross him up naturally. Was not going to get a mistake of Miller out-braking himself on the inside of turn number 12. He was going to have to move him, and that's what he was doing. He got up underneath him on that Parolin, started to move him up the racetrack. Bo Barfield in the driver's meeting, one thing I know Joe Turney said he was a little bit surprised and excited for was that he said a little bump and run they're cool with. So that would have been a legal move if Vid Montien got him up one lane, got him out of the way, but he couldn't. But it broke both the momentum down and, of course, allowed for Jensen Burnett to pull at 2 for 1 in about 100 feet.
Wow.
What a pass there for the win. There's the margin of victory, 22 thousandths of a second there for Jensen Burnett to get the win. Stephen Miller's got to feel gutted after that one. I'm sure the same for Vid Montien, the two drivers who dominated that main event. Get nothing at the end of it there. I mean, still a podium, obviously, for both, but looking for the checkered flag. There you see, obviously, Oliver Weldon gets credited with 39th. The officials were checking him out. He is up, all good. Driver going to be able, I think he's going to be able to even push his own cart into the pit lane. So that was a little bit of a shaky crash. It looked like the closest thing we've seen to really a red flag type incident. And luckily, that's the closest we've come, and Oliver Weldon seems to be okay.
That was just, obviously a scary incident there with the contact, wheel-to-wheel contact. Of course, when that happens, you can get shot up in the air. But you just think about that run for Jensen Burnett. We talked about how the action brought him back, that fighting brought him back close to the tail, got his way to P5. I said he needed to be in the top 3, and he did that. He got to 3rd position and then fully capitalized on those two drivers, Vid Montien and Miller, who had been battling for 22 laps. Let's be real. Those guys went at it hammer and tong for the entire race, and just to be able to set yourself up for that over-under, knowing that they were going to go at each other, that potential bump and run, a beautiful over-under for Jensen Burnett, and it's a 22 thousandths of a second victory at the line. So Burnett's not running the February weekend?
Not from what I'm told.
You might need to think about that
now.
It
might change it here. He has a European schedule. I think a contract was already set for him to go over to run with the Ricky Flynn Motorsport camp. So,
I get that, yep.
It's unfortunate to lose him, I'm sure, here as we can take a look over into the scale line. Here's a look at everybody having some debriefs for all the KA juniors. They stop them here before the scales to go and check through for all the pushback bumper penalties and make sure everything is correct for the top 5, because right after they go through and check for minimum weight, that's when they get sent on over to the tech area. For a moment there, we black screened for a second. I thought we had another maybe power issue or something, but no, all good. But yeah, that's a look there into the scale area at everyone coming on through. So I think they're just getting ready to roll here for Stephen Miller, and you see, of course, all the raw emotion from everyone at this point. a mix of disappointment, frustration. You know, one kid's going to be really happy, maybe a couple. In this case, it's Jensen Burnett and maybe one or two more. But what a performance. What a show, really, for that KA Junior main event.
Yeah, they put a show on for sure, folks. We got lots more to come. KA 100 Senior up next, all live here on Kart Chaser.
Welcome back here to AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex. You just saw a barn burner main event for KA Jr. KA Senior next up here on the docket, and we're set to go with Peyton Phillips. After having put on a masterclass of defense in the pre-final to hold on to the win, he said he knew that the battling was going to be probably the most intense in KA Senior this weekend. If he could defend good, he had a shot at the win. Well, he did that once. Can he do it again? Did he play his card too early? Himself, alongside Colin Lloyd, exit the final turn as we get set to go green, Rob.
Drivers getting themselves into the staging lanes and ready to rock and roll with this KA 100 Senior category, looking what should be a tremendous battle. Peyton Phillips, Colin Lloyd in the front row, and we are green, 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 and Lloyd, oh, he's going to go sideways. He's going to back it in. Lloyd got sideways into the corner, and the driver on the Magic Kart, starting on the outside of the front row, will find himself at the very tail of the field. A very tough start there as the drivers getting settled in here for the opening circuit. Again, a little bit of action early on. Peyton Phillips fully taking advantage of that as he pulls out nicely into the lead, Xander. Everybody else scrapping back. Well, a couple of drivers up front with a lot of gap.
Yeah, he was not the only one. Luke Welcome in third, climbed up over the top, I think, of the drivers, starting in the fourth spot, and it all just kind of went haywire. Zachary Clayman DeMello somehow, some way, has got himself up into second, and I don't know what the Goodwood Kartways intrepid driver was able to do there in that start, but he is flying as he ramps the curb, and ZCD, Frankie Mossman, the two drivers that were chasing down Thomas Stolzermanis at the end of 2022 at Supernats 25, find themselves chasing down a different driver, Peyton Phillips, who did not even make it through to the main event in that KA Senior division. So the one of the top drivers in the country, Peyton Phillips out of Texas, leading here and looking for redemption. We'll keep an eye on these guys here. 2 laps completed this time by. Meanwhile, Alexander Searle is caught up with our round 1 winner, Jensen Burnett. Alex?
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I'm here with Jensen Burnett, your winner in the most recent final. Jensen, that was an unbelievable race. From 8th to 1st, and more importantly, 3rd to 1st in the last corner. Walk me through that race for you.
At the start, it didn't really look very promising. I didn't have the best start, fell down to like 9th. I started to make my way up through the ranks. I had to like pass from like a couple car lengths back, almost causing a collision a couple of times. But in the end, it worked out. I was going to pass a bit earlier on the last lap, but then I realized that if I passed, then pole would just break away. So I decided to just roll the dice, leave the odds to itself, and just pray for the best in the last corner.
Yeah, and also tell me what you did to change from the go-kart from the pre-final to final to make those 7 spots in this race.
I felt like in the pre-final the kart felt really well, so I didn't really feel like we needed to change anything. But the motor, the kart, everything felt great. I really want to thank my team and my parents for letting me have this opportunity, and it was very nice racing here.
Awesome, yeah. Jensen Burnett, everybody, your winner in the K100 Junior Final. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, thank you so much, Alexander. That was a great drive for Jensen Burnett, and one that he's going to really be able to use. Like, we'll see him again tomorrow. He'll want more success tomorrow, but you mentioned he's going to Europe this year. You get to kind of win like that at home. It just kind of gives you that confidence when you're heading overseas.
Yeah, nice little boost to head on over here. Meanwhile, here, Zachary Clayman DeMello seems as though his initial words were right, that the pace just isn't there. He's able to get some good starts, go forward, try and fight, but other than that, kind of fade. Mossman's gone around him. Now Aiden Levy has gone, and you can see just big-time launch there out of turn number 6 for Zachary Clayman DeMello compared to Aiden Levy. Nick Terlecki will be the next one up to him, and then it looks like we've got some more drivers that I don't yet fully got. Noah Rosser up, I think, a spot or 2 there in the GWR Red Speed would be the next one, or GWR Gillard would be the next one up to him. Then it'd be Austin Jers, then Josh Holtz at the edge of the top 10 here, as we've got now 18 laps to go, 4 laps complete. Peyton Phillips' lead, 0.6 of a second. Roughly back to Frankie Mossman, if that reads correctly.
Yeah, just getting things rolling here right now. First couple of laps in the books for the KA100 category, the senior category, brought to you by Aspen Sport. And again, you'll see the battles we saw, the scrap there for Clayman DeMello early, but kind of working his way backwards. More drivers. Nicholas Terlecki now you can see there. He's reeling up here on Clayman DeMello to potentially find a way through as well. Up front, though, as we said, the opening lap chaos really allowed Peyton Phillips to get out to a pretty nice little advantage, and he has been able to stretch that gap now and works his way onto the front straightaway. Frankie Mossman running in that second spot. Aiden Levy now in the 3rd position, so Levy trying to see if he can't get himself back up to where he was, having qualified on the pole after a strong run during that short qualifying effort. But as well, we saw some good speed out of Frankie Mossman yesterday in the CRG for Tesoro Raceworks, and currently running in second. Now the question is, what are these karts both got like, Phillips and Mossman? What are their long distance pace going to be like? Are they going to be good over the second half of this race? Very early. Anybody can be pretty fast off the starts. Crank up the air pressure, you can be good out of the gate, but how long are you going to run at that pace? The front runners with some gap right now, and look at this, Xander. Clayman DeMello's got the Lions all stacking up behind him.
Yeah, you say how long can you run at that pace? Well, for Zach Clayman DeMello, that's about the opening lap and maybe lap number 2 right now with where he's at, and that's not a knock on him. There's no doubt about his talent. Super Nationals winner, multi-time Canadian champion, Indy Lights driver, started the Indy 500. But he is like you said, a frenzy. The hounds are all over him. 2 have just gotten through. Terlecki is by, and it looks like, I believe the other one might be Joseph Botting. But Botting's going to get dive bombed by DeMello, and the DeMello cam continues here for 5th on back. Austin Jers, Noah Rosser, Luke Welcome there in that ANSA Motorsports Formula K. Remember, Welcome started 3rd, so he's kind of halfway wrecked already and is trying to just get back to the top 10 as they head through the carousel.
Clayman DeMello is having to pull all the tricks out of the bag here to hold everybody back. You can see everyone stacked up behind him, but there's just so much you can do on some of these long straightaways here. You're going to end up getting drafted by. And the minute he does get that big draft, he's going to find his way back. Josh Holtz gets shuffled a little bit there. He's going to go back a couple of spots. And again, so far, Clayman DeMello's doing a good job holding everybody by. Elbows fully up and fully sharpened.
It's just a long, long race of doing that right now here. Austin Jers trying to hand signal him to say to go forward, that he'll push him. We'll see if he listens to him as Welcome goes by. And now Jers, not going to push him. Just a little bit of mind games there. Now, DeMello knows that, so he'll try and cross him up. Jers was ready. He stayed very narrow at the exit of turn 5, kept that from happening. Noah Rosser will be the next one to try and go by. And again, we're keeping a tab on where Peyton Phillips and Frankie Mossman are. We'll give you an update on that here in just a second. In the meantime, here's a look further through that group. That's Thomas Stolzer-Manis. Can you believe it? He has already picked up a number of spots, and I think he might be as high as inside maybe the top 10 already.
Yeah, I remember Stolzer-Manis had the issue. Did he lose the chain, you said, I think, right? At the very last lap, he lost the chain. Find out where he is back up to right now as he's trying to get himself forward here.
11th across the line last time by, looking for more. DeMello here hanging on to what looks to be 8th, so still falling back. Now, your update at the front of the field as they fight here. This is Welcome, DeMello, and Noah Rosser, Josh Holtz, all in this skirmish with 14 laps to go. I think we're just about clear there. Let's pick up the leaders here. Frankie Mossman was 0.3 better than Peyton Phillips last time by. So he has tracked him down, and this is on his own accord before he got into the tow without the drafting help of Aiden Levy, who's, by the way, only about a second back. So a good start for Aiden Levy could have him in contention here on that Privateer Alonso kart. But this battle for the lead looked like maybe Phillips could get away early. Frankie Mossman is finding some pace late in the going.
Yeah, we're still quite a ways to go here, Xander. Again, we got how many laps down? 9 laps down, 13 laps remaining. So coming up to the midway point of this race, but Frankie Mossman, we know from the get-go, was very strong yesterday in a number of the sessions, and he's looking really good here now midway through. We'll keep looking at lap times to find out where these guys are, which direction they're going lap time-wise. Mossman's been down to a 49.7. Peyton Phillips, the best he's done is a 50.0. So Mossman feels like he has total outright pace over the leader right now. We'll see whether or not Mossman pulls the trigger here momentarily. That's the key. What do you do in this situation, Xander? Do you go by quickly and pull away, or do you kind of hang with him a little bit and maybe kind of cool those tires off?
I don't know. I mean, there's two ways to go about it for sure. I think the best thing you can do if you're not worried about third coming is cool the tires off. In this case, though, Mossman wants to go straight forward. And this is, again, two younger drivers here. Frankie Mossman, second-year senior. Peyton Phillips, I believe, third-year senior. A lot of still youthfulness and aggression between the both of them.
Yeah, it seems like maybe Mossman wants to test the waters, right, too. If I'm faster than him, do I feel fast enough to go by and pull away? We'll see that right now. If indeed Phillips is able to come up and just work on his bumper, then it's a two-driver battle, they know. But right now, this allows Mossman to potentially able to see if he can't pull away a bit here. I don't know whether or not it will happen, but you might as well take the shot at it. I'm with you, though. If I got room on third, I'm probably going to hang out in second for a while. You and I have called so many races over the years of the guys that just pull away. The guy in second stays there for the whole race, and then you have a couple laps to make the move at the end, whether or not it happens or not. Because, yeah, here we go. They're already going to start dicing. Aiden Levy's loving this. Peyton Phillips back to the lead.
I bet you Peyton Phillips probably saw firsthand that Frankie Mossman was faster, and so he wanted to get by him as soon as there would be any kind of opportunity before he'd let Frankie get away. Now, the one thing I think you could put on the full-size cars that are a little different, of course, than the minis, or maybe even running in a lower horsepower class like a Tillotson or Briggs or again, the mini Swifts, is the fact they are running quick enough that with the bodywork we have now that adds just that little, like 1% of downforce, it does give these guys, when we go to these high-speed racetracks like Newcastle or maybe the full, speed 90s like over here, a touch of aero wash. And you've seen guys where, let's say, I know thinking back a couple of years ago to the Summer Nationals, Paulie Massimino and Brandon Jarstrek were teammates, and Jarstrek was kind of the mentor under the camp. Well, Paulie spent the entire practice day trailing Brandon, and his tires looked like they had 100 extra laps on than Brandon's. They ran the same number of sessions, bolted on the same time, same pressure, same setup, pretty much same style as Brandon was teaching him, but Paulie was in Brandon's wake the entire way.
A little more wheel every time.
Being in that, to be fair, not always the best way to go. KA is kind of that middle ground, that 22 horsepower park where it's maybe a little bit. It's not as bad as the X30 or the Shifter Boys for sure. But that could maybe be the argument to not go by. So depending on how fast the guy in front of you is going. If he's going really slow, in the sections where the wake would be, then yeah, just push him on the straights. But in Frankie Mossman's case, maybe he was thinking his tires would be better off to go now versus wait behind. And ultimately, neither one really works out because Phillips went right back by him, and he hasn't been able to go back by since. And now that he's trying to push, it's too late. Aiden Levy's already there. He's got to go. He's trying it, but not complete through 8. Not going to be complete out of 9, and here comes Levy even closer.
That's the visual I'm seeing, is that cart of Levy continues to get closer and closer. And as you're trying to watch, your guys are trying to focus in on the two drivers up front. You can't help but have that third driver come in because Aiden Levy, we know he's had speed, qualified on pole. Here comes Mossman. He'll go back down to the inside, book it. Mossman by in turn number 1 again. Now we're into the second half of this race. 13 down, 9 laps remaining. 3 drivers out to the lead here right now. They've got a 6.6 second lead over Austin Jers and Nicholas Terlecki in 4th and 5th. This thing's down to a 2-driver battle, and indeed, that's a little bit of an aggressive move there. little left front to right rear. Mossman didn't want to give it up, and Levy back on the scene.
Yeah, both Mossman and Phillips getting a little bit dicey with each other early on. 7 laps to go at the stripe for Frankie Mossman, Peyton Phillips versus Aiden Levy. Now, if you want to take a look back at where the next driver is, you'd have to go back a long ways. All the way back to Austin Jers is the next one. Colin Lloyd, no way. Colin Lloyd wrecked on the first corner. He's up to 5th, Rob. Was able to get back going.
He is. He just got by Terlucky. That is amazing for Colin Lloyd. Remember, like we said, we called him being backed into the wall and restarting. He has got himself back up, and listen, why not? Purple lap of 49.483. His fast lap, 3/10 quicker than Mossman, 4/10 than Peyton Phillips. That was lap 13. 2 laps ago, turned the fastest lap, just did a 49.529. He was 7/10 quicker than Mossman on that last lap. Colin Lloyd 7.3 seconds back with 7 laps to go. He'd need to be a second a lap faster, but with the way these guys are battling, with Peyton Phillips down to the inside to take over the lead again, Colin Lloyd, wonder if he can get back in the fight.
He's at least going to be able to get up to 4th as Austin Jers has got company for sure. Headed out of turns 2 and 3 here for the lead. Frankie Mossman followed by Peyton Phillips and Aiden Levy. Levy followed through. Here they come over into 4. They'll exit, and it looks like Levy, I think, lost the spot back to Phillips that he gained. So Phillips back to 2nd. Mossman gets a cart length of breathing room. Peyton Phillips now. He said he'd been good about battling. That was how he was going to try and win this race. Well, he's going to need to put together some good corners here coming through turn number 9 because Peyton Phillips is 3 to 4 car lengths back from Frankie Mossman. Meanwhile, here's a look, and pass completed for 4th. Colin Lloyd has gone from front row to wrecked to 4th.
Yeah, what an incredible drive for Colin Lloyd. Again, this is pretty much all he's going to do unless these guys wreck each other up front. He's that far back coming across the line. But indeed, it's been an impressive run. 6.3 seconds back. He just gained another about half a second on the leaders as they were battling it out. Colin Lloyd up to P4. What a drive for sure for Lloyd. There he is, right side of the screen, coming down into turn number 4. And a good drive for Austin Jers as well. We talked to Austin, started 11th, running P5. I think he'll be pretty happy with that as well.
Yeah, just, kind of got through ZCD when he could, and ultimately, the leaders were already gone at that point. Now, could he have been able to hang with these guys, being able to follow the lines? Hard to say. 4 laps to go, though, is what we do know. And while Austin Jers may lose a little bit of touch with Colin Lloyd, that battle's about set and sorted. We're going to fully focus in on the fight for the lead and the win. Peyton Phillips, I said he had to put some good corners together. Well, he has.
Yeah.
He's back to a half car length back.
Right there on the rear bumper of that CRG for Frankie Mossman. Mossman, the Californian, coming east to run here at the SuperKarts USA Winter Series. We'll expect to see him as well. Going to do a bunch of karting in the SKUSA Pro Tour, but we'll also likely see him as well in the USF Pro Championships, likely in USF 2000. A nice job there, covered off the bottom of the racetrack. A good defensive line down. That's going to keep Levy right there as well. 3-driver fight with us and a handful of laps to go. Mossman versus Phillips versus Levy.
Here we go through turn 10 and 11 here down the back straightaway. Frankie Mossman, this deal came together in a week and a half's time. Such a quick turnaround from Las Vegas, a short offseason for Tony Tesoro to launch Tesoro Raceworks, and now they're fighting for their first win. Mossman's going to let Phillips go through in 1, can't quite get him in 2, and Peyton Phillips here on the flip side here on that Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony kart, trying to make another run. He's been really making a good bid towards that national championship the last couple of years, the Texas State champion from 2021. 1 spot shy in 22 to Alex Stanfield. This could be the year here for Peyton Phillips, and he could start it off with a big-time win here in Homestead. So through turn 8, turn 9, over to 10, 2 to go this time by here, Rob. Peyton Phillips trying to hang on.
We got ourselves a fight here. This is what we like. 3 drivers getting ready to scrap it out. As we said, they'll see the 2 to go sign when they come out of turn number 12. Just a couple laps remaining again. Colin Lloyd getting to within 5.4 seconds now of the leaders as he's trying to close back up. And again, how far is he even behind? 4.6 behind Aiden Levy. Give him a couple more laps and Colin Lloyd would still be in the fight here. Turn the fast lap on lap number 16. But we're watching this scrap. A little bit of a gap here right now for Peyton Phillips. It's almost like Mossman kind of worried a little bit about Aiden Levy, I think, making the move down to the inside. Let's see how they do coming out of 5 and 6. Crucial lap here to see whether Mossman can get close enough to challenge. Otherwise, Phillips with 2 lengths coming out of turn number 8.
Big time lead for Peyton Phillips in the terms of how big the gaps have gone lap to lap for this top 3 grouping. Down the backstretch here, Mossman not a great exit of turn number 11. He stays 2 cars back. Peyton Phillips trying to hang on down the front straightaway with 2 car lengths to go and a lap remaining. Can Peyton Phillips hang on? Can Mossman get there? He's got to get a good run through turn 2.
Biggest help for Peyton Phillips is Aiden Levy and his decisions he makes here. Mossman closing up. Peyton Phillips went to the defense, probably didn't need to do it. That stacked them all back up. Here we go, down to the bottom of the racetrack. We've already seen an over-under happen for Jensen Burnett. They'll stock it back in. There goes Levy. He's going to get them both. Around the outside goes Levy. He leads out of turn number 7.
What a move by Aiden Levy through turn 7 and 8. Over to turn 9. Aiden Levy has never won a national race before as he heads through turns 10 and 11. Multi-time podium finisher. Down the backstretch, final time. Can he hang on? Phillips is not going to get there. Aiden Levy, welcome to the top step of the podium. He wins round 1 in Homestead.
Back-to-back, last lap, P3 to P1 with over-unders. First for Jensen Burnett, and now for Aiden Levy. He was biding his time back there, waiting for it to happen. And Peyton Phillips and Frankie Mossman going at each other in turn number 5. The over-under for Levy comes out of turn 6 with the lead and locks it down in 7 and 8. What a run for Aiden Levy. He takes the victory. And as you said, first national for this young man. Congratulations. A winner here in KA 100 Senior.
Yeah, you know, you're not supposed to be biased, Rob. I have to be a little bit here with Aiden Levy. He bought my his first ever go-kart he bought for me back in 2017. Awesome. Helped coach him through 2018, 2019, back before we started any of this media business. And here, getting to watch him continue to grow, and just seemed like that first win was coming. Peyton Phillips has it coming too, and man, did he dominate today. What a good run for Peyton Phillips. Pre-final win. Good points, at least, here for Peyton Phillips. The thing that's left missing off his resume, really, is that national title. I think that could be coming soon for a driver that started pretty late, like Levy, in the junior ranks. So here's your look at the final results. You see Levy, Phillips, Mossman, Lloyd, Jers, Luke Welcome, and Thomas Stolzer-Manis. They're also rebounding Stolzer-Manis from that issue there at the end of the pre-final from the back of the grid forward to 7th. Welcome getting crashed in the opening corner. There gets himself up to 6th. Terlecki, Rivera, and Josh Holtz up, down, sideways, in the middle, everything. Just another consistent top 10 run from the veteran here out of Wisconsin.
So many great storylines there. Obviously, Phillips and Mossman in a tremendous battle back and forth. Aiden Levy, the over-under. Then Colin Lloyd, like you said, starts on the off-pole, gets spun around, backs into the barriers in turn number 1, fights his way all the way back from dead last to 4th with the fast lap of the race. What an incredible drive for Colin Lloyd as well. But again, Aiden Levy, big victory for him. Fantastic over-under to take that win, and we're going to do it all again tomorrow in this category, which is always so exciting to me with these double-header weekends. Another one in the books, folks. That's KA 100 Senior, 3 down. We've got a lot more to come for you. 5 more races still to go, and after this break, Mini Swift will take to the track.
International Motorsport has you covered on every level of karting, and starting here in 2023 in cars as well. For your very first step into an F4 race car, try out the Formula Inter Arrive and Drive F4 Championship, hosted here at the Homestead-Miami Speedway. Along with that, of course, the International Motorsport team covers every base of the karting pyramid from the local to the national and international level. For more information, follow International Motorsport or Formula Inter on social media. Welcome back here to sunny Homestead-Miami, Florida. We just watched an absolute thriller in KA Senior. A good 2 back-to-back races, like we said right before the break there with Rob. A pass for the win from 3rd to 1st. In the final corner for KA Jr., halfway through the last lap for KA Senior, Aiden Levy gets his first career KA Senior national win. We're trying to see if we can grab a word with him. It may actually come a little bit later on. I think we were going to maybe get him before the green flag, but the minis are already getting set to go green. So, Rob, let's go ahead and try and take them through the best we can of our starting lineup for the second youngest class on the SuperKarts USA Winter Series structure for 8 to 12 years old. We saw the micros with an absolute dominating run by Antonio Pizzon-Yanito. Not sure we'll see that here with Alessandro Truscio, but he's already kind of en route. I mean, he dominated that pre-final in a different way by 4 to 5 kart lengths instead of 4 to 5 seconds to put himself on the pole.
Yeah, Truscio on the inside of the front row alongside Ashton Woonwell. Drew Waltz and Marco Romero will be on row 2. We'll see Kai Mars start alongside Travis Pettit on row 3. Tristan Murphy and Santiago Nandum on row 4. Bronson Kustas and Matthew Cagle rounding out the top 10. Field working their way up, and we are underway. Green, green, green for the drivers in the Mini Swift category. They'll work their way through here now to get things rolling. A little bit of argy-bargy coming through the corner, but otherwise drivers settling in decently to get things underway. Again, Truscio, as we said, the driver out front early, and he'll try to work his way through. Another driver having some trouble coming across, really cutting the course, coming back across. The driver needs to kind of stay out of the way at this point here, but again, drivers settling themselves in to get things rolling. What a tremendous start for Alessandro Truscio, the driver who dominated the action last year in the Micro Swift category here. Was able to win all 4 races en route to the championship before moving up into the Mini Swift class for the remainder of the 2022 season. He'll settle himself in here early. All the drivers working their way out of turn number 12. We'll get another lap in the books here, and this thing is now underway. Xander, I saw you had to sneak out. You talked about selling him your go-kart back a number of years ago. I got to think Aiden Levy's a pretty happy kid right now.
Yeah, he's pretty good. You know, he's a pretty mellow kid, and we're actually going to get to hear from him right now here as he's down with Emery Lida, but just wanted to go over and give him a little congratulations. It's always so cool to see someone get there first. You always remember your first. Aiden Levy has now finally got his. Emery?
That's right. Aiden Levy, national race winner. You had to go through a lot of battles to get there. The last lap, 3rd to 1st. Talk me through it.
Oh man, I'm speechless right now. I was just gonna hold on to the last couple laps and try and make a move, but I was like, man, I'm just having fun being here. And when I made that move, like when they were blocking each other, I was shocked. When I got to the lead, I was like, man, I gotta hold on. This is mine. This one's mine. So yeah, I'm really happy, and I won this race for D-May, and I feel really bad. His wife's not doing so well right now, so if everyone could just keep her in her prayers, that'd be great. Thank you.
Got you, for sure. And talking through your journey, I mean, you have come so close so many times over the last 2 years. And really, I mean, you've been developing through that process. Obviously, having Kart Sport North America, you started working out with PitFit over the last couple of months. You've done a lot of things to help you as a driver. How's this journey been like?
Oh, man, it's been great. It's been a learning process. But, you know, with time and dedication, you can do whatever you want. And I couldn't have done it without my team, Martin, Pierce, Ben, Eric Jones, BBS Race Engines, and everyone else involved, including my father. Thank you.
For sure, and obviously an incredible result there, Aiden. Aiden Levy, your 2023 Winter Tour round number 1 victory at Homestead. Back to you, Xander. I know you're happy about the result.
Yeah, super cool. I can't be too biased about it for sure. Got to be a little bit happy. Got to be professional. And, man, do we have a race that we got to call as well. Holy cow, Rob, is this getting physical up here in Mini Swift?
Yeah, drivers starting to get their elbows up in Mini Swift. No kind of a breakaway at all. Essentially a big train of a dozen or more drivers in that lead group. As you see, they work their way through turns number 5 and 6. But again, what a great story for Aiden Levy, that big victory there, able to take advantage of the opening and took that and just held on for the final circuit. Great story for Aiden on that win. Congratulations to him. More races to come, as we said, though. That was only our third race of the day. 5 more races still on the docket for round number 1 of the SKUSA Winter Series. And as Xander said, elbows up here right now. These guys really scrapping it out up front. Truchot, Tristan Murphy's in the fight. Marco Romero as well. Murphy runs in second. Kai Mars has scrapped his way up into second, a third rather, in the 125. Santiago Namnam right in there. Marco Romero goes back to 5th. Ashton Woon, Travis Pettit, Bronson Kustas, Belegeron, Waltz, all right in there, Xander. It is like stacked and packed up for the top 15.
Yeah, as they head down into turn number 5 there, you can see them passing again. This time was Marco Romero trying to get something done on Santiago Namnam. Wasn't able to do it. Then back behind, as soon as he botches that pass, Romero gets a shove and a pass made by Ashton Woon. And there's more coming here even further back as they'll lose another spot over to turns 10 and 11. So down the backstretch, that's going to separate the top 4 just a little bit. It's Tristan Murphy, leading the way. Then it is Sandro Truchot, then Kai Mars, then Namnam, who headed into turn number 1. Santiago Namnam, the only name that's not recognizable in that top 3. That's because he hasn't been on the national scene. He's run a handful of local starts, really a part-time schedule with International Motorsport, as they pass for the lead with Truchot going by, but very impressive for Santiago Namnam to be going up against these kids.
Yeah, indeed. Battling it out here in this Mini Swift category. Again, this will be a 20-lap race for Mini, as it was for Micro. So 5 down, 15 to go. And again, these are top drivers who we expect to see racing on the national circuit throughout the season. A couple drivers together, and they're going to think about going 3 wide through as they got stacked up. Xander coming out of turn number 8.
Yeah, Namnam kind of got rammed into the side as I think Ashton Woon was trying to get clear of a different driver, and they all just kind of collided. It's given a big lead now to Kai Mars and Alessandro Truchot, 2 of the younger drivers in the field. And look at this run here. Whenever they stack up to pass each other on one of the long straightaways, it's almost 3 or 4 spots lost, guaranteed. And right now the driver on the losing end is poor Travis Pettit. He's going to lose probably about 6 positions by turn number 4 at least. He was 6th across the line. I think he'll be all the way back as maybe as far as 11th or 12th. Meanwhile, changing the lead coming, Kai Mars is going to take over the top spot as they battle back behind. Hello, Kai Mars to the lead for the first time in his mini career in his first ever mini race.
And they're going back and forth again. To the inside again goes Truchot. He takes it back over in turn number 9 coming out of that inner loop. Interesting is we've had kind of a long train for a majority of the race, but with a little bit of the action we had in this last couple of laps, you can see here we have a 2-driver breakaway back to then 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Another gap after that. But right now it's a significant little gap there up front. So it's Alessandro Truchot and Kai Mars, 1, 2, and potentially with an opportunity to stretch away from their challengers behind.
Definitely an opportunity to get away, and it's still early where, people could run them down. They could spend 6 laps getting away and then still have 6 laps to them catching them. So a long time to go. Doesn't seem like it. Doesn't seem like it to these kids either. Marco Romero, Santiago Namnam there in the middle of this fight. Tristan Murphy, I believe, is in that also. Or maybe not Murphy in the – is that Murphy in the 111? I think
the 171's Romero right in there too. The
Yeah.
111 is Tristan Murphy. Indeed, you got that right.
Yeah, so down the backstretch here, Sandro Truchot, Kai Mars through 12 to go here as they go across the line. Still, it's only 8 laps complete as they head for turn 1.
And look at the left side of the screen there. Ashton Woon right there. Ashton Woon's starting to come on strong. Last time by, Ashton Woon was almost 0.2 of a second faster than the leader. So that lead duo could become 3 here in just a couple of laps. As you can see, Ashton Woon up on the wheel quite a bit. They're about 0.7 quicker than Marco Romero, who last time by was really about 0.4 off the pace of the top 3 drivers.
Yeah, so Ashton Woon, like you said, he could get there. Can Marco Romero get there? Marco Romero's got at least clear racetrack and not a lot of pressure out back for that 4th position. He's got himself about 3 car lengths of cushion back to 5th place on the circuit. So Romero's in a safe spot. Murphy as well in that 5th position, kind of no man's land also. Then you go back to find one of the – is that a Charles Leclerc cart, I believe? coming across the line in P6, and I think
that's
might,
Namnum.
Yeah,
Is that Namnum? No, that's Belegeron.
Yeah. Namnum's, I think, fallen a little bit further back down the order, so that is Namgeron. That's or Baergeron. Baergeron?
I'm going to work on that.
I'm going to work on it, too.
I'll get that right
We
for us
got
tomorrow.
to. Alexis Baergeron has worked his way up 11 spots so far to the 6th position. And you want to talk about a driver moving up? Well, how about Kai Mars' teammate for the weekend here as the privateers kind of pitting by themselves? Lucas Palacio is up 22 spots to 7th after a disappointing pre-final. His teammate again, Kai Mars, just lost the 2nd spot to Ashton Woon, who's on a charge forward. 2 car lengths back from Sandro Truccio.
Yeah, a lot of action happening right now. We'll keep an eye on Lucas Palacio as well, working his way up into the 7th spot, 52.6 last time by. Does he get a better lap here? No, still 52.6. That's quite a ways off the flat. No, but a half second faster than Truccio last time by at 53.1. So, indeed, Palacio, we'll keep an eye there. 2.7 back. Another driver has come up from 27th position. Started a little bit in front of Palacio. That's Ethan Tovo. Just went purple. Up to 9th position for Ethan Tovo, a 52.7, a 3.72. So Tovo and Palacio, true drivers, working big time forward here right now. They got Bronson Kustis right there as well. So 7th, 8th, and 9th, 3 of the fastest drivers on the racetrack right now, Xander. And they're not that far back. They are only about 2.5 seconds back of the leader. And we're only halfway through. 10 down, 10 to go. Lots of storylines still to unfold here in Mini.
Just like what we saw in KA Senior and KA Junior, it just takes a couple passes for everything to open up and the field to get tightened again. Right now, Ashton Woon is showing a lot of patience. He's riding in line behind race leader Sandro Truccio. So let's take a look back. Here's Lucas Palacio. Again, the 1-2 TKG livery Kart Republic. They're kind of pitting on their own here this weekend, trying to work their way forward as now Truccio starts to block. That's what Palacio wants to see, needs to see. As they head through the infield carousel here this time, it's 6 cars in this lead group. You can see Romero there in 3rd. Back in 4th, I believe that's Murphy. 5th is Kai Mars. 6th there by Arjan. Palacio is only 1 second back and gaining more and more by the more blocking or passing happening. Here comes a pass. Ashton Woon into the lead here in Mini in turn 12.
And this is exactly what Palacio and Kustis and Tovo want. That is 1.7 seconds back for Palacio. Now he is closing, and he's going to have Ethan Tovo, who went purple again. 52.194. Last time by Tovo, 0.8 faster than the leader, Ashton Woon. Those two drivers are coming. We got a long way to go, but Ashton Woon has put the number 195 up front. Here's a move back to the inside again. I believe I think that's Romero. Is that Romero? That's Marco Romero, indeed. That's Romero battling against Woon at that point?
Yeah, got by.
Is Romero to the lead?
Romero to the lead, indeed.
You look down at live time and look back up, and everything has changed. Marco Romero is 3rd when I look down, finds himself as your leader right now. Romero leading down the back straightaway.
And again, Marco Romero, one of the cool stories about him on that Team Bennick entry is half the time that go-kart does not sit in a race team trailer or just regular race trailer. It sits on like a bike dolly on the back of his parents' steak truck, and they are one of the many on-site food vendors here. Half the time we see him at the racetrack, don't know if he's racing, so he's got about half the seat time as some of the other kids around him. And that go-kart, again, it's got a much cooler onboard view on the travel to races than I think a lot of other karts around him do.
As long as they don't put Marco in the seat while they're driving to the racetrack because there's no more room in the minivan. As long as he's got a seat with a seatbelt, I'm happy. But, hey, he's making it happen right now. Marco Romero out front and watching the other drivers stack and pack here right now because we literally have right now 9 drivers in a 2-second window up front. That's how close it is right now. Romero, Woon, Truccio, Murphy, Belargian, Palacio, Mars, Tovo, Kustis. All now 2.4 seconds. Lots of action happening. Lucas Palacio able to get by Belerjan. Alexis Belerjan back into 6th. Palacio now up to P5. Trying to close now up on Tristan Murphy. He's back by just 0.6 of a second there. So Romero, Woon, Truccio, 1, 2, 3. There's Murphy, and there's Palacio. That's the whole group right there, as I said. Almost a full train. Lots of action still to come with 6 to go.
Yeah, so here they go through 7 and 8, out of turn number 9. We'll come to 5 to go this time. Marco Romero, by a car length and a half, can breathe a little bit easier, and you see that whole line of karts, again, all evenly separated. So I think that middle of the group, again, they're going to get towed off the driver in front as they tow the driver in back. It really is going to come down to when the top of the group starts to pass, and then they'll bottle up, and then maybe someone makes a mistake and splits the pack up. Until then, it's going to look like this. It'll look like 7, 8, 9 cars, and a pass for the lead will keep it even tighter as there goes Woon to the lead, Romero to the outside. That's not a move he wants to make because here comes Alessandro Truchot to follow Woon on the bottom in 5. He'll get through. No, he won't.
No.
I thought Romero was going to lose it. He kept the momentum up, and now Truchot's under fire.
Yeah, I would have said the same thing. I thought he was going to get shoveled through. Almost everybody in the top 10 turn their fastest lap. There's contact. How about 4 wide coming out of turn number 9? Palacio gets himself into second. Palacio takes advantage, Xander, of some contact. He'll go to second as they got pretty crazy coming out of the inner loop.
So Marco Romero was coming out there in second. Truchot went to go dive bomb him, and at the same time, Tristan Murphy was looking on the inside of Alessandro Truchot. They went 3 wide, diving into turn 9, and then they all kind of got turned sideways. Somehow, Truchot didn't spin, Romero didn't spin, but they all lost a lot of time. And like you said, Lucas Palacio, can you believe it? The number of spots gained, 27. Nearly dead last for Lucas Palacio in a sold-out mini class with some of the best drivers that have qualified way deep in the field. He has got himself a shot at this win if he can just hunt down micro standout from last year, Ashton Woon, while they're side-by-side for third. Bayarjan versus Murphy out of turn number 9. Looks like Bayarjan may hold on, and Ethan Tovo's in the mix as well. Picked up a ton of spots also.
Tovo's up 22 spots. Here's your top 10. Woon, Palacio, Bayarjan, Murphy, Tovo, Truchot, Kai Johnson to 5th. Let me change that. It's Woon, Palacio, Murphy, Bayarjan, and Kai Johnson. Kai Johnson up 37 positions. He started 42nd. Kai Johnson to 5th. What a drive for Kai Johnson. Ethan Tovo in 6th, Truchot 7th, Mars 8th, Romero back to 9th, Bronson Kustas 10th. We have Palacio up 27 spots, Bayarjan up 13, Johnson up 37, and Tovo up 21. Some drivers deep in the field putting on a show with 3 to go.
Kai Johnson on what could be a record-setting drive in the mini class for number of spots gained and total spots finished here as they head through the corner. You can see Johnson on that team. Bennick, number 157. He's 2 seconds back from the lead as of last time. He may be outside of the battle for the lead and the win because it's 2 to go and a 2-driver fight with Palacio down the inside. Position number 28. Gained for Lucas Palacio as he takes the lead.
Palacio to P1, coming from the tail of the field, taking advantage of both his own speed and all the action on the racetrack. Can he now pull away from Ashton Woon? As Palacio's your leader, Woon's going to lock right back on. They'd be good to work together to try to pull away because there's lots of Lions still trying to reel them in. Bayarjan, Murphy, Johnson, all there as well in that 3rd, 4th, and 5th positions. Time winding down, though. 2 to go in a flag. White flag will fly next time by. It's Woon versus Palacio. Palacio holding on to the top spot.
Update that there. Kai Johnson make it now 38 spots gained. He's gone to 4th. Bayarjan into that podium spot. Could Kai Johnson come from one of the final rows on the grid, one of the deepest drives ever in the Winter Series mini division history or mini and national history at all to get himself to the top 3? He'll be going out Bayarjan. At the same time, Palacio is trying to hang on over Ashton Woon. You can see him low-lining everywhere, trying not to leave a single stone unturned. Woon, this is where the biggest crossover opportunity will be. Can Palacio keep him pinned? He does, but it'll be close going to turn 7.
Indeed, Palacio doing everything he needs to do right now. Another low line coming through turns number 7 and 8, the inner loop, hugging that inside groove, holds the spot back down to the bottom of the racetrack. You don't want to pinch too much coming through the box through 10 and 11. Here they come down the straightaway. It's Palacio versus Woon. Who's coming in here as well? Look at this battle of the line. Bayarjan's still there as well, but coming out of the corner from deep in the field to win, Lucas Palacio. Palacio wins from 29th on the grid, 29th to 1st, And as we said on eCard News in the recent article, definitely one to watch here in 2023. Lucas Palacio wins by .142 over Ashton Woon. A strong run for Alexis Balarjan in the third spot. Kai Johnson in fourth. Tristan Murphy fifth. Unbelievable. 29th to the win for Palacio. And then 42nd to fourth for Kai Johnson. Two incredible drives. Pair that with Ethan Tovo up 21 spots as well. Balarjan up 14. An unbelievable drive for all these guys coming from outside the top 20.
Absolutely incredible here for them. Again, and Johnson and Balarjan were thinking, man, one more lap, and they would have had a shot at it as well. It just got that tight there at the end. Ethan Tovo gets the fast lap of the race honors. There you see some of the other drivers on the other end. Unfortunate for Mateus Romalo, Max Cristia, Martin Ramirez-Barrero, all with DNFs there with early exits here in the Mini Swift main event. But Lucas Palacio, the winner, Ashton Woon, Alexis Balarjan on the podium, Johnson, Murphy, Tovo, Romero in 7th, Drew Walls 8th, Bronson Kustas 9th. Kai Mars rounded the top 10 after leading laps, then going backwards, then forwards. Alessandro Truchot as well, the pole man who dominated the pre-final, 11th at the drop of the checkered flag. Troy Ferguson, Michael McGoy, one of the more stacked mini fields that we've seen in recent years, and it is one of the youngest drivers who wins it. There he is at the front of the scale line, Lucas Palacio in the 102 TKG livery, Kart Republic. As you said, Robin pointed out, one of the youngsters to watch, one of the youngest drivers in the division, and one of the smallest on the racetrack. A mighty punch here he's pulled through in a 50-driver, sold-out mini division main event here in Homestead.
Yeah, could easily have ran the micro category last year. Probably could run the micro this year as well, but jumped up last year to work with Keelan Harvick. Wanted to keep racing against wheel-to-wheel with Keelan, and had a good, strong season last year for Lucas. Did a tremendous job earning in SKUSA competition, USPKS Stars Championship racing as well, and what a drive for him to be able to come deep in the field, and such great experience to be able to pass that many drivers, really go to work throughout that race. And the bottom line is just a great drive for a bunch of young pilots who had to get a lot of work done, pass a lot of karts to be able to come away with good results. You think for Palacio, for Balarjan, for Kai Johnson, for Ethan Tovo passing that many cars, that really kind of saves the ability to go for a championship right now. Starting that deep in the field in the opening round. Remember, there's no drops here in this series because it's only 4 races, right? You got to take every result, and to be able to come back and save a potential shot at a championship, even in the very first race, I think is a great way to start off the season.
Yeah, keeps them in the hunt, and if there's anything we learned about this opening main event, it is still anyone's title fight here in Mini Swift, and we've got half the classes complete. We've got half the classes still yet to kick off their 2023 national seasons with the Winter Series opening round, opening day of main events. Next up, it's Pro and Master Shifter set to go. X30 Jr, K100 Master, and the X30 Seniors will round off the day. Been a great day of racing so far with 4 main events still coming your way. Stick with us, folks. Kart Chasers live coverage of the SuperKarts USA Winter Series rolls on. International Motorsport has you covered on every level of karting, and starting here in 2023 in cars as well. For your very first step into an F4 race car, try out the Formula Inter Arrive and Drive F4 Championship, hosted here at the Homestead-Miami Speedway. Along with that, of course, the International Motorsport team covers every phase of the karting pyramid from the local to the national and international level. For more information, follow International Motorsport or Formula Inter on social media. Greyhound Racing seats in PSL Karting Pro and Master Shifter on the racetrack here. Alan Isambard versus AJ Myers has been the story of the day. And for whatever reason here, AJ Myers is lined up at the tail end of the field. I don't know if he's elected to go to the rear or if there was an issue for the 202, maybe an engine change. But AJ Myers in the Magic Kart will line all the way at the back of the grid. So for what was expected to be a little bit tame of a Pro and Master Shifter main event, AJ Myers to the rear. For whatever reason, for whatever circumstance, we are going to get treated to a show. Isambard in the field. We're green down to turn one for the first main event of the year. Myers gets a good jump. He'll pick up a few spots. And now it's time to watch the Master go to work. As they go through turns 2 and 3, Alan Isambard leads them up the way with Pedro Piquet in line. Right behind him there with a good start for Davide Fore and that Goodwood Kartways Intrepid. Then it's going to be side by side. One of the many Magic Kart entries there on the inside of Gabriel Cower. Annie Rule in line, then Patrick Madsen on the Masters entry. AJ Myers will get by him through turns 7 and 8. And he'll pick up one more spot, so Myers already halfway through the grid here. Rob Howden joining me back up in the booth. Not sure what was the deal, Rob. Maybe you can help me figure it out. AJ Myers had to start tail end Charlie.
I did not know that. That's wild. Not sure what happened there. I'll go maybe quickly ask somebody to find out what happened. But, of course, he'll power his way back forward. You get back at it, I'll find out for us.
Well, we'll keep an eye out on that here. So let's keep the cameras on it. AJ Myers' charge continues to roll. Meanwhile, here as he starts to work on his teammate, there he goes on Annie Rule, inside and clear. No pressure there. Gabriel Cower next up on the road. Let's send it to Emery Lida while we have this underway with AJ Myers starting to charge as Lucas Palacio with one of the bigger wins of his career so far, a 50-driver mini-class main event here at Homestead. Emery, take it away.
Yeah, guys, Lucas Palacio, one of the most insane drives you'll ever see, 29th to 1st in a 20-lap main event. Lucas, I just got to ask you, how did you do that?
I just saw people fighting up front, and I knew if I banged out laps, I could catch them.
For sure, and you did an excellent job of that. You picked your way up to about 7th with right at about halfway, and then just calmly got through some real chaos in the second half of the race, especially in a 4-wide situation. Lucas, when you're looking at this Miami track and just the amount of overtaking opportunities it brings, how do you think that helped you in this race?
A lot. I mean, I could pass anywhere I wanted to because everyone was just battling back and forth.
Yeah, and one more thing, who do you like to thank for this effort? Because while you're an incredible driver and it was an insane drive, couldn't have done it alone.
My family, my coach Martin, Kart Republic, Kart Sport North America, and yeah, that's it.
There you have it, Lucas Palacio, most sensational drives you'll ever see. He wins round 1 here at Homestead. Back to you, Xander and Rob.
All right, so here's some fun insight. I talked to his dad, Nick, here briefly. I was wrong. I guess this year, we'll confirm this, but they've added, you can have a drop. There is one drop, I'm being told, potentially, for the championship. They were wondering whether we were even going to bother. Do we go out there and start 29th? Do we do that? And Lucas like, no, I want to go out and drive. 29th to P1. That's pretty cool considering the fact you were thinking about maybe just parking it because it could have been too ugly coming from the tail of the field. Just an incredible run for Palacio all told.
Incredible stuff there, and we're watching some more incredible drives here. A.J. Myers gets by Davide Foray. He's up to third. This distance to Alan Isambard, about a straightaway, 18 laps. Can the former national number 1, now national number 2, get it done as we see Foray going back and forth with Gianno Torino for P4. So Myers, again, 2 drivers left to go. Up the road from him, Pedro Piquet in that Biro Art for the Piquet Sport North America team. And, of course, Alan Isambard in that ANSA Motorsports Formula K entry that was right with him the entire way in the pre-final for 12 laps. He kept him honest. How much was AJ holding back?
Right.
Was he at 100%? Is he going to go 110? We're going to get, again, a treat here to watch. One of the best to ever do it in the modern era. AJ Myers have to really try to go to work.
Went inside, talked to the SuperCarts USA officials briefly to find out what happened. We don't know why A.J. Myers started at the tail of the field. I was told something with the catch bottle on the cart, on the fuel system, so some kind of an issue there, a technical DQ for A.J. Myers. That's why he starts at the tail of the field, finds himself now up into P3. So obviously something happening with the technical side after the pre-final that really kind of changed the entire complexion of the day.
Well, that again here, A.J. Myers starting to make ground on Pedro Piquet, not exactly making up a ton on Alan Isambard. We'll keep an eye on it. Let's also take a look at a driver who made up even more ground than Lucas Palacio. From 42nd on the grid to the top 5, Kai Johnson is down with Alexander Searle. Alex?
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I'm here with Kai Johnson, who just went from 42nd up to 4th on track, but after an off-track penalty, Lucas Palacio Kai Johnson moves up to 3rd place, so he made up 39 spots in the Mini Swift final there. Kai, talk me through the race. That was incredible.
I mean, I tried to take it easy through the first couple corners and get through the first laps. And then once I settled into a position, just started picking off one by one.
Yeah, awesome. I mean, talk me through what's the strategy that goes into it when you have to start last on the grid? I mean, what are you thinking before the race and how do you prepare for it? And what was your strategy to get through everybody?
I mean, the first step is just to make it through turn 1 and then just try and pick as many off as you can.
Awesome. Yeah, one more thing. Who would you like to thank for this incredible drive?
I would like to thank my engine builder, Walcher, all of Team Bennett, and my tuner, Juan, and my family.
Awesome, yeah. Kai Johnson, everybody, from 42nd to 3rd in the Mini Swift final.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Alexander, I don't know that in calling all the action I have over the years, I've seen somebody come from that deep to get up to what they've done. What a tremendous drive, especially here at the Winter Series. Just an awesome run to come through. And as Kai said, get through the opening corner first, and then you go to work. And he obviously had a hot rod there from the guys at Bennick and a good Walcher power and was able to work his way forward. And with that penalty, ends up P3. Just a tremendous run overall for Kai Johnson. He should be very proud of that drive up forward. It really does bring him, again, keep him right where he needs to be in the fight. Watch the battle up front right now. A.J. Myers has been able to reel in and get by Pedro Piquet, and so now the lap's winding down. 2.3 seconds back. Myers quicker by about 0.2 of a second than your leader, Alan Isambard, who has taken full advantage of the penalty to A.J. Myers to go out early with 14 laps still remaining, and 8 laps down. Myers absolutely up on the wheel, and I'll say this. You get somebody like A.J. Myers, try to use the right word, but angered enough after an issue with tech to come forward like this. You know he's got a bit between his teeth to work his way forward. So not surprising to see Myers throwing down fast lap after fast lap. His quickest lap was the last one, a 45.716. We'll look at the lap times and the gap continuing throughout this race. It was 2.3 seconds last time by. 2.5 this time as he backs down to a 46.0. And Isambard actually does a 45.8, so not sure what happened there for Myers. Lost a bit of gap, lost a bit of time. The gap now 2.5 seconds. Pedro Piquet runs in 3rd, Laura Spinelli in 4th, and Giorgio Carrera now running in the 5th position. Davide Foray is in 6th. Gabriel Cower for PSL Karting on the Burrell Art in 7th. Andy Rule in 8th. Gianno Torino in 9th. Skitchy Barnes leading the way right now here in the Masters category. He's got a 2-point lead over Patrick Otto Madsen, while Frank Runco runs in 3rd, Dan Breitenstein in 4th, and Scott Presti, we have not seen him since qualifying. So not sure what's going on with Scott Presti right now. The 4 drivers in Masters, Barnes, Madsen, Runco, and Breitenstein Otherwise, up front, A.J. Myers, again, still, as I said, trying to reel in Allen Isambard. Was super quick over a couple of laps and lost a bit of time. That last lap was actually a little bit back off of Isambard. This last time by both drivers turning 45.9. So right now that gap of 2.5 seconds still holding station right now for Allen Isambard on the AMR Motorsports Formula K machine. He's trying to maintain that gap and get away with a round one victory.
And meanwhile here, there we just saw a little change in position between Gianno Torino and Annie Rule. Torino able to get on by, so he makes up that spot there to move himself to 8th overall. And Rule back down to 9th. Still up ahead again of the Masters leader, Skitchy Barnes, and we'll keep tabs on that here. But an inverse of what we saw in Pro Senior Shifter, of course, in the pre-final with A.J. Myers having to come from the rear. Allen Isambard ahead of him with so many laps here around this racetrack, with continuing to progress as a driver as well. I mean, this could be a kid that becomes one of the new Big 5, Big 3 top contenders. We got problems down the front straight away. One of the Magic pilots is going to pull off to the inside lane. I don't believe that's Skitchy Barnes. I think that might be Frank Runco. That has come to a halt over by turn number 5. So Isambard will come across the line, 10 to go. Let's see if we can get an ID on that one.
Indeed, we'll watch them come back around. Isambard and Myers across the line. Frank Runco was running 3rd in the Masters category. So it's Isambard, Myers, Piquet, Spinelli, and Carrera, your top 5. Foray 6th, Cower 7th, Torino 8th, Rule 9th. Here comes your Masters leader, Skitchy Barnes. He'll come across the line. He's got a decent gap right now for Patrick Otto Madsen. In fact, did Madsen come across the line to finish? Yeah, he did get lap 12 in, so Madsen about 2.3 back. And here comes Breitenstein. So indeed confirmed that was Frank Runco on the Magic who had gone off coming across the front straightaway. So we are down to 3 drivers in the Masters category still.
As for Allen Isambard here, this is a bit of a christening right now to try and, again, build his brand, build his name up as a contender in the pro shifter categories. They've got a full schedule here. Talked with the AMR Motorsports team. Talk with A.J. Myers on the preseason. Everyone with so many different places to race for the KZ and Pro Shifter categories this year, between the U.S. Pro Kart Series, the SKUSA Pro Tour, the SKUSA Winter Series, obviously, and then, of course, concluding the year at the SKUSA Super Nationals in Vegas. You got Rock Vegas and the Rock Winter Tour. And here's a pass. Giorgio Carrara on Gianno Torino. So the Lenzo Kart International Motorsport driver gets by. He's also slated for a higher amount of U.S.-based races here this year as he serves as the driver coach on that Formula Inter F4 Arrive and Drive series. Is going to keep him stateside, which means we might get to see another factory-level shifter pilot making more American starts, which just, again, builds this class up. They're on that Lenzo kart that doesn't have a big presence here, probably a little bit to learn on the different track, different tire, different atmosphere for sure. But, again, for Isambard, he's going to run a full, I think, national season on either the Pro Kart Series or Pro Tour. Myers, same thing. And then everyone meets back up for the Supernats in Vegas. So we could end up with more. We've talked about kind of the big 3 the last couple of years. Danny Formel, A.J. Myers, Jake French. Well, Jake French retired, and right around that same time, Marin Kremers came into the scene. And we don't have all of them here, but Allen Isambard is making a statement to say he could become one of those names in that conversation.
I'd love to see him at the Winter Nationals to see if he can put himself in a fight for the national championship for sure. They're looking very strong here right now, and he's got very much the same pace as Isambard and Myers. They're both right around 46 flats, 45 nines. That's kind of the way they've been for the entire race here right now. Pedro Piquet still there in the 3rd spot, but 3.3 seconds back. And then again, the battle we were talking about there a little bit with Carrera running there in that 4th position.
So here they go with 6 laps to go at the stripe. Allen Isambard, again, just kind of keeping the gap where he needs it to be. This is a Wednesday cruise, if you will. Normally the term is Sunday cruise. Well, at AMR Motorsports Group and Allen Isambard and his father, they got a group of car club owners in Porsche, in front of the Porsche dealership up in West Palm Beach and Fort Lauderdale in Miami. They love to come here and just drive shifter carts during the week. It's treated like a track day. You don't get to see that a whole lot in the sport. A lot of karting we think of racing. We think of club, regional, national racing. Well, Allen, a lot of what's been able to get him his laps is kind of being a driver coach for these entry-level guys to come back and just pound laps in karts of all kinds during the early days of the week, and that was a way for him to get more seat time and develop. And then again, like we talked about in that pre-final, this opportunity for him with ANSA Motorsports this year, we saw how it was able to keep Danny Formal's career alive and bring him to new heights on the car racing scene. And now Patrick Otto Madsen and his camp given that same opportunity in a different light for the younger Alan Isambard. Such a cool thing, and great to have guys like them in the sport.
Agreed, and it's done great things for Danny Formal, as you had said, and this would be a great victory here as well for Alan Isambard if he's able to capitalize here. So the laps winding down, 5 laps remaining here for Isambard. We know that he and Myers are ready to battle it out. We talked about the fact that when they ran together in the pre-final, was Myers holding up a little bit? Was the same thing? Was Isambard potentially backing off a little bit and holding on, to his tires as well? Both drivers with significantly fast laps. A 45.716 for Myers, a 45.749 for Alan Isambard. These guys are evenly matched right now in terms of lap times. When it comes to national level experience, it all leans over to A.J. Myers. He's been the number 1 driver and Pro Tour champion multiple times over multiple years. So for Isambard, don't want to say punch above his weight class, but really to be in the fight to race against the drivers he needs to race against to go to that next level, right? You got to race against the best to become the best.
Yeah, and again, I'm sure while it's a bit of a gift kind of given into his lap with A.J. Myers getting a catch can radiator bottle DQ just for not running the overflow bottle on the radiator here today, he wants to go beat him straight up from the front row, side by side in the main event tomorrow. Alan Isambard's a racer, and oh, look at that. That's Giorgio Carrara and Pedro Piquet. So this is going to be the battle for the final spot on the podium. Carrara also having to come from a little further back. So we could have a fight here. Lenzo Kart versus Beryl Art, International Motorsport versus PK Sport North America. Headed down to turn number 12. They've got 3 more laps to go at it here, about a 5-car length difference. To give you an update on where the lap times stack up for the 2 of them, if you look from last time by, Pedro Piquet a 46.21, Carrara a 26. So
it was the last lap where he was 0.6 faster. Carrera was faster. Something happened to Piquet on that last lap, and that's what brought Carrera in so closely. He was a 46.8 the lap before, finally got himself back down to where he needs to be. Some minor mistake for Piquet has brought Carrera right back into the fight.
Yeah, every minor mistake in a shifter, of course, is exaggerated, right? A little miss of a corner in a single-speed car, anything slower, a tenth, couple tenths, maybe half a tenth. You miss a gear, well, that could be half a second.
Yeah.
I mean, it just all rubber bands and spreads that much farther out. That makes this, of course, the hardest kart to drive and the most difficult class to win here in the sport of kart racing. With 2.5 laps to go, now down to less than 2. Alan Isambard out of turn number 4. Again, just cruising around his home racetrack as he heads for turn 5.
Little Masters update as well. Skitchy Barnes last time by 3.3 seconds ahead of Patrick Otto Madsen. When they come back around, here's Barnes coming across the line now. He'll come across his fast lap so far, a 46.943. And Patrick Otto Madsen about 3.9 seconds back, his fast lap of 47.0. So really very similar lap times between Barnes and Patrick Otto Madsen, but the gap almost 4 seconds now as the laps wind down. White flag flying this time by for Alan Isambard.
Yeah, one more lap around here for that ANSA Motorsports FK to continue lapping. A.J. Myers has made up for it the best he can, and unfortunately will have to concede the round 1 victory and probably look at this round potentially as his drop with a DQ in that pre-final. So 0 points for the pre-final for him, and second place points in the grasp for the main event, whereas Alan Isambard, thanks to the way the DQ falls, is an all but perfect day besides the pole and qualifying bonus. He'll exit turn 10, turn number 11. And Alan Isambard looks to back up his 2022 title. He starts 2023 with a bang. Isambard wins round 1 in Pro Shifter as he coasts across the line. A.J. Myers to finish second. Now your Masters update against Skitchy Barnes coming across. There's Pedro Piquet. Hangs on to that final spot on the podium over Giorgio Carrara. Davide Fore will round the top 5. Then you go back to Gabriel Cower and Gianno Torino, 6th and 7th. Andy Rule in 8th. Isambard obviously pumped up there in that ANSA Motorsports FK to get himself a SKUSA Winter Series win over one of the best here in the modern era. And Skitchy Barnes hangs on, brings it home, and the Magic Kart wins it in Master Shifter. So here's a look overall. You can see Barnes over Patrick Otto Madsen and Dan Breitenstein, 4.5 seconds there for himself over Madsen. As they look to tomorrow, it's a 1-to-1 ratio there, 1-to-1. Even the score, Rob, with Isambard and FK Ansa winning over Magic in Pro Shifter, but then flipping the script with Skitsy Barnes and Magic in Master Shifter.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing them get back at it again tomorrow. I think we'll see both drivers battle. Both Madsen and Barnes will go at it again in Masters. Everybody's going to try to dial in some more. You know, AJ Myers will come out swinging at the start of Sunday to try to put himself back on top of the box, but a well-deserved win for Alan Isambard, not just winning on the racetrack, but very similar lap times to the one of the best in the sport right now, AJ Myers. So all in all, a solid podium. Isambard, Myers, and PK unofficially your podium in that the Pro Shifter class, and Barnes, Madsen, and Breitenstein in the Master Shifter. We are rocking our way through here, Xander. 5 classes down, 3 more to go. Next up, X30 Jr.
Yep.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
Welcome back, folks. Live coverage here from the opening round of the SuperKarts USA Winter Series. Not Super Nationals, Rob. Where are you? 2023, the 6th edition of this program. Good opportunity for drivers, as we've seen already throughout the day, right? New drivers getting a chance to run up front, get dialed in. Kind of a unofficial spring training, if you will. Working our way through into our 6th main event of the day, X30 Jr, brought to you by the Rawlson Performance Group. Ernesto Rivero and Stephen Miller on the front row. Both these drivers having great weekends thus far. Max Taylor and Leonardo Scorpioni will be on row number 2. Jackson Wolney and Oliver Weldon on row 3. Row 4, Teddy Musella alongside Alex Mercado, and Anthony Martella and Hudson Schwartz on row number 10. Jensen Burnett already a winner in K100 Jr, starting in the 11th position. Drivers into the staging lanes. We're underway. Green, green, green. It's a big move down to the bottom of the racetrack from Stephen Miller on the outside, right at the green flag as it opened up behind Ernesto Rivero. So everybody working their way through the opening couple of corners, and first and second with a big gap. In fact, third, fourth, and fifth right there as well. So no kind of scrapping up front, really kind of battled up further back as allowed Rivera and Miller to come cleanly in as well right there. I think Max Taylor in the fight, Jackson Wolney as well, Scorpioni in there as well. So a number of drivers scrapping early. Opening lap, as we know, opening corner. Of course, you can't win a race there, but you can sure lose one. But we do know as well that the opening lap is a really great opportunity to get a lot of passes done. Big move to the inside. Stephen Miller wants to lead that first one. He will. Miller is going to roll on through. Stephen Miller, your leader, coming down into turn number 1. A bold move down the bottom of the racetrack. So Miller has gone in now to the P1 position. Rivera second, Taylor third, Scorpioni fourth, and Wolney now rounding out the top 5. So, folks, getting things underway, just the opening lap here in our X30 Jr category. We had a tremendous run there for the driver, scoring the victory in the ANSA Motorsports Formula K machine. Let's send it over to Alexander Searle, who stands by with Alan Isambard, the winner of Pro Shifter.
Thanks, Robbie. I'm here with Alan Isambard, the winner in the Pro Shifter class. Alan, a flag-to-flag victory. How good does that feel?
Yeah, it's really good, but it was smooth sailing all the way through, and we had the pace to keep the gap all the way through.
Yeah, talk to me. How good has this Formula K car been for you?
It's incredible. It's just super easy to drive, and we've set it up perfectly, so it's just a dream.
And one more thing, who would you like to thank for this victory?
Everyone at ANSA Motorsports and Formula K, IPK, and SRP for the and just everyone that helped out this weekend.
Awesome, yeah. Alan Isambard, everybody, you're a winner in the Pro Shifter class.
What I'm jacked about for tomorrow is that Allen, of course, able to get out there out front. The issue with A.J. Myers starts him at the tail of the field. But it was the pace that they had. He was, as Allen said, able to hold that gap of, that 2.5 seconds back to A.J. Myers. We're going to see them go head-to-head again tomorrow. And, again, I like the speed we're seeing out of Alan Isambard. Feels very happy with the chassis, able to get out and run 22 clean laps out front. And even in the end, their fastest laps were within a couple hundredths of a second of each other. So a battle we'll see for sure tomorrow in Pro Shifter. Race number 5 on the docket, as I had said, number 6 on the docket here is X30 Jr. And those drivers getting things underway already. Stephen Miller took that lead early on Ernesto Rivera. They've got themselves a pretty good little gap, almost a full second back to Leonardo Scorpioni. You can see tucking his way in. There's a Scorpioni there. Right behind him, Teddy Musella and Max Taylor, a couple of Rawlson Performance Group drivers. More racing deeper back in the field here. That's the number 718 or 7. I think that's the 718. That would be Emma Kate Scarborough working her way forward as well. 725 Teddy Musella in the front. There's a Scorpioni and Musella. That is third and fourth coming down the back straightaway. Max Taylor right there as well. And again, big run down into turn number 1. Here comes a move from Musella, just went purple, and he goes by a Scorpioni. So a move, Teddy Musella now up into the third spot. Max Taylor right there. So a Scorpioni right in the middle of an RPG sandwich here at X30 Jr. Musella runs in third, a Scorpioni in fourth, and Max Taylor in fifth. Right behind Taylor is Oliver Weldon, Jackson Wolney, and Hudson Schwartz. Up front, though, that full second advantage for the duo of Stephen Miller and Ernesto Rivera. Will they just try to pull away? Here they are here coming out of turn number 9 through 10. That's the gap back. to Teddy Musella, who's flying right now. He went purple last time by on lap number 4 of 49.195. There's Weldon. He's been able to get by Jackson Wolney. Yeah, so Wolney's there as well. Weldon, we've seen him all day long looking strong. Weldon right in the fight there again. He ended his first race in the wall. We'll see whether or not he can have a better run here.
Yeah, I mean, it seems almost not that long ago, just about a year ago, and Oliver Weldon was kind of driving a little bit injured as we've got some contact there. Teammate on teammate violence. Max Taylor trying to go on Jackson Wolney. They kind of banged wheels, and it allowed for one more to get through. That was Alex Mercado. And now, looking behind Wolney, there's one more trying to get on through. I'm not sure who's at the 8. Is that the 96?
Might be Vid Montien, actually, in the 795. No, that's a 7. That's one of the RPG drivers as well. Can't see. That would be Jackson Wolney. He was 6th. He fell back to probably 8th position. So Wolney in the 796. So a lot of action happening. A bunch of RPG drivers getting kind of caught up in that one a little bit.
Yeah, definitely a little bit wild there for them. So as they head through turns 1 and 2, where's your update on the field? Well, here we go. You can see Oliver Weldon's now got a gap out back and a gap out front. Alex Mercado is the one behind him in that 6th position. You've got a Scorpione in the 4th spot, chasing down Teddy Musella. And then, of course, Stephen Miller out leading the way here with the 704 machine right on his tail of Ernesto Rivera. He's got me all messed up because he switched suits midday, Rob. He was in the white. That's easy to identify.
That's very true.
Yeah, that one's a good suit. It's an RPG suit, but it's different from the other kids with the Cosmics.
If you've never tried to announce a race, number one, standing and watching on the track is one thing, but watching it, of course, on the TV screen is different. The decals are all exactly the same. Everybody's got team decals. To be able to see the numbers is unbelievably tough. And Xander right there, perfect example. A lot of the times we key off a helmet or we key off a suit. If someone wears a white suit, it helps. If you got a plain helmet, that's easier for us to look at. We know who it is. Thank goodness for Jordan Musser and his cue ball helmet. We were able to see Jordan a lot. Same thing. We try to pick up on something. If you switch a suit midway through the day, you're just being plain mean.
You're just asking for us to mess up who you are and what you got. Now, that said, as they go through here, we've got more shuffling. This is Vid Montien going back and forth with a couple more of the RPG Cosmics there through the middle of the field there. The 729 of Hudson Schwartz. That's the other one I couldn't identify. And Jackson Wolney. Big RPG Junior contingent here. They've got one up in 2nd, one in 3rd, one back in the 6th spot, 7th, and 9th now as Vid Montien gets by with Jensen Burnett into the top 10 and chasing them down.
Yeah, the RPG Junior program, unbelievably strong. We saw it last year, of course, with Caleb Gaffera, a big win at the end of the season at the Supernats for Ernesto Rivera. And, in fact, Rivera's going to go to the inside of Miller to take over the lead. Move Ernesto Rivera to P1. Does he hold it down into turn number 5? He does. And, indeed, let's see if he can pull away a little bit here. Most definitely, drivers kind of rolled up to them at the back. You can see they had a big lead by themselves, a full second over at Scorpione at one point, and now Teddy Musella, the driver, who's closing up here on Miller. So I wonder whether or not Rivera is just starting to get a little bit anxious about the fact that they were getting reeled in. He's got a decent little advantage of about 4 lengths coming down into turn number 12. And indeed, still working our way through, long way to go. 9 laps down, 13 laps remaining. And X30 Jr. KA100 Master on deck. Expect to see some good racing there. Luis Schiavo trying to complete his perfect day. Qualified on pole, then won the KA100 Master pre-final as well. There's your front-running 5 drivers right now. 5 drivers in the lead group. Rivera, Miller, Musella, Scorpione, and Weldon. 2.5 back to Alex Mercado, Max Taylor, Jackson Wolney, Enzo Vid Montien, then a half a second back to Jensen Burnett. Good run for Emma Kate Scarborough as well. She's up into the 12th position right now, and looking at a strong field as well of 26 drivers in total. Only 24 remain on the racetrack at this point. Lost a couple already. Talked to Tom Kutcher earlier in the day. 233 pre-entries when we did the EKN Outlap podcast, the preview. In the end, talking to Tom, 251 entries. I believe the biggest Winter Series race in the 6-year history of the series. 251 here this weekend. We'll see whether or not we get more for round number 2. But indeed, great numbers. Filled up Mini Swift class, as we know. Great numbers in so many of these categories. And excited to see people out here having some fun after what was really a tremendous Super Nationals back in November.
Well, here we go out of turn number 11 down the backstretch in the biggest Winter Series race ever. It's also been one of the cleanest days ever of the SKUSA Winter Series. At a racetrack here that we've heard from so many drivers, so many dive bomb opportunities, so much great racing action, so much passing. At the same time, we've seen some races with multiple red flags in a single main, including that first Winter Series weekend many years ago in 2018.
Xander, don't jinx it.
I'm not jinxing anything. I'm saying we're good to this point. I'm not saying we're going to be good to the end of the day.
The racing's been really good, right? The drivers
Racing
have
has
given
been
each other a little bit of room. We've seen some great passes. Nothing super aggressive. Not drivers, as you mentioned, back in 18, driving over top of each other, especially in turn number 5. The racecraft has been strong so far, and that's why we've had such exciting races. Even those battles we saw, the back-to-back races with drivers going from 5th to 1st with the wins, with the leaders battling it out, one in turn 12, one in turn 5. Those were super clean. Even the guys that were going at each other, just a little bit of contact on the final lap going for a race win. Overall, it's been a really clean day of racing.
Very clean as they go down to turn number 1. There's Stephen Miller going to slide job down the inside on a Scorpione here with 10 laps to go. Still got time left for more as they go to turn 4. Here comes Musella to the inside. Clear, trying to bring Oliver Weldon. Not going to happen. Out front, Ernesto Rivera continues to lead, and it's now up to about 6 car lengths backwards.
Yeah, that's going to be, I think, pretty good here for potentially for Rivera with Teddy Masella moving up. That's another Rawlson Performance Group driver who could potentially make a move here to try to find a way by Stephen Miller, who runs P2. That's the bottom line here right now. If we get two, or they get two RPG drivers up front, we could see a battle pull away for just 2 team drivers, right? Then that's a lot different. Right now, Rivera out front. So we'll see how things play out here.
Man. As they go through turns 2 and 3 here, 9 laps to go now here with Ernesto Rivera continuing to lead. Where's your update on lap counts and everything else as they head towards turn number 4? Rivera this time by 49.009, 0.2 better than Stephen Miller right there in that Chad Dawkin Racing Alonso kart. Miller was even as well, 0.3 better than Musella, Oliver Weldon, Leo Scorpione. Bit unfair to them as they were battling the lap before. They look much better this time around. And Miller himself actually looks a little bit better, I would say, to the race leader. So giving up 0.2 the previous lap to be at a 0.6 disadvantage to the race leader. Where does he land this time by? Maybe even. I think Rivera really pulled it out at the end in the final couple corners, and he did. Another 10th at it. So Ernesto Rivera, you talk about, again, a driver who won with Antonio Pizzognanito at Supernats, or at least had a pole position and then was up front and contending for the win, and then comes into the start the 23 season, picks right back up where he left off. Ernesto Rivera is trying to do the exact same thing. Win Supernats 25 and win the very first race of the next year. Close out 22, start 23. He's en route for that, being quick enough.
Yeah, trying for back-to-back jacks 2 months apart, right?
Yeah.
For Rivera would be big, man, to be able to come off that, because anytime you finish a season, you want to really carry that momentum into the next campaign, and he's been able to do that so far, shown very well here in the category, and is slowly stretching away out front. Ernesto Rivera out front. Again, the lead last time by was about 0.6 of a second. Feels like it's going to be more this time. Yes, almost 0.8 of a second for Rivera as they come back across the line. Looking at lap times as well, Teddy Musella about a 10th or 2 quicker than Miller last time by, so he's closing, and he's bringing a bunch of drivers with him as well. It's Musella, Weldon, a Scorpione, and don't look now, Enzo Vidmontian, purple on lap number 9, trying to keep working his way forward. He's only a half a second behind a Scorpione as well. Vidmontian may be in the discussion for a podium finish before this is all said and done. 7 laps to go in X30 Jr.
He definitely could have an outside shot at it here if he gets a good enough run and they start to battle just a little bit in front of him here, because Stephen Miller is indeed getting reeled in by the RPG Cosmic of Teddy Musella behind him and that LN JC Karting Hot Wheels entry of Oliver Weldon. 6 laps to go now. Our Scorpiones in tow also. Altogether, they're losing still, or at best holding even to the race leader, Ernesto Rivera, though, who very similar, to be honest, the way that he was able to slowly inch away from Caleb Gaffera at the end of that Supernats 25 main event for X30 Jr. Got to the lead, and then Gaffera was hunting him down, clipped the barrier, bent the axle, and it kind of magnified that gap there lap by lap, a tenth or so, and we're seeing that here on a clean racetrack, and from what I can tell, no damage to the drivers behind.
Yeah,
Impressive.
What I'm loving is this battle behind them all as well, behind Miller with Musella, Weldon, Scorpione, Vidmontien. Max Taylor's even tried to get up in there as well. These guys are lined up to take their shot at it. Everybody's so evenly matched right now. We don't see any of the drivers in this group, Xander, with the hot hand right now. Nobody's making moves. Nobody's really coming on strong. Miller, Musella, and Scorpione just turned their own fastest laps, but nobody going purple right now. The potential scrap here between Weldon and Musella for the final position on the podium, but as we stand right now, it's Miller doing whatever he can to make sure Rivera doesn't get away.
Headed into turn number 5 here this time. Teddy Musella is right in the center of that shot, along with Oliver Weldon and Scorpione. It seems like they're all inching closer to each other, like you said. We're just waiting for that battle to erupt. Now, Ernesto Rivera, while he pulled away the last couple laps, Stephen Miller looks really close here going to turn 11. I think he might be closer than he's been in quite some time. In fact, it's only 2.5 kart lengths. Teddy Musella coming along with him. 4 to go. Could this race turn into a 6-driver fight for the win? It looked like Rivera was going to get away, but Stephen Miller is getting hot right when he wants to here as he pops the curb in turn 2. Rolls through 3. 2 car lengths back to turn 4.
Indeed, this battle just starting to percolate. You can feel it starting to happen. Everybody's settling in, and indeed, what does Stephen Miller have? Is he just holding on to the spot, running there, P2? Teddy Musella, although he just went purple, Musella did with a 48.712, but the top 3 drivers all turning their best times, although Rivera lost about 0.2 of a second to Miller last time by. He went a 48.937. We'll see whether or not Rivera keeps clicking off personal best to wrap this one up. It's Musella, his RPG teammate, though, was 0.2 faster, went purple last time by with a 48.172. Or 712 rather. Rivera again quickest, his best. Rivera backing up that personal best time, and in this time over a tenth faster than Miller, gets it back to 4/10. Let's see if Rivera's kart keeps coming in, and if he keeps knocking out those laps, back-to-back personal bests for Rivera, leading right now in KA100, rather X30 Jr.
Oliver Weldon, you can see in the shot there, closing in on Teddy Musella. We saw Enzo Vidmontien get by on Leo Scorpione for that 5th spot in turn 5 last lap. He's pulled away a little bit. Weldon again applying some pressure to Musella. And Stephen Miller looks like he's going to lose back out again to Ernesto Rivera. Give the advantage once again to the race leader. Right as it looks like it might tighten up, it opens again. 2 to go this time. 2 laps remaining in this 22-lap endurance sprint main event for Ernesto Rivera, who has had pressure on him this entire way. Stephen Miller, who has been trying to just keep him honest and give himself a shot, pull himself up just his chin above the bar to get a look at it. That was a good run in the opening sector.
Yeah, look at Miller closing back up here again, just a couple lengths back. I had said that Musella may be the driver to make things easier for Rivera, but he has not been able to put the pressure on to Stephen Miller. He's more kind of worried about himself in the final position on the podium, I believe, because Oliver Weldon has been hunting him for the last couple of laps here, last handful, if not more, as Weldon running there in P4. He wants that final spot. Here's the leaders coming down into turn number 12. White flag will fly this time by. Final lap in X30 Jr.
Here they come down across the start-finish line straight away to turn number 1. Ernesto Rivera still holding on, but Stephen Miller only a car length back through turn 3. Did not get the best exit there. Again, we go back to that pre-final thinking about it, talking about how it looked like Miller had more top end, Rivera had more bottom. They seem a little more in the middle this time here in the main event, and that time you saw Rivera go a little bit narrow into 5 just to hang on.
Yeah, not overly defensive, though, for Rivera, and Miller unable to get past in either of the hairpins. Not much time now, because really the only other shot coming out of turn 10 and 11 is a potential move down the back straightaway. Here they come out of turn number 11. Rivera looking to back up the win of the Super Nationals. Could it be an over-under? He'll go to the inside. They'll try it, but no. A big win in Vegas, and he backs it up with a victory here in Homestead. Ernesto Rivera winning the opening round of the SKUSA Winter Series, starting off 2023 with a win in X30 Jr. He's the best X30 Jr driver in the country right now. Ladies and gentlemen, he won the Super Nats, and he's got things underway here in the SKUSA Winter Series. Ernesto Rivera from Rollison Performance Group, a victor by just 0.112 seconds, just over a tenth of a second over a strong drive for Stephen Miller, who turned his best lap of the last lap of the race, a 48.688, 2/10 quicker to make a run of it. Teddy Musella makes it 2 RPG drivers on the podium. A good run for Musella as he holds back a long challenge from Oliver Weldon, who finishes 4th. Enzo Vidmontien up 10 spots, started 15th. He ends up in the top 5. Leonardo Scorpioni, you see right there in 6th. Max Taylor in 7th. Jensen Burnett in 8th. Jackson Wolney in 9th. And Alex Mercado rounding out the top 10. Some pretty strong racing, Xander, and a good drive for Ernesto Rivera. You go back-to-back in those 2 races. You cap the season with the win. You start the new season with the victory. I think things are going really well for Ernesto Rivera.
And that helps. Again, this is career national victory in the States, number 2 for Ernesto Rivera. So proves, again, not a fluke in Vegas. Certainly a driver to be on everybody's radar if he wasn't already for 2023 to make that statement. Gafara's gone. The RPG dominance continues here. Ernesto Rivera victorious at Homestead-Miami. 2 races to come. K100 Master with the veterans here coming up next. And right after that, the X30 Senior main event. We'll have interviews with the X30 Senior drivers during the K Master main. We'll talk to a couple of our X30 Junior drivers where we can as well. Alexander Searle, Emery Latta doing a great job on the pit lane. It's Rob Howden here, the voice of EKN and Superkarts USA. Myself, Xander Clements here, live on Kart Chaser with 2 main events still to come and some post-race ceremonies for sure as well. From the Superkarts USA Winter Series opening day for 2023. Stick with us. We'll be right back after this.
I wait for someone to save. I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night and I contemplate for a while. I wish you all the best I can, and I stop myself for a while. I'm saying things I don't believe. The panic rising up in there. You won't you tell me something new? Don't you think more people are passing by right past the light sooner than this? Don't you think more people are passing by right past the light sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess. And you won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. You drive us both into a wall. I drive away into the night and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think more people are passing by right past the light sooner than this? Don't you think more people are passing by right past the light sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess. And you won't you tell me something new? Wish you all the best I can, then I stop myself for a while.
If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and RK chains. Available online now at revperformancematerials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
Just 2 more races remaining on the docket. Opening round of the SuperKart USA Winter Series here for 2023. And Luis Schiavo brings the field down to start the Kart Racing Solutions KA100 Master Main Event. Ruben Ravallo starting alongside him, and the green flag flying. They're underway. Green, green, green. And it's Schiavo diving to the inside to lead them through the opening complex of corners 1, 2, and 3 out to the short shoot over to the hairpin turn number 4. Xander, pretty solid little start. Schiavo takes the lead, a little bit more racing further back.
Yeah, Mario Dominguez getting away just a little bit hairy there through turn 4. I don't know if he got popped or bumped into somebody, but the Alessandro's Racing OTKs there, 3rd, 4th, 5th. Trying to survive. Meanwhile, up ahead of them is Ruben Ravello, and we got one of those drivers turned around as the team has fielded quite a few of these K100 Master entries here this weekend. Unfortunately, not the best for the last driver there that got spun in turn 6 on your screen. We'll update all the whole order here in the Kart Racing Solutions K Masterclass when we can. For the moment, it's Schiavo who leads the way. Ruben Ravello is 2nd. Dominguez is 3rd. Michel Garrido is 4th. I believe it's then going to be Diego Rodriguez, indeed, in 5th. Miguel Meir is 6th here, and 1 lap in, 21 laps to go in this K Master main event. The driver that got turned is the 452 of Elliot Van Rankin. So he's the one that got turned all the way around there, back now down to the 14th spot. Meanwhile, Schiavo is almost under pressure. We saw him pull away pretty effortlessly, it looked like, in that pre-final. However, here in the main event, he's got a little more pressure, at least to start, for the opening couple laps.
Yeah, you wonder which driver's a little higher on tire pressure to try to get out of the gate strongly. Those going a little bit lower to make sure that they come in late in the race. It is a longer run, 22 laps for the drivers here in KA100 Master as well. So Schiavo just still settling in here right now. And again, good run for Ruben Ravello to try to reel him in from Alessandro's Racing. Ravello in the number 428 machine, running that Tony kart, the Floridian, lining up to try to reel him in. Mario Dominguez, who started in the 4th spot, pretty good jump to work his way into a position to potentially battle it out for a podium finish. And again, things going well so far. Drivers just kind of settling in to get things underway. So while we do that, let's head to pit lane. And we got Emery Lida standing by with the driver who made it all happen in X30 Jr, Ernesto Rivera. Not sure what happened there. A little technical difficulty. We'll get that dialed in.
And then I got by him, and I started to pull away, and then he catch me again.
Got you. You had a really good race there. Ended up getting yourself back into contention over the course of the last few laps and really just held Miller at bay the entire rest of the race. When you saw behind you that you had 2 or 3 car wings at all time, how difficult was it to stay consistent?
I got nervous a bit, but I just I said to myself, hit your marks, don't get nervous, and go as fast as you can.
For sure. And how are you going to use this to build on it for the rest of the season?
This gave me a little bit of confidence, so I hope the rest of the season goes well.
Got you. Well, you're off to a really good start, just as you ended off last year. Ernesto, a winner in X30 Jr. Back to you, Rob.
Not sure what he needs for confidence right now. This kid has got it going on. A tremendous run at the Super Nationals last November, and Ernesto Rivera out of the gate super strongly there, putting in a tremendous effort to grab this win here to start off the SuperKart USA Winter Series in X30 Jr. Come back tomorrow and do it again, and you've definitely put your stamp on the class for the new year, trying to follow, I think, in the footsteps of what we saw, of course, out of Caleb Gaffera last year, his teammate in 2022. Gaffera making the move up to the senior category this year. We'll find out when and where Caleb will make his 2023 debut. But back on track now. It's still Luis Schiavo out front comfortably, almost 0.7 of a second for Schiavo over Ruben Ravello. He has the spot up front here right now. And again, Schiavo, Ravello, Dominguez, Garrido, and Rodriguez. Top 5 drivers on the track right now. And Xander, not surprising, Luis Schiavo, the minute he got out front, get away from a little bit of pressure, settling in the laps and pulling away.
Yeah, he's just having a phenomenal day here to start, right? I mean, the fact that both of his kids making their debut, right, being here, and then, just goes out, makes it look effortless. I mean, who knows how much setup adjustment he's doing to that go-kart?
If any.
Anything. I mean, is he, maybe just even having time to lube the chain? I don't know how much help he's got, what he's got going on, but he's doing a great job at it. Whatever it is, definitely shouldn't change it up. no matter how hard he's working, as we see Mario Dominguez right there under pressure.
The cool thing about this Masters category, Xander, you know this because you spend time at the track. Some of these drivers have been racing for 40-something years. They're in their 40s, they're in their 50s, or even just early 30s. They've been racing for 20-plus years. Other drivers find the sport late in their life and all of a sudden jump into Masters when they're 40, 45 years of age. And then you get a guy like Mario Dominguez who spent countless years running in Champ Car.
In a sport, former, current, and former top stars in the senior classes in, sports car racing, open wheel racing, all coming back for fun. And for the love of the game, really, is what a Masters racing is all about. And then at the same time, making it home to, the wife, the kids, Sunday night, trying to get to work on Monday. So the racing's maybe a little more laid back than, some of the junior classes where the kids seem to be made out of rubber. Not the same case when you become, put a few more years and miles on your body for sure. But it's so cool. Like you said, you get such a big mix of big names coming back. And then, like you said, new guys that just discover the sport of karting and how cool it is, how awesome the racing is later in life and join in and get to go head-to-head against, these guys as well.
Exactly. It's Schiavo leading 1.4 seconds. This is the battle we're watching right now, and this is essentially third and fourth. Mario Dominguez and Michel Garrido going at it here for the final position on the podium. Miguel Mir trying to reel them in. And he was significantly quicker than both those drivers last time by, almost a second back. But they got to watch right there in the Orsolon Racing Tony Kart machine. That is Miguel Mir, who is a multi-time Texas Masters champion, running in X30 Masters and now running in the KA100 Master category as well. He's the guy to watch out for. And if they start battling, look out. There's Miguel Mir right there. Had a great run at the Super Nationals, running for Rawls and Performance Group, back with Orsolon Racing here this weekend for the Winter Series, and he is most definitely closing on this fight for third.
Yeah, Miguel Mir could have a real good shot at the podium with how much speed he's got. He's just got to play his cards right. I mean, he's seen these two guys battling, kind of keeping it pretty hard-nosed with each other throughout the majority of this session. So, what do they do when they get over to turn number 5 and then on through? We've watched them now through to the carousel, single file. Dominguez not defending too heavy. Garrido not forcing the issue. Do they force it more on Mir because he's not under the same tent? I don't know. Still got a lot of laps to go altogether, though. 13 laps remaining this time by the stripe.
I had a chance, obviously, to be the teammate for Miguel Mir at the Super Nationals, and I was really impressed by how methodical he was, really going over data, working with the coaches they have at Rawls and Performance Group. Super clean driver on the racetrack as well, from what I saw at times when I was anywhere near him on the racetrack. So for Miguel, a driver who has just a lot of respect from his peers around him. Look at the speed he's got right now. He's going to go to the inside of Dominguez, coming into turn number 4, and he'll get that spot done. Dominguez didn't want to give it up and hops the curb. Mir now working his way now up into, I believe, P4. So Miguel Mir on the move, trying to work his way up onto the podium.
Yeah, he gets by Dominguez there as we watch them head through the carousel. We've also got, it looks like, the teammate to many of the drivers on your screen. The Alessandro's Racing USA CRG driver Noel Leon is down trackside here with our Alexander Searle. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Yeah, I'm here with Noel Leon. Noel, you've been fast all weekend, but unfortunately got caught up in an incident.
KA100 Master, and we'll cap it all off with X30 Sr, the last main event of the day.
Yeah, X30 Sr, of course, getting set to go. We've heard from a number of drivers. Heard from Noel Leon, heard from Mateus Morgado, heard from, of course, Joe Turney throughout the weekend, Ryan Norberg, Diego Catecha. He's going to be the kind of oddball in this one to see where he lands, but nonetheless, white flag, final lap around for this battle for third. We want to give Luis Schiavo his dues, as he's done a great job here to build himself a massive margin over the field. He's got, of course, Ruben Ravello, who's tried to stay close to him. Here is that group coming out of turn 4. The major 2 passing zones we can cover before we give Schiavo his airtime is turn 5 and beyond, and it looks like it'll be single file, so maybe something in the final corner or so. Otherwise, it'll be an easy one to bring them home for the top 5.
Indeed. I thought Dominguez might have made a move coming down into turn number 5. He does not, and it's a quick pickup of Luis Schiavo down the back straightaway. Perfect day for Schiavo as he wins in KA100 Masters. Schiavo the victor by 1.4 seconds. And here's the fight at the end. And a little issue for Dominguez as he tries to find a way by Garrido, does not do it, goes off track, and that allows Miguel Mir to slot in to P4 with the fast lap of the race, so good bonus points there for Miguel Mir. He ends up coming home in 4th. Dominguez, after that little wide run coming out of turn number 12, slotting back into 5th. So it's Schiavo, Ravello, Garrido, Mir, and Dominguez top 5. Rodriguez ends up in the 6th spot. Dalbon 7th. Van Rankin, after spinning on the opening lap, gets himself back up to 8th. And the battle here between Iran Sanchez, Luis Quiones, and DJ Ortiz was waged all race long. And they end up coming home in that order, 9th, 10th, and 11th. So, Xander, one more race to come. The KA 100 Masters drivers cruising their way off. X30 Sr on the grid. Time to fire things up, get the elbows out, and cap off what's been a beautiful day here in Homestead. Temperatures, thankfully, were coming up a little bit. I had said at the very top of the broadcast, they were saying potentially 62 degrees. That's where we got to, 62, 61 here right now with a light breeze.
You know, I think this day should definitely go down in SKUSA Winter Series history as one of the only days where the forecast has been absolutely correct. They said no rain, didn't get rain. They said it'd be 62. It's 61 right now. Might have been 62 an hour or two ago. Yeah. Been sunny all day. Beautiful day here in sunny South Florida. We've got our pit reporters, Alexander Searle and Emery Lida, getting us a last little bit of info. They'll give us a quick report before we get underway. Rob, you got to see the pre-final. What's your take here as we get set for this main event here before we get started for X30 Senior? Of course, Norberg and Contagia make up the front row. We saw the little game there with Austin Garrison trying to drop back to 5th. Interviewed him after. He said, you know, we need a lot more. And the reason he thought he said needed a lot more, well, Joe Turney ran him down, passed him for 3rd, drove away in the last 5 laps or so. So who you got? What do you expect here? What can the viewers expect from this main?
Yeah, what I saw from the all day long really is Norberg has been unbelievably strong. Obviously I don't know if he played a bit of a game, but he was real quick coming to the line, make sure he got around here. We only had the first couple of rows lined up. Does he do that again, or does he do a nice slow start coming up to get the green flag? I think Joe Turney's obviously getting a feel for what this track feels like, the kart here, the way SKUSA runs their races. You know, everything's brand new to him. It's never been even to Super Nationals, so we'll see whether or not he's settled in here right now. But this really is going to be a good battle between the best driver in North America and one of the best, of course, in Europe as well.
And, yeah, Joe Turney, like you said, he's getting used to how these races are run. He's now finally gotten to see and watch everyone's races here. He's running single duty, unlike Thomas Stolz-Sermanis and some of the other younger drivers, maybe double dip a little bit in X30 and KA Senior. Not too many of those this week, and I think it's a pretty veteran-heavy X30 Pro Senior class. So you got to watch all those mains, see what racing was good, also see the penalties as they came in of what was acceptable and what's not, because there's what you hear in the drivers' meeting. You hope it's like that. Bo Barfield is one of those kind of cut and dry, here's the line, you're over it, you're out, you're not, you're good type of race director. So he makes it clear, but of course seeing that in action is always good, and it proves it to him as well. So let's get our reports around. Emery Lida down here on pit lane first up. Emery, what do you got for us?
Yeah, guys, talking here before the race at X30 Senior, there's a lot of tension on the grid. Talked to Ryan Norberg, your pole sitter. He was very happy with the kart in the pre-final, but understands that a lot of guys will be coming after him. Talked a little bit about tire pressure, and they've tested a lot this week. Feel pretty confident the tire wear won't be an issue, but they'll have to see. Going back through the grid, you got Diego Contecha in 5th position. Took a little bit of a penalty in the pre-final. He starts a little bit further back than what he wanted to, but the Rawlson Performance Group OTK has been really fast all weekend for him. He feels comfortable with the new team, and he's going to be calm and confident in this race, he said. And then lastly, Blake Nash in the 4th position. He felt like they had almost enough in the pre-final, but just a little bit loose and a little bit too all in gear. So a couple changes there to watch out for the Nash Motorsports machine of Blake Nash as we get set to go for his thrilling X30 Senior Final.
Thank you, Emery.
Back to
here,
you guys.
Back on to it. We'll take it away. Alexander Searle, we'll see if we can get to him really quickly while they start to form up. Ryan Norberg making his way down the back straightaway here to start to form them. So that changes things with a penalty for Contagia. Turning to the outside. Garrison gets that inside spot that he wanted. And here we go. Getting set to go green here, Rob. Take it away.
Field set up. Ryan Norberg will go to the inside. Turney will go to the outside. It'll be Garrison and Nash on row 2. Conteca and Ramos row 3. Field set. Everybody else trying to reel in, and we're underway. Green, 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 and a couple drivers timing it further back, dropping the hammer and coming through. We'll see if SKUSA has a look at that. They were holding back and dropped the hammer. Otherwise, coming out of turn number 3, Norberg's going to lead them down into turn number 4 for the first time. Pretty solid start right now, as I believe that's Turney slotting into the 3rd spot. Everybody into positions. Xander, we're underway. Opening lap for X30 Senior.
Good start for Turney, like you said. He was able to get to second. Great start for Brandon Carr. He's been kind of silent through a lot of this weekend after Thursday testing. Not too quick through Friday practice, not too quick in qualifying. He's got a great start into the top 10. DeTulio, a good start as well, moves himself up to 5th. And Joe Turney, who was so quick at the end of the pre-final to hunt down Ryan Norberg. This is America versus England. It is the Revolutionary War all over again as we go through turns 1 and 2. 1 lap complete. Let's take it over to Alexander Searle for his report really quickly, see what you've got as well here right before we get the rest of the race underway. We're clean and green. Norberg leads over Turney and company. Alex Searle here. Let's take it down pit lane side. What do you got for us?
Yeah, thanks, guys. I mean, I got to speak with Joe Turney before the race, and Joe didn't change a lot to his kart, actually, from the pre-final to final. Said he feels really comfortable with how his KR is doing. His main goal, really, to stay with Ryan Norberg, be patient. You know, it's a long race, and see what he can do from there. Got to speak with Paulie Massimino as well, and Paulie actually had a bent chassis and a bent axle throughout the race, so he got that fixed and sorted, and he's looking to try to get up to his teammate Joe in this race. Back to you guys.
Yeah, indeed, Turney not doing anything to the kart, as he said, pretty happy with the setup they have on that Kart Republic. He is shot out of a cannon, was able to hold from the outside of the front row, which is not the easiest thing to do here. He takes the lead, and there's a pass for Garrison, who started 3rd, able to get that inside row starting spot he wanted after the penalty on Kanteka. So I'll move him up to 2nd. Norberg actually goes back to P3 right now, right in front of Blake Nash. Alessandro DeTulio in there as well. So, Xander, a pretty crazy start. And to be honest, do you really want to let Joe Turney get that kind of a lead here early on?
With how fast he was at the end of that pre-final, Rob, this is dangerous territory for everybody inside the field, especially inside the top 5. They want to hang on. But like we are seeing now, Ryan Norberg is not fast here to start this one. Blake Nash is all over him here. He's going to go for 3rd in turn 4. Norberg shuts the door, and there's contact. Nash gets the bumper stuck behind the wheel.
Flat tire.
Oh, no. Blake Nash, at first it looked like at least the bumper got hooked there.
Yep.
Might knock the tire flat. Norberg going to lose his spot as well as DeTulio goes by him for P3. And Ryan Norberg's backward slide continues. Austin Garrison now alone to try and make that charge to Joe Turney. Turney leads down the back straightaway. Norberg to 4th. Mateus Morgado joins the fray. He said he didn't feel that great on it. Look how good he looks here in the main event. The 362 about to go. Looking inside and clear for 4th as Norberg has to give way.
Wow, big run there for Mateus Morgado, moving that PSL karting Perel art machine into the 4th position. We know one thing about Norberg, you can fall back a little bit, and he does have a good head on his shoulders. He's not a driver that gets overly anxious. Even if you start going backwards early, he knows these are long races. He'll just have to settle in. Now, that said, you've got some pretty stout guys in front of you. You've got Garrison, DeTulio, you got your world champion Morgado, and you got Joe Turney up there in the Kart Republic trying to pull away. Not exactly what you want. And listen, we just talked about the fact that Ernesto Rivera went back-to-back in X30 Jr. It may not be the same driver, but if we get a win here for Joe Turney, that's back-to-back for Kart Republic as well, winning with Evan Gilterre and Trinity Karting Group. Could we see back-to-back X30 main event wins for Kart Republic here in SKUSA competition?
It's been the story of 2021 summer, fall, and of course the entirety of 2022. Ryan Norberg, the Rollison Performance Group AVP Cosmic dominance. Unprecedented. No team had ever had a record like that through the year. The frustration built. It got pretty rough and wild through a lot of the races at the end of last year. This is the first time we're seeing him fall back. Now he's coming back forward as he gets by Morgado. But could this be the beginning of the Kart Republic dominance here, like you said, Gilterre and Turney? And at the same time here, Austin Garrison, purple last time by. If Austin Garrison wins today, I think they might turn this racetrack upside down. He's got a big fan club here. His home racetrack grew up just less than an hour away in Davie, Florida, and he's got a lot of local friends and family that are going to be rooting him on. And what a feel-good story it'd be for Austin Garrison, coming back from an arm injury that sidelined him for the fall and Supernats era of 2022 to return and kick off 23 with a bang.
Well, he's definitely running good right now, less than a second behind Joe Turney. We've seen the Kart Republic brand do very well here at the Winter Series. We've talked about that before. Lorenzo Travasanuto, obviously. Kimi Andreas Antonelli came in one year and dominated the junior action. So we'll see what happens here with Turney running up front. He holds that lead, but again, up on the wheel in the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed is Austin Garrison. Turned his own lap, his green lap, 47.7, about almost a tenth quicker. Gets it down to less than 8 tenths of a second. So early in the run, though, let's not go crazy here right now. 7 laps down, still 15 laps remaining. But, man, we got some good racing up front, and we got some guys with speed. Norberg trying to put the pressure now on DeTulio in the Motaz Sport Parolin.
I don't know what happened there to ADT going into turn 4. He completely missed the apex, whether it was a bobble or dirt on the racetrack or something. Norberg's going to take advantage in 9. He'll get through. Morgado nearly over the top of DeTulio. I don't think he was trying to get around him. I think he was just trying to figure out where to go and pops the front end of that Burrell art up, but he hangs on to 5th. So DeTulio and that Motaz Sport Parolin starting to slip backwards a little bit. Morgado trying to ride the coattails of Norberg towards the front.
Coming into turn number 9 there, that's exactly where Norberg got by. Morgado did the same thing to DeTulio as well. Let's see if he can settle back in here in the RPG Cosmic and reel in Austin Garrison.
Yeah, and Ryan Norberg now pulls away by another car length over to Tulio. That's been the host of our cameras here. At the same time, again, the lead is shrinking lap by lap, inch by inch for Austin Garrison to Joe Turney. Last time by 600ths. Give the advantage to Garrison. So the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed trying to hunt down that Chad Dawkin Racing Kart Republic factory-backed entry of Joe Turney. His teammate Thomas Neveau, not as good of an afternoon here. He's a little bit further back in the pack after some bad luck in the pre-final and some contact for a number of different drivers here. Neveau finds himself back with Noel Leon and Blake Nash, who's rebounding from that crash earlier that we saw with Norberg. What an unfortunate ending to his main event hopes. Blake Nash, such a promising start to this weekend here, qualifying inside the top 10, running inside the top 5 in that pre-final, of course. And then just a little bit of weird contact where the bumper hooks behind the tire on a pass attempt there in turn number 4 early on Norberg.
Nothing wrong with him, though. Running 14th in the order right now. Just turned his fastest lap with a 47.9. A little bit off those drivers up front. But Nash still not that bad. Running right behind Noel Leon right now, right in front of Thomas Stolzer-Manis. So we'll see whether or not he's able to kind of recover and work his way back forward. Nonetheless, Norberg up into 3rd spot, as we said. There he is. So that's actually Garrison going in to turn number 1 and 2. Austin Garrison, was he quicker again? No, lost a bit of ground. Now a full second behind Joe Turney as we close in on the halfway point. Next time by, we'll see the crossed halfway flags. It'll be 11 down, 11 to go when Turney gets back to Aaron Likens at start-finish. Here right now is your top 10. Turney, Garrison, Norberg, DeTulio, and Morgado. You go 3 seconds back to the second-year senior Aiden Ingrata. Then we've got Diego Conteca, Diego Ramos, Jacob Kolar on the DAP, and Luis Colomodio rounding out your top 10. Luis having a good run. He's got Donovan Bonilla right behind him as well.
Yeah, Donovan Bonilla's been pretty solid through this weekend here. He was decently quick. I think he was hoping for a little bit better of a result right now, but he's kind of marred again back in that 11th spot. Noel Leon holds the fastest overall lap. Yeah. Leon has been the fastest driver on the racetrack or close to it for a couple laps now, but the quickest driver overall in the top 5, Ryan Norberg, by 0.2 of a second, a 47.4.
And well, look at this. Look at Leon too. Not only is he fast, he's up 22 spots. He started back in 35th. He's up to 13th. So not only does he have the fastest lap, of course, we talked to him earlier. This kid is flying up to 13th from deep in the field. What a great drive.
Yeah, way back for Noel Leon. Now 10 laps to go for Jim for the win. Otherwise, Turney has enough space built up from that good start he had on that CDR Kart Republic. He'll be able to hang on here. A 2.2 second lead to Norberg, a 1 second lead back to Austin Garrison. Look at this. There's Leon getting out of this fray. That frenzy is absolutely bonkers right now. The fact he's getting through unscathed is impressive.
That's literally Ramos from 7th on back. I want to say to almost like 14th or 15th, right? That's Ramos, Kolar, Conteca, Colomodio, Bonilla, Neveau, Leon, Blake Nash, and then 3 seconds back to Stolzer-Manis. That's a big group from 7th back into 14th. All hammered down to see if they can't work forward here right now. This is a big battle.
Yeah, big battle for them. So here's your leaders again. There goes Turney, Garrison. You can see Norberg hunting Garrison down. Just set his personal best. Here's a look back at that fight again. So that's Leon ahead of Blake Nash. Jacob Kolar in the DAP cart got away a little bit. So we'll keep going back and forth to update you on the battle of where everyone's at. Thomas Neveau has gotten through that fray. I think he was also involved in that crash that took out Noel Leon in that pre-final because he faded back and then kind of got back going. He started 16th. So maybe just a slower pre-final, but he's up to 10th now. So a good run for Thomas Neveau. You said Aiden Ingrata, again, that sophomore senior driver has found himself kind of all by his lonesome here in the main, way out with no one around him.
Louis Westover up 19 spots as well. Just throwing Louis Westover's name out there. Started back in 34th after the issue in the pre-final. He's up to 15th as well. So we got some drivers really putting in some good runs from deep in the field. Of course, we're covering stuff up front. This is that battle potentially coming up for second as Ryan Norberg most definitely closing here. He went purple last time by. 8 laps to go, Xander. He was 0.2 faster than Turney, but he's 2 seconds back. I don't think that would be enough, but again, he'll dial things in right now. Here comes Norberg. Big run down the back straightaway. This feels like a potential pass in turn number 1. No, not quite enough. Good run through turn 12 for Garrison. Probably lets him hold on to P2 for a little longer.
Yeah, here he goes. I'll give it to you when it comes because we got those famous words that we need to drop here. Is Ryan Norberg close enough in 4? Not this time. Out of 4, Garrison holds, but Norberg right there on the way to 5.
Coming down to turn number 5. Does Garrison hold it? No, here comes Norberg down to the inside. Book it. He's through. He'll go to P2. Ryan Norberg closing in on the leader by 0.2 of a second a lap. He gets by Garrison. He'll go down to 3rd. And Norberg trying to recover and reel in Joe Turney. 7 laps to go. They were separated by 1.8 seconds last time by. He's going to have to be at least over 2, almost 0.3 of a second quicker a lap to reel in the leader.
He's going to have to start flying here. What does Ryan Norberg have left in the tank? Joe Turney doing a great job here for the Kart Republic factory operation. He, again, started off with this series. He thinks he may end up back here a little bit more stateside depending on how things go and how the schedules work on out. Whether it's U.S. Pro Kart Series or SuperKarts USA Pro Tour events, that he liked it. Again, he's never been to the United States before. Just 1 week ago, used his passport, came over here, and he's gotten to learn this racetrack with 1 test weekend, getting back into the X30 package as well, and he's enjoyed it so far. And now, as he heads down the backstretch, can he hang on over the winningest American X30 senior driver in the modern era? Ryan Norberg, 5 laps to go, has to hunt down one of the world's best.
Let's have a look at lap times. 47.5, 47.5. Both drivers equally matched there with 5 laps to go. It's 1.7 seconds, the gap between first and second. As they run right now, I think that Turney's got things handled, although Norberg would have to dig deep. If he can get back down to where he was on lap 14 with a 47.293, he may make a race of it. But as they run on the racetrack right now, it appears to me like Turney's got the cushion he needs to be able to pull away.
To give you an update on where the rest of them run here, Norberg and Garrison, you can see 2nd and 3rd. Behind 2nd and 3rd, you've got 4th and 5th. ADT, Alessandro D'Attulio on that Motorsport Paralin, P4, Morgado 5th. And here's a look at update of where Noel Leon finds himself. He's gotten ahead of Thomas Neveau, and he has climbed into the top 10 from way, way back, the final 2 rows in the field. Noel Leon and that Alessandro's Racing USA CRG continues to impress here this weekend.
Now, what a great drive for Leon. That deep in the field on that CRG for Alessandro's Racing. They're able to work his way up now into the 8th position. 27 position improvement into a class of this caliber. A great drive. Back up front, just to grab it real quick. Norberg goes purple again, but he only gains 1/10 of a second as Turney continues to go faster. Norberg's doing everything he can, but with every move, Turney just countering with another fast lap.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. So now with Noel Leon trying to lead that pack forward, he won't have enough time. The top 5 are pretty far away from the field. It goes back to Morgado. Then you have Aiden Ingrata in the 6th spot. Jacob Kolar on the DAP card in 7th. He's the next one in line for Noel Leon to try and get there. Thomas Neveau continues to push him along the way with 3 laps to go as they head for turn number 1. But pretty tame towards the front middle here. Paulie Massimino, unfortunately, one of the many drivers collected in a crash early on here in this main event, so he's found himself on the back end of it. We saw bad luck for Louis Westover, of course, for Leon as well in that pre-final. So we're missing quite a few contenders that could join the fray tomorrow and shake things up and maybe, just maybe, challenge this international talent here in Joe Turney. 2 to go at the line.
2 laps remaining for Turney. And there's no doubt that Norberg getting closer every lap, but only by about a tenth of a second a lap. It's 1.5 now between first and second. Turney strong out of 3 over to the hairpin turn number 4. That Kart Republic hiking the inside rear wheel to get it to really rocking around that corner. The thing is just flying right now. The Kart Republic, again, looking to go back-to-back on main event victories here in SuperKarts USA competition. Evan Giltaire, the young Frenchman, running with Trinity, the Trinity Karting Group, winning the Super Nationals in X30 Senior. Will the brand back it up here again? We've talked all about how OTK has been one of the strongest brands here in single-speed competition, but Kart Republic looking to get 2 massive wins. Of course, the biggest one, Super Nationals last year. Xander, to start the season off here would be big as well for Kart Republic. Joe Turney looking to win in his debut.
And not only that here, Rob, when we think about the races Ryan Norberg did not win last year, most of them came because of a crash in the main event or a crash in the pre-final that put him at the back. Very rarely, I don't think a single time, he truly got beat in a heads-up, all clean, pace-based race. That's what's happened here today. He faded a little bit early. Turney came on early, and I think just peaked a couple laps earlier than Norberg, and they've been evenly matched ever since. Out of turns 10 and 11 and down the back straightaway for the final time to kick off 2023. Joe Turney, Kart Republic, pick the page back up from last year. They win round 1 here in Miami.
Massive victory for Joe Turney, Kart Republic, and Chad Dockin Racing as he scores the victory here. The margin 1.5 seconds. A tremendous run for the Brit as he gets the win over Ryan Norberg, who gets the fast lap of the race as well. That coming on lap 18. Austin Garrison, a strong drive to third. Alessandro DiTullio in fourth. And how about Mateus Morgado on the Burrell Art, getting to finish in the top 5. Struggled outside the top 10 earlier in the day. Worked his way up to 8th in the pre-final, and then goes to P5 here in the main event. Good run for Mateus Morgado. Aiden Ingrata up 9 spots. Great run for Aiden in the Speed Concepts Racing Machine. He goes to 6th. Jacob Kolar up a couple of spots. Noah Leone up 27 positions, 35th to 8th for the CRG driver. Blake Nash, after the incident early, holds on for a top 10 finish in 9th. And Thomas Naveau up 6 spots as well. A lot of action on that one. Xander, a lot of stories to unpack there for sure. But Joe Turney, Ryan Norberg, Austin Garrison, 3 big names of our sport. 2 of them here in North America, and one, of course, one of the major names in the UK.
Yeah, for sure. Joe Turney, again, you can see the winner over Norberg and Garrison on down the order. A couple big names further outside the top 10, top 15. Here you can see the view here. Ryan Norberg, Austin Garrison debriefing. Mateus Morgado bringing in there Diego Contecha after what was such a good pre-final and start to his weekend here, start to his day. Not so good here through the main event. Thomas Stolzermana still a little left to be desired as well further back. But here it is, your winner. Welcome to the United States, Joe Turney. He gets his win in his debut event, and it looked like it was quick in the pre-final, and we'll send him on down here to the boys, Alexander Searle, Emery Lida. Emery, take it away here with our round 1 winner in X30 Senior.
All right, I'm standing here with your X30 Senior winner, Joe Turney, right off the racetrack. Joe, it was a dominant final for you. Really took control on lap 1, never looked back throughout the rest of the race, and you had just a controlling win, winning by over a second over Ryan Norberg. Talk me through that race for you.
Definitely not an easy race. It might have looked it from the front, but first we had to stay with Ryan at the start. But then as well, just maintaining the pace through the race was difficult. So no, the car, everything was great. So really happy.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of pace from you throughout the weekend at times, but really this is the first time where we've seen you control the race, control a session from start to finish. What do you think made the difference between the pre-final and the final in this one?
Well, the pre-final we had a difficult start. I think we were down in P7 after lap 2. But as well, I mean, we didn't want to show our cards before the final. So no, we put everything correct with the chassis and did everything we knew would work, and it did.
Got you. Is there any more to show tomorrow?
We'll have to wait and see.
Got you. Well, obviously already a really good start to the weekend here for Joe Turney. You're a race 1 winner here at an X30 Senior here in Homestead. So we now look towards the rest of the scale line. You can see all the drivers have come in on from the grid. All things considered, a really clean race here in X30. We're going to try to find another couple drivers here in the next minute or so. You can see a really eventful race. We had guys like Austin Garrison running inside the top 3. See if we can get a quick word. Austin, live on Kart Chaser, you want to talk? Sure. All right, so pretty good race for you. You were inside the top 3 pretty much the entire time. Got up to second for a while. Didn't quite have the pace to match what Joe and Ryan were doing. Just talk me through your race.
Yeah, so I think we went a little bit too high on tire pressure. We dropped it right before we went out. Probably should have went a little bit more. Yeah, I was catching Joe a little bit, near halfway of the race, and then we maintained a little bit, and I started to go and fall back, by car length that leads to the lap. And then Ryan steadily, tracked me down and passed me because he definitely had lower tire pressure than I had, and he was very, very strong towards the end. But, so far from where my week started until now, I think, we got a little bit more work to go and do, and tomorrow hopefully you can be on the top step.
Got you. And from the tire pressure, any other changes you think that will make the kart go a little bit better and get you just a little tenth or so to match?
Yeah, we're going to go back and obviously go over our data and everything, put our brains together, and come up with a game plan for tomorrow. But there's definitely some fine-tuning we can go and do to, to make it better for tomorrow.
Gotcha. Well, there you have it. Austin Garrison, a podium finish in round 1 here at Homestead, just not quite enough in the X30 Senior category. So we now look towards the rest of the grid. And again, some stories will continue to catch up here. But for now, we're sending it back to Xander.
Thanks, Emery here. We'll talk with a few more of the drivers after they roll on through the scale line. Rob, obviously, first thoughts about that. I mean, a pretty, I think, level playing field for the top half of the grid. I mean, the top 5 all had different points where they seemed like they really had a good highlight reel coming through that main event. Garrison was quick early on, run about laps 5 to 10. Turney obviously had that good start, then Turney pulls away. And then the last 5 to 10 laps, all Ryan Norberg, a specialty of his, coming in super late. Today, just a little bit too late.
Well, I kind of feel a little bit it was like tire pressures, right? Just what they were talking about there. Austin maybe would have went a little bit lower. You could see that I think that Norberg was pretty low on it. He was not good for the first 5 laps. That's what we saw. They were all over him with the first 5. Joe was able to get out front, and then you could see Ryan's kart starting to come in once those tire pressures were there. That's going to be something all these guys are going to be talking about tomorrow because that, I think, set everything apart. It feels like everybody's so evenly matched right now. You just can't make any mistake on tire pressure or setup at all.
You definitely cannot make a mistake. We saw in that pre-final, of course, there, Jacob Kolar cracked the top 5. One dropped wheel, dropped him back, and then, of course, he started outside the top 5 here in the main event and had to spend the entire race getting there. He worked his way up into that 7th position. Great result for the kid from Key West here in his 2nd senior season, but it's just that minimal. Like you heard from Joe Turney, he said it looked easy. It was not easy. He was extracting everything he could out of the car to be there. And then, of course, the other notables like we've talked about, Alessandro DiTullio, Mateus Morgado, both of them really not an ideal start to their weekend, especially if you compare them to last year. Yep. Morgado the champ, DiTullio the round 1 winner unofficially, and then went on to win round number 2. So to get away with the top 5, I think they both are probably happy with that, with all things considered for the day. At the same time, they're going to be looking for a lot more speed here, probably late here tonight.
I want to see what Morgado's able to do. Obviously, can you leap from where you are right now, right? They struggled early on. He was able to find some speed throughout the day, ends up going to P5. Can they take that baseline, make a couple of adjustments, and start in the top 5 as opposed to having to scrap to get up there, right? If they qualify better, maybe top 5, top 6, and are able to race and let Morgado do what he's got to do, he could be on the podium. He could win tomorrow as well.
He definitely could be there. And then we got all the drivers from earlier in the day here who had bad luck at some point or another. Paulie Massimino, crash in the main event. Thomas Neveau looked good there at the end. Louis Westover, big-time crash in the pre-final. Drives through a bunch of spots. Noel Leon, of course, gave him a lot of airtime. Super fast, was top 5 all day through Friday practice. Another driver looking to redemption. And then, man, heartbreak for Blake Nash again with that little incident early here in the main event, getting that bumper hooked right behind the right front tire. For those that don't understand, the bumpers, they're plastic and they are meant to flex quite a bit. What happened there is as he went to pass Ryan Norberg, Norberg was trying to come down, and the contact normally would have been incidental, no problem at all. Just the weird angle, and I've seen it happen multiple times before. We even caught it on our streams where that bumper bends, and then kinks and gets stuck right behind the tire. And at that point, Blake is a passenger. You could see his right foot. He took it off the gas, had to start kicking the bumper to kick it out, and then drove his way back up, kind of following Noel Leon to the top 10.
Yeah, finished ninth, right? So
very impressive.
All in all, still a great run for Blake Nash, and overall, good speed for him, good speed for Nash Motorsports. Maybe we'll see more of Thomas Stolzer-Manis tomorrow. He had some issues, of course, that dropped him to the tail of the field. I think he dropped a chain at one point. A better day for Stolzer-Manis is going to put him in the fight in both KA100 and X30 Senior as well.
Well, with all that here, folks, we're going to take a commercial break. We'll see if we can get any other drivers after it and then quickly close off tonight's live stream. We'll be back tomorrow if you want to head away, but more post-race interviews and debriefs still to come here live on Kart Chaser with Rob Houghton and myself, Xander Clements. International Motorsport has you covered on every level of karting, and starting here in 2023 in cars as well. For your very first step into an F4 race car, try out the Formula Inter Arrive and Drive F4 Championship, hosted here at the Homestead-Miami Speedway. Along with that, of course, the International Motorsport team covers every base of the karting pyramid, from the local to the national and international level. For more information, follow International Motorsport or Formula Inter on social media. Welcome back here to sunny South Florida here for round number 1 of the SuperKarts USA Winter Series. We've got more post-race interviews here to come. Let's talk to the driver that had to come from way back here. 35th on the grid to the top 10. Noel Leon is down with our Alexander Searle. Alex?
Yeah, thanks, Xander. I'm here with Noel Leon, who went from 35th to 8th there. What a run. I mean, talk me through the race.
Yeah, it was really fun race, starting from the back and just getting positions every lap. I just want to say thank you to my team, Alessandro, CRE, because the car was fantastic. We just need to have the luck tomorrow for qualifying, and we can fight for the win.
Yeah, I mean, obviously not the most lucky pre-final there, but a great turnaround in the final. Do you think you can translate that into tomorrow's races?
Yeah, of course. We are going to prove a little bit the car for the race run, and we are going to be there.
Awesome. Yeah, Noel Leon, everybody. Your 8th place finisher in X30 Senior Final. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Alex. Again, we gave him quite a bit of props, of course, there, Rob. Noel Leon, what a great run here through the field to get himself into the top 10 and a never-give-up mentality. And those are the kinds of drives, of course, you can build a championship off of.
I think so for sure, and I think it's a big one for CRG as well. You know, they've got a couple of teams. We've talked about that with Alessandro's Racing and with Tesoro Raceworks coming in here as well. So more drivers, more teams backing that CRG brand, and I think he showed what he has. And I'm really excited to see what he can potentially do tomorrow, right? For him, it's going to be all about putting everything together, getting that full day's work as opposed to just making it happen in that one race.
Well, speaking of making it happen in one race here, Blake Nash has a lot of races, I think, ahead of him here. He was on track to make it happen in one here today. Top 5 result in that pre-final was in the top 5. He's down with Emery Lida.
Yeah, Blake Nash, you have had a really interesting weekend, fast-paced pretty much the whole weekend, top 5 in most every session. In the final, it was looking like more of the same until a little bit of incidental contact with Ryan Norberg with major ramifications. Walk me through that contact.
Yeah, so I think it was going on to the second lap. We get through the first couple of corners. I saw he didn't really get a good run out of corner 3, so I looked for a move down into the hairpin. And then the leaders just stack up in front of me. He chops down, and I ended up getting my front bumper stuck in between my tire and my spindle, and I had to kick it out. But by that point I was down 15 positions or whatever. So yeah, really disappointing. I think we had the pace to get top 5. probably a podium if everything went our way. And yeah, we still got tomorrow. I'm still looking forward to it. I think we still have a good shot at it.
Yeah, and talking about that pace, I mean, you drove from the back half of the top 20 back up into the top 10. Really an impressive display. When you look at what it can look for tomorrow, you mentioned on the grid to me that you thought you were maybe a little bit too low on gear and then also a little bit loose. Do you think those issues were corrected?
Yeah, for sure. I think we went on a little bit of the higher side in the gear. It felt way better off of the low-speed corners. Chassis was still a little bit loose. It still needs a little bit of work, but I think we have a good piece for tomorrow.
Yeah, well, Blake Nash, an impressive run today, despite the result not being quite as what he expected to have. But still, top 10 result for Blake Nash, despite the contact with Ryan Norberg. He'll be a threat tomorrow, and I'll send it back to you, Xander and Rob, in the booth.
What a start for him here to start this year,
yeah,
Rob.
I think Blake did a tremendous job after what happened to him. The issue, of course, on lap number 2, you go as far back as he did, then to roll back up front, get into the top 10, I think that shows that he's got the speed. They know they've got the pace. They just, again, this is when you press the reset button. You know how good you are. You go back, you dial everything in. You wake up tomorrow morning and you say, I want to be on that podium. He knows he has the ability to do it, and I think we're going to see him be very quick all day long.
Yeah, Blake Nash, of course. Really, I mean, I think no matter what, this weekend is a step-up weekend here for Blake. I mean, this was a really, really impressive display here today. Yesterday in practice, he was super fast as well. For a driver that, wasn't here at the test weekend, does not have a lot of laps here around this racetrack, and it's the first time him going it with the redesigned curbs, redesigned runoff area, to go into a field like this. And especially, I mean, he was the highest performer in not just the main event, not just the pre-final, but a lot of the sessions over a factory driver in Thomas Stolzermanis and an international talent in Louis Westover. So very, very good progression here for him in his sophomore pro season. I'm very impressed, to say the least, here with Blake Nash.
Yeah, I think we're going to see more of him throughout the entire season as well. Obviously, to be able to get off to a strong start, a confident start, right? Get the results he knows he wants or knows he can achieve them, make it happen. It's going to give him so much more momentum rolling into the remainder of the season. But I like that interview he had with Emery. You could see that he had the confidence. He knows the speed that he has. So all he's got to do, as I said, go back, press that reset button, come out and do what you know you can do tomorrow morning. So qualifying, pre-final are going to be crucial for Blake, but I see a really strong season for him over the entire campaign here for 2022 or 23.
Well, we were waiting to see if we have one more interview, boys. Are we all wrapped up with interviews? Yeah, Ryan Norberg unavailable for comment on the last one, so we'll get him tomorrow morning, get him back for that one. But understandable, he's got to be frustrated. That was a hard-fought race, and for once here, he's been beat. Joe Turney proves there's a little bit of a chink in the armor somewhere, and the international talents will all be back alongside Captain America and Norberg himself and the rest of the X30 Senior field. We're going to sign off here. Rob, closing thoughts, of course, before we do.
For me, like we said earlier, you almost jinked it, but you didn't. We had a really safe day. Anytime you get to the end of the day without a red flag, I think we're all super happy. But overall, I just feel like the racecraft itself was pretty strong. We didn't see anybody overdrive. We didn't see a bunch of crazy action, a little bit in senior, but that's hardcore racing. That's why it's the big dogs. That's why it's senior. Overall, I thought the racing was great. We saw a bunch of drivers kind of work their way forward. We saw new drivers in micro and mini kind of up front, which I thought was super exciting. I think we're going to see a good battle between Alan Isambard and A.J. Myers tomorrow. I like seeing that. I like the fact that we've got a Formula K driver and a Magic Kart driver battling it out there. But bottom line is, I think in our pro classes, especially at X30 Senior, we're going to see a really good battle tomorrow. Everybody's going to be gunning for Joe Turney.
Yeah, I think it's still, really one of the most open round ones that we've seen in a couple seasons, with the number of different drivers across the board that have a shot at it. Obviously, Shifter a little lighter. We know it's just going to be really between Allen and AJ. By the way, today looked X30, I think, has got a lot of guys, more than last year for sure. Junior still had quite a few. The KA classes have been wide open. And then Mini and Micro, I mean, it's been a 10 to 15 driver lead group. It almost always is. Still feels like there's even more kids that have a shot at it. It helps with that mini class being sold out. So there's a lot of unpredictability when we come on the air tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Eastern. But what a beautiful day here. We'll give you one more look at the skyline. It is just gorgeous here at our AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex here. E-Karting News is Rob Howden, the voice of Superkarts USA, myself, Xander Clements. We're signing off. Going to enjoy the palm trees here and the cool weather at the end of the day. Podium ceremonies to come for those local here trackside, and we're back live tomorrow with qualifying to run it all back. A clean day of racing, hopefully one more to finish up opening weekend.